13 or 12 other rescue missions across Citygate where the executive directors are on a bench and we're having this conversation. So we believe that this is a strategic time to have this conversation, and we just want to thank everyone that has made this possible. We could not do this without all of the volunteers, the donors, the staff that are behind the scenes making this happen. And if you want to know the secret sauce, even behind all of this is in our chapel, we have some people that are gathered and they are praying for this event and praying for everyone that's out here. We believe that God is real and he helps us, and he's going to help us get through this time and deliver a good message. So we are so excited to bring you this event. We'll be here for, Lord willing, 24 hours with breaks as needed, but it's going to be a great conversation. We have some good friends that are going to be joining us, and it's going to be something that we're going to be reflect back on later on. So thank you for tuning in. Please click and share, get out on your social media, have them join the conversation. You're able to put your comments into the text. So we want this to be a dialogue going back and forth. So please do that. So now for our first guest is Aaron, right? No? Lisa? Oh, okay. Lisa and Aaron, but Lisa's going to come from Clearview, and we're going to get this conversation started. So please let's welcome Lisa. Come on in. That's so far away, so you can sit on my bench. How are you? I'm doing well. It's kind of brisk out here, but yeah. But thank you. Thank you so much for your partnership with us during the last Steelers season and the last few Steelers seasons. What does that mean to Clearview to be a part of that?
I mean, part of our mission is helping those around us. We all know Pittsburgh is a very neighborly
Yes.
place to be, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, it's great that we could tie it to football, and for every touchdown that the black and gold scored, we donated $500 to help those
Yes.
Light of Life.
Yes.
You know, that helped us raise $20,500, but we upped that to $25,000.
Yes.
You and I both know how much those extra dollars help.
It really does.
And it means a lot to the staff at Clearview, not just as an organization, but just as people who reside in this community
Yes.
to help our neighbors in need.
Yes. Well, it is great, and that surprise of upping it up, that was just such a boost for us to know that's coming in, to be able to help those who are in need. I always like telling the story that years ago I was a part of the U.S. Air Credit Union, and so that was a predecessor.
That's right.
And then it grew, and so now to know that we're in this partnership really means a lot to us.
Well, I feel blessed to be a part of this, and my introduction to Light of Life actually came about 16 years ago
Okay.
at a former employer.
Okay.
And I actually designed a program for women in the program.
Oh, awesome.
named Invest in You, and taught some financial education. Again, just some little tips and tricks to help people get back on their feet
Okay.
and out there. And it's held a special place in my heart ever since.
Awesome.
So,
Well, good. Well, one of the things that we're hoping during this time is that just people would tune in and think of creative ways how they can join with us. And Clearview has been a great example of just being creative with the ways that you get the word out. So often I heard during the Steelers season where people would notice Light of Life is being said with Clearview at each touchdown. And so it was cool to be a part of this great season. Didn't quite end the way we wanted it to, but next year we'll get to that next
right.
next level.
Next year we'll raise even more money.
Yes.
But we just have to continue raising the awareness, and that's all year long, not just in the football season, right?
Right. That's right. And with Clearview, is there a website or something that we can tell people if they want to get involved or learn about more of the services that you have?
Absolutely. You can go to clearviewfcu.org, and that's
Okay.
our website. And I would encourage everybody to go to the impact section,
Yes.
which really talks about our commitment to the community and organizations just like Light of Life.
But one of the themes we're looking at during this whole time is the whole Mr. Rogers theme of being a good neighbor. And again, I think that Clearview exemplifies being a good neighbor and what that's about. So please, I do encourage everyone to go to their website, check out the impact area, and look for ways that you can get involved. And again, thank you so much for being with us and for kicking this off in such a strong way.
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
We'll see you.
All right. See you soon. All right. And so now here we go. We are going to be continuing on. Just want to encourage people to look at our website, to be sharing links and opportunities that stay involved. I hope we have some people in the chat that are also out there putting questions in or comments in. I believe that during this time we're going to be discovering some solutions that we need. And so we want this to be interactive. We're going to find ways of getting some of the questions on the chat out to me so we'll be able to get that going. So here we go, the beginning here. It's going to be wonderful. So thank you for joining. So if there's ever a downtime, like if somebody else is ready, just tell them to come in. Like William could come and sit down and we can just keep it going. I'd rather have people talking than doing that. Hey, brother. Yeah. Come on over. Hey, Michael. Water. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. We're just getting a few more people lined up to come in and join the conversation. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Probably just one, because the other one will start freezing out here. But this is good.
Okay.
Yeah, you sit over there. Be careful. Be careful with that. Yeah.
We'll find out if this is 300-pound weight limit real quick.
Hey, we're live, man.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
This isn't so bad, is it?
No, it's nuts.
What's the coldest weather you played football in?
Minus 15.
Oh,
I can remember.
minus 15. Where was that? Lambeau Field? No.
That was in Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Yeah. And I was wearing a cut-off turtleneck and a T-shirt underneath. That's all.
Oh.
Adrenaline and fear are very different weapons.
Right. In Buffalo. Wow.
Yeah.
Was it snowing too?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
What else would it do, Buffalo?
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're not at minus 15, so that's good. And we're not having to remember plays or anything like that. So that's
But,
good.
No, it's beautiful what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just awesome.
Yeah. Well, I was telling you earlier, when we were really originally talking about this, there are missions in other areas that have had these conversations. And out of the conversation, some good ideas have come. So that's why we wanted to do this. Now, we didn't expect a polar vortex to come in, but But we had an option. We could have canceled or continued, and we huddled and we said, you know what, let's keep it going because the people who we serve, they don't have an option when it gets cold like this, and so we wanted to keep the conversation going, even though our good friends up there in Cleveland backed out. Can you help him with his? It just came off here.
Are we taping right now?
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, we're live.
Hear you right now. We have a
Okay.
reaching in your pocket.
Sorry about that. It's okay. Put it on here. Closer. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. It might be so cold the equipment can't handle it.
Yeah. It should be good.
Channel 7?
So how long have you been out here?
Just about an hour this time. Yesterday we were out for a while just testing everything, and
So how long you
24.
24?
Yeah. So it ends at 4 p.m. tomorrow, and so we have.
You can do it, man.
Yeah. Wherever we go, we're going to do it. Okay. Is he live now? Okay. All right, so they're going to let us know when you're able to get on. We're having some technical difficulties, so we're switching up mics for our special guest. Sure. As soon as you get a coat on. So while they're setting up, we're just reminding everybody what this is and what it's not. One of the things that we want to make clear all the way throughout this event is that this is not about me experiencing homelessness. In fact, it's really an insult to those who are actually experiencing homelessness to compare what I'm doing with what they do. For me, I'm going to always have staff around me and people helping me through this event. We have extra heating equipment around to help keep us warm and make sure everything is okay. But those who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have that. I know for me, tomorrow when this is over, I'm going home. Someone who is living on the streets, they don't know where they're going next. And actually part of what makes being homeless so difficult is that they don't know what's coming next. They don't know where they're gonna be sleeping the next day. And that adds stress and trauma. One of the statistics I like talking about is that in the USA, 60% of adults have experienced one adverse childhood event by the time they reach adulthood. Those who are experiencing homelessness, they have experienced 3 or more adverse events. And for many of them, they have had as many as 8 or 9. And so when a person has trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma, and then they're also trying to survive day in and day out, not sure where the next meal is going to come or when they'll be able to get out of the outdoors, that trauma adds all kinds of stress and anxiety on them. And so I don't have any of those things. And so this is nothing like the stress that they are having to deal with. But we do feel that this time is important to raise awareness around the plight of those who are experiencing housing insecurity, as well as for ideas to come that could help us to be the best neighbors that we can be. I believe in Pittsburgh we have the best neighbors, and some of our friends that are going to be joining us kind of exemplify that. And so we're going to be talking with that. Anyone who tunes in will have a chance to hear from some of our good friends, and then we'll just make sure that you're involved in this conversation as well. So I think we're good to start the conversation now. Do a mic check.
testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Mic check. Blue 47. Blue 47. Set. check. Kill. Sorry, old reflections come blowing in, you know.
Yeah. All right, so we're good. So let's start back at the beginning here.
All right.
Because I asked you, because it's cold here now, but I said, what was the coldest weather you played football in?
The coldest weather I played football in was in Buffalo, New York, obviously. You know, I grew up 2.4 miles from the Bills Stadium there. So I played a homecoming game there of sorts in a way there, and it was minus 15. Gad Zooks, man, the wind chill was whipping through my pants, like, you know. And I'll tell you, I had on a cut-off thing, you know, like, you know, one of those
turtleneck kind of
turtleneck thing, yeah. And then, you know, cut-off T-shirt underneath. That's all, because fear and adrenaline are two powerful things to make you lock in. I'll tell you, it was great.
Oh wow. Well, yeah. They don't make them like that anymore. That kind of toughness.
Oh, I think they do, buddy. I think they do.
Well, that's great. Well, I guess we didn't introduce you. You're Craig Wolfley, great friend of the mission. We've known each other for decades now.
Yes.
And our good friend Tunch introduced us and got us going together here. But from the 80s and 90s, you've been a part of the Light of Life family. And thank you so much for being at the beginning of this. I said we have to start strong and finish strong. And so you're part of our strong start here. So thank you for joining us.
Well, it's a privilege and an honor. You know how I love you. I believe in the man. I believe in the mission. And I believe in what you're doing right now, here and now. I mean, it's so powerful. It's so strong. And that you would do this. You know, we went in there, we laid hands on you, we prayed on you, right?
Yeah, that's right.
We prayed for wisdom. I thought, well, that's already off the table because nobody comes out here doing this. You know?
Well, I know some people are going to be wondering, as well as my mom, especially at home, but we have a team of people around, and this bench is covered, and they're making sure that we're safe. We have a nurse on staff, and so if things get too cold, we can go in. But the difference, that's another difference between me and those who are experiencing homelessness, is that if it gets too cold for me, I can call it, I can go in and warm up. They're not able to do that. So it reminds me so much of Jesus Christ, who is our example here, because he came down, he could have stayed in heaven, but he came down to be with us. And that message is what's at the bottom line of what we do at Light of Life. Now, we never make religion a prerequisite for getting help. Anybody can come, you can be of faith, no faith, doesn't matter. You want to love everyone. But what I often say is that our inspiration comes from the figure of Jesus Christ, who loved everyone, accepted everyone, but also loved them enough not to leave them the way that they are.
Absolutely. He gave all. He is for all, and it's simply a matter of you coming and having enough humility to understand that it's not about you, it's not about me, it's about him. You know, and that's the ultimate thing. And I love how you express love through sharing a meal, a warm place, a safe place. You know, that's what it's all about, because I can't imagine what it's like to be out there on the street. And of course, this is all about Jesus.
Well, one of the things that we often say here, I just wanted to get your comments on this, because how important team is that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And what we see and what we hear is that when we talk to our friends who are experiencing homelessness and addiction out there on the streets, what they'll say is one of the most difficult things isn't the cold weather, it's the isolation. It's the people walking by and not even acknowledging their humanity. And so one of the things that we want to emphasize during this time is the importance of teamwork, the importance of doing life together. And without that, we cannot make it. And you and I have been a part of some things that, again, Tunch helped get us involved with, called Locking Arms. But all of those things are about people doing life together. And that's the success, that's what we need for success in order to move forward.
Exactly. It's about community coming together. Look, you you know, on a football team, everybody's got different jobs.
Yeah.
There are some more higher value, like the quarterback. There are some lower value, like the quarterback, and the offensive linemen are the higher value guys. But you know what I'm talking about. You got high value quarterbacks. You've got kickers. You got offensive linemen, defensive line. Everybody's got a specific job. Some a little bit multi-roles, but certainly everybody has a specific job. But it's community, and it's in the coming together that you place a team on the field, and that team functions only as well as they function as a team.
Right. That's
You
right.
know, and that is being a teammate. A good teammate is about coming alongside each other and encouraging each other, supporting each other, and it's the direct opposite of what the homeless are facing, as you just spoke about the isolation.
Yes. That coming together and knowing that you're not alone. You know, when I think again, going back to that image of Christ, like everything he did was about bringing and creating community, and he took people who had different backgrounds. They came from different political ideas, different religious ideas, racial identities, but he's like, hey, we can form a brotherhood here and learn something about bringing kingdom. And so we're just hoping too that as we think about what it means to be a good neighbor here in Pittsburgh, that during this 24 hours we think about that as well, that on cold days like this, we're hoping people will get out, check on their neighbors, check on those who are elderly, just see how they're doing, have a conversation, because we don't want anyone to be alone. I'm never going to be alone during this time, and that's something that's going to be really, really big for this whole time for us here. So is there any closing things you want to say? Just thank you so much for being
Just grateful, you know, for your friendship and for this place, a safe place.
Yeah.
I think that is just such a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
You know, you think about it, and when we were talking earlier about, you know, how they just didn't feel safe in other places, you know, and they don't have the ability to get warm, but they got an ability to get warm here. So if anybody are listening, you know, come down here.
Yes, you've been there before at our emergency services building. You've been behind there in the cafeteria serving meals and everything there, but it's open. We
By
have
the
a
way,
day
it's top
center.
notch too, brother.
Huh? Yeah.
It's top notch. I got to tell you, it was better when I came as a rookie, you know, up at St. Vincent.
Yeah.
The nuns were wonderful ladies, but they kind of burnt a few things, you know. But you guys cook up good, man. It's good news.
Right. Well, there has been a tradition here. We've been blessed that God has drawn to us chefs, and they could work at some of the best restaurants in the city, but they choose to be with us and to work with us, and so we have good food. And that's also part of the idea is that we want our people who come to us to be treated with dignity and respect.
That's the key.
So it's not about just getting, you know, the lowest level. We want them to experience the highest level because that's what God does for us.
Amen to that. You know, and by you doing this, you're raising that awareness. And I like how you put yourself out there.
Yes.
You know, like I said, I'm not sure it's the wisest thing, but, you know, it certainly is something that stands out and says, you know what, this is a safe place. This is a warm place. This is a place where the hands and feet of Jesus are at.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for being with us. And I know you'll be praying for me through this time.
Oh, yeah. Praying for wisdom.
That's right. That's right. Well, again, thank you again.
Right.
Love you, my brother.
I love you. Big time.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay. Talk to you soon.
You betcha.
All right.
Take care.
Get warm.
Okay.
Pick your pockets here, bud.
Oh, man, I'm getting my pocket picked.
Just in case. If
Thank you.
behind you, so it just looks nice.
Okay.
And if you need it, it's here.
Yeah. Thank you for putting the coat on. Should probably use a whiteboard if you want to use for communication. It'd be a good thing to, to write.
Next week, you wrap this up tomorrow and everything.
Yeah.
Next week, I want to get you on our radio show.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, and you get a whole, like, list of bullet points and stuff like that.
Great.
Oh, thank you.
Well, Craig just invited me to come, and I'm going to be a guest on his radio show, and we're going to talk about this experience. So we're excited about that and love his support.
So Laura is here. She's a post-gazette reporter, and she
Okay.
wants to get the story. So we're going to mic her up, and
Great.
we'll just talk to you about the event and campaign.
Okay.
And she'll be on her way. You have a little bit of a gap
Okay.
So this should use up some of that time too.
Okay, great. I have hand warmers that are charging in my office, so if you could let Madison at some point, she could grab those. They should be fully charged by now.
Headed upstairs right after
Yeah.
this. I'll grab them and bring it back down.
All right. Not exactly working yet. Um, hey, Michael. I forgot to get tea. I was gonna get some lemon tea.
Which flavor?
He has a lemon mint,
All right.
and I think he has honey packets in there too.
How many?
Two honey packets. Thank you so much. All right. Hi, Laura. Have a seat.
Thank you. All right, let's turn this on. I think this is on.
Is it on?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, Laura, thanks so much for agreeing to speak with me. So, let's get right into it.
Yes.
This event was planned months in advance.
Yes.
It happens to fall on the coldest day of the year.
Yes.
And you continue to go through with it. Talk me through that process.
Yes. Well, the original idea was discussed back in the summer, and it was very hot, and some of the people that recommended it were from the South or in California, and so we were saying it's going to be different for us here in Pittsburgh than it is somewhere else. However, I think our average temperature is like 39 with a 23 low. We had no idea it was going to be a polar vortex.
Yeah.
But we decided that we were going to continue to move forward because, one, the people that we serve, they don't have the option of canceling whether they're going to be homeless or not when it gets really cold. But we also decided, for wisdom's sake here, that if it gets too cold, I'll go inside. I don't have to be on the bench the whole time. And so we're going to always have safety first. But we wanted to keep it going because it's worthy of the conversation. We basically just want to create space and time to think about those who are experiencing homelessness and to talk about solutions. And we're hoping that during our time here that solutions are going to come.
Yeah. Does it feel like, the city officials and agencies are asking people to stay indoors, and this is kind of now doubling not only to raise awareness about homelessness, but in this situation on this specific day? Does it feel like you're kind of serving a multi-purpose now?
Yeah, yes. Because so often we'll hear that and we'll see the warnings that go out, but we have to be aware that there are others that don't have that option. And so when you tell them to stay indoors, what if they don't have indoors to stay in? And where do they go? Where do they stay? And so we have warming centers. The county has worked with many shelters and places of worship that have these warming centers. Light of Life is one of them. So that's one of the things that they do. But even in providing those, we have to ask the question, how do you get there?
Yeah.
And so if you're a homeless person and you're a mile from the closest warming center, how are you going to get there? So now it comes into play, do we provide transportation, and who's going to pay for the transportation? And so we applaud all of the efforts, but we're also saying we also need to think about those people who don't have and how we can accommodate them.
So you said before that there's some things that people don't know about the homelessness population or the act of being homeless. Can you talk to me about what some preconceived notions might be and what the reality actually is about homelessness?
Yeah, well, if we had a PowerPoint, one of my favorite PowerPoint slides that I would put up is there's a slide where you can just imagine it. There's a person with a sign that says, feed me, I'm hungry. There's a picture of a college-age student with a backpack, and it looks like they're walking at Point Park or somewhere like that. There's a picture of a guy in a suit and tie, looks like a businessman. And there's a woman with two small children. One is in a stroller, and they're like walking by a park. And then the caption underneath is, which one of these are homeless? And actually, each of the pictures represent another profile of a person who's experiencing homelessness. One of the biggest challenges of knowing the number of homeless is that we use this method called the point-in-time survey. And the way that they do that is they go out, it's not just here, it's across the country. They go out on a particular day and they try to count all of the people who are homeless on that day. But what that illustration shows is that how do you count a person as homeless if they don't look homeless? So one of the stigmas around homeless is that when you say homeless, there's a idea, this portrait that comes to your mind, and so often those pictures don't come to your mind. The fastest growing population of those experiencing homeless are women with children. And so that woman that you might pass with a stroller who's going to Point Park, you might be thinking, oh, they're just out for a late night stroll, where really they're trying to figure out, she's trying to figure out where they're going to stay that night. Same thing with children, with college students. We know the University of Pittsburgh did a survey, and in one academic year, there were over 2,000 college students that had identified that they had experienced housing insecurity in that last semester. And so that college student with a backpack, they might be homeless as well. Another fast-growing population is older adults. And we're seeing more and more older adults showing up in our shelter. And so again, when you think of our grandmothers and grandfathers, you don't think of them being homeless. Many of them, they don't have mental health, drug and alcohol history, never been homeless before. But because of economic conditions, they no longer can stay in their apartments or their homes. So I challenge people to blow up their ideas of homeless and realize that everyone experiencing homeless has become homeless in a different path, and we need to hear their stories. We need to understand their stories, and with that, come up with solutions for each of them to be able to come out of homelessness. And so, business person was that other picture. We have people who are who work for a company, who have a suit and tie that they have to go to work, but they stay in our shelter because maybe there was a fire or they can't afford their apartment anymore. And so you could pass that person on the street and think, oh, that's a business person, not realizing that they're staying in a shelter that night. So we're hoping that one of the things that we're doing here is raising awareness that there are people with different backgrounds experiencing homelessness, and we just need to have more empathy for those around us.
And then last question, what are some solutions you think haven't been as explored as they could be?
So some of the solutions that I would recommend is first of all, when we come up with an idea of a solution, let's put it through the litmus test of would this solution work for my daughter, my son, my mother, my father, somebody in my family. So there was a resolution not too long ago here in Pittsburgh where some people wanted to sanction encampments by the river. And someone asked us about the ideas of that because of homeless having to move. And what my response was, we can do better. I don't think that that's a solution to say that a homeless person can stay in a tent next to a river, which later on flooded, by the way, but you could not get a building permit for that same area. So if you can't build a building for human habitation there because it's in a floodplain, then why would we even consider that it's okay for a tent to be there? And so what I want to say is let's raise the expectation, and let's say whatever solutions we're coming up with, they're solutions that communicate dignity and respect. And does it fit that litmus test of would my family members go there? So that would be one. The other one is just it's thinking about, just as we would for in an emergency room or in the hospital, we need to have different tracks based on why people become homeless. And so if somebody goes to the emergency room, they're assessed, and then if they're admitted, they're put on a floor with experts for that particular thing. OBGYN is on the floor, burns are on a floor, orthopedic is on the floor. And so you're around other people, you're cohorted with other people who have similar experiences, you have experts that they specialize in where you are, and you're all together getting better. and that's a model that we can use for homelessness as well. Put people together, bring the resources around them, so that they can all get better and have a community.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It was nice to meet you, and I wish you luck on your endeavor.
Okay, well, thank you for
you.
bringing and
Yeah.
raising awareness, and go get warm.
Yeah, thank you.
Madison's bringing your gloves down right now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
We'll get back to you. And then Dr. Bullock will be here at 10:15.
Okay, thank you. The first cup of tea. The first of many. And it's perfect. Thank you.
Sue was in charge of actually assembling it.
Okay.
I wanted an expert involved.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. So we're just waiting now for the next person to come in. And hopefully they can be putting some statistics up or something on the screen so people are looking at that and thinking about that. Perhaps you can pull me one of those questions from that fishbowl there. Yeah, let's try one. Let's try one of these. And this one says, what does a typical day look like for someone without stable housing?
Oh,
All right, so thank you for that.
yeah.
So a typical day, well, one, I think there's not a typical day because everyone who is experiencing unstable housing has unique circumstances. Part of the challenge is the instability and the unknown that's there. Weather is one of those events that's always different and always changing. It could start off in a nice warm day, it ends up raining or snowing or sleeting. A person might start off with a person that's with them, and they might end up being alone. As I was saying earlier, one of the challenges with housing insecurity and homelessness is the fact that people often are experiencing trauma as they're experiencing homelessness. And so what is typical changes from day to day and from time to time. So yeah, I guess the typical day shifts that way. But what is similar is for everyone, when you get up, it's all of the basic functions. You're gonna need something to eat, you're gonna need something to drink, you're gonna need a place to use the facilities, and then you're gonna always need resources of some sort. And so from that way, think about it that we all are the same. We wake up in the morning, we're gonna need something to eat. And so a person is gonna wonder, where can I eat today? Where can I go? And there are shelters that are around. There are food kitchens. There are individuals that can help as well. But it fluctuates what those answers are. The other thing is like, okay, where am I going to go? Where am I going to go once I get the food, once I stay somewhere? And again, there's options for people in our city. And we're so proud of our outreach team. We now have a day center where people can come and they can hang out and come in out of the cold. And so that's an option for them. But we're also looking for other options for people to get through their day. One of the things that we hope is that people don't have to do life alone. Everyone should have someone that they're with. Everyone should be able to do life together. And so we hope that here at Light of Life, there's always a place where somebody can come and have a conversation, as well as a place where they can get hope. So, yeah, that was a great question. And you just put them down right here. Thank you. They're on and hot. Just got some freshly charged hand warmers. So we're going to be using those. As we wait for our next guests that'll be coming soon.
Is there anything that you want us to specifically pray for in this moment?
I think that what we're asking for is wisdom from on high. That there'll be some fresh ideas of how to help those who are experiencing homelessness, and that strategies that bring division, because we know that there is forces that want to kill, steal, and destroy. So we want to have solutions for that here. And I just believe as we do the opposite of that, that we're going to get ideas. So praying for that, and that as people come and sit, that they're going to feel that. They're going to be inspired and think of ideas they never thought of before. So
We just prayed that this tent was like the burning bush.
yes,
They would feel the warmth,
Good.
the heat, and not be cold, but be warm and filled with the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And inspired to do new things.
good.
I'm going to keep coming out and updating you, and you
All
keep
right.
giving me feedback on what to pray for.
Great. And yeah, and if there are some things, you could write them like on a cue card or something like that, and then we can talk about them, be communicating with them as well. Okay? Thank you. We have a group of individuals that have offered to be inside and pray for this event while this is going on. Something that you'll hear a theme. You know, we are a faith-based organization, and the faith-based approach is what inspires us. But there's misperceptions sometimes out there that because of that it's going to hinder us and be able to reach out to others who don't have faith or have a different faith. And what I like to say is that the truth is actually the opposite. It's because of our faith that we want our doors to be open to anyone and everyone. We believe that that's the model of what our faith tells us. And so our doors are open. People can come in and experience a good meal and a good place to stay, regardless of where they are on that spectrum. And so we appreciate that there are people that are praying and people that are standing with us during this time. So, and it's actually not too bad for me because I'm all layered up and warmed up, and so this is going well for me as far as the heat. So don't be worried. Hello, Michelle. Yeah. The camera's right in back of you, so you gotta be careful. Right there. Yeah. Well, we're live on the video there, so I know that you've been here for many years. and have been part of the story here. And so, what keeps you here?
Keeps me here is I was a client at one time.
Yeah.
So it's like me getting the help that I needed to get my life together and in order. And
Yeah.
God just placed on my heart that that's what I was supposed to do with
Yeah.
my life is help other women.
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why I've been here that long.
Wow. Well, I love the fact that you like giving back. I don't know if she needs a microphone. Yeah. So see if you can. I don't know if they can clip this on or something. But that giving back is part of our recovery story, and so you exemplify that. But we know when you give back, you also receive.
Yes.
And so I know so many of the women. I remember you were sharing, I think at our last graduation, about how sometimes when they go through the program at first, they might think you get on their nerves, and but in the end, they're thankful.
Yes.
And I remember when I was a counselor, people would meet me at first, and they would say, "Oh, he seems like a nice guy. I want him as a counselor." And I would say, "Well, let me guarantee you, if I do my job, at some point you're going to be angry at me. You're not going to want to be around me, but it's because I love you. I'm going to need to tell you the truth." And in time, we would always have those moments, but if they hung in there, we got to the other side. So have you had that experience as well? Yeah.
You know, some of the women, they complain throughout the program, but then once they graduate, you hear some of their speeches that they say, and
Yeah.
thanking you for, getting on them.
Yeah.
And I tell them out, I remind them now, I'm getting on you because I know I see better, you can do better. You
Yes.
can do better.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
You have potential to do better.
Yes, you do. And I know another motivation for me, and again, we have a lot of common ground here, is I've been to way too many funerals. And some might think it's strange, but when I go to a funeral of somebody that I've been involved in their life, I have such a mix of emotion, because yes, I have empathy for the family and those around, but oftentimes there's frustration because all they had to do was reach out, because there's a community that's there 24/7, and so sometimes there's frustration with that. And so we are always trying to encourage people, use your we, use your resources around, because none of us have to be alone. And so tell me how that's important for the women that are in our program. If they're coming through a difficult time, why it's important to have a we.
So it's real important to have a week, because then you have somebody to go through the struggle with you, go through the fight with you.
Right.
You know what I mean? You ain't talking, so you don't feel like you're alone.
Yes.
By yourself.
Yeah.
There's somebody there to fight
Right.
with you.
Right. That's right. Yeah, so we need to always, the question is, and the encouragement is, always have a we, have some people with us. And so anyway, thank you for stopping by. I know you don't have gloves
Oh,
on.
that's all right. I'm used to it like this. When I get cold, and I'm not even going to fasten my coat.
Yeah.
I got 2 layers on.
Yeah,
That's why I wouldn't come out here until like 5 minutes to
right.
for my bus.
Yeah,
But I figure I'll stop and call.
yeah. Well, thank you for visiting. Keep me in prayer. But I'm all layered up, and I have heater hand warmers in here and feet warmers, and so I'm fine. The people out there, they don't have all of these resources, so that's why we're bringing attention to everyone. So now they're bringing you a mic, and you're getting ready to leave. But thank you. But thank you for sharing. But just one last thing as you go. You can put that on or hold that. Again, the encouragement about using a we. Just want to make sure that that's on the mic, because there could be people who are out there who are alone tonight, who are wanting to give up, and just knowing that there's a we there. Just how would you encourage them in that?
We all need a we. You need other people in your life just so that to support you through the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever
Yeah.
it may be. You need other people in your life. It's like you cannot do this on your own. You can't do recovery on your own. You can't do Christianity on your own.
Yeah.
You need other people to
Yes.
support you encourage you, guide you, help you, all that.
Yep. Challenge you.
Yes, challenge you, yes. 'Cause
Yeah.
I mean, I got friends that be like, you know, they'll tell you in a minute, you
Yeah.
know better, do it like this, or, you know,
Yeah.
they be like, why can't you do it like that? I like to have people like that in my life because other than that, I'll stay in the position that I'm in and I get comfortable
Yes.
and complacent. And I don't want to be like that. I want to always be moving forward. I want to always be making my horizons bigger.
Yes. Yeah. And you need people to do that.
Yeah.
Because we all have blind spots.
Yes.
I have blind spots, and I don't have people around me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get in trouble. I need people with
And
me.
even when I don't see the stuff that people's trying to tell me, I'll be like, well, let me think about that.
There
Let
you
me
go.
pray about it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deny and say that's not me or I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I'll be like, let me think about that and I'll get back to you. And then
Yeah.
when I come back to that person, I'll be like, you know what, you're right. I do that.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Yep.
Well, again, thank you for stopping
Oh,
by.
you're welcome, baby.
I
Just
know-
have a good night.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm all bundled up. I have good friends around me, keeping me warm. But part of the reason I'm here is because of you and our staff. We have great staff, and I'm glad that our people who are tuning in
Yeah.
got a chance to meet you, Michelle.
And I appreciate Light of Life too. You know, I might work here now for the 25 years I've been working here.
25 years.
25 years, but I've been a client. If you add it all together, it's been 28 years. Come on January the 30th, I'll celebrate 28 years sobriety. So I thank God for Light of Life. I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for Light of Life.
Yeah.
I strongly believe that, and that's what keeps me going and keep me motivated is helping these women to get to where I'm at too.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say we would not be who we are without you. Each member of our staff brings a unique ability, and it makes us who we are. So thank you for your
Yeah,
25
you're
years.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your
And I probably got
encouragement.
like another maybe 5-6 more years.
Yeah. Keep going up.
5-6 more years.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm thinking, you know, but
All
I
right.
can always come back and volunteer too.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
It's never going to end.
No.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you
You're
for
welcome,
your
baby.
time.
Have a good night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll keep that.
Where's your hat at?
I don't have one yet. PDK is here.
Okay.
They're going to interview next.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we want to always keep a mic down here for people who want to.
Right.
Yeah.
These are for your prayers.
For my prayers.
For prayers that you need for the Lord.
Okay.
Travel.
Okay. For me to write prayers. Oh, okay.
You ask and
Okay.
relay that message to them.
Okay. Great. And then vice versa, if they have things. Okay. Good. No. I'm good. How's the broadcast? How are things going?
The other one had a slide.
They're mounting in the word that happens to the street.
Yeah.
So
No problem. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good.
do you want another hand number at all?
No, yeah, they seem to be okay. I'm okay for now, but probably in a little bit we'll get another one.
Well, that was serendipitous.
Yeah, and I'd like to be ready for those kind of moments when they, when they happen. That's great. Yes, camera etiquette.
Good on talking points.
I can review. Probably thinking through how we can have the itinerary with the talking points easily accessible. Maybe we could put them on a clipboard, and then I can just refer, because I always like to know who's next. And then, but if there's any particular ones that you want me to highlight, just every once in a while, you can either hold it up or slip me something.
Yeah, I mean, for this, we're talking about the key narrative and then the reminders about the whole. So it would be these 2 pages.
Yep, yep. Yeah, that's staying warm. How does that look? I'm going to eventually set up my computer because I'm curious about the production.
It's amazing.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Uh, wondering about the lighting at night. Um, and actually, in my office desk here, and then the one against the wall, I have I have an outdoor camera light there. That's that can be used, and so if you could grab it. I mean, we don't need it like immediately, but just something to think about. We could do. All right, I think that's going to work. Yes, sir.
Check with somebody that's not in the shot.
We,
Not in the shot, but
yeah, yeah. It's okay.
you won't mind if it's in the shot a little bit as long as it's a little warmer.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that should be good. Let's just,
You can hang on to it. Sit
well,
here.
let's put it on and put it on high for now, and we'll see how it is. Yeah, I see it. Yep.
So we're gonna get Dr. Bullock out here, and then we'll do KDK and then Pastor Donnie. So you'll have 3 back to back.
Okay.
Do you need anything? Do you
Uh,
need me to take that?
Probably should have maybe a little trash can or something there. It'd be nice, and then we'll go from there. QB. Good. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on such a frigid day here. About an hour, about an hour right now. Yesterday I was out for about an hour and a half. We were testing everything, and so we had to make some adjustments, but we're okay. I have many layers on. In fact, I was hot inside, so I'm good. I'm more concerned about you guys coming in and getting cold, so we'll keep it short and brief, but one of the things I wanted to talk about was that student that ended up being homeless. That was
Testing,
that you
testing.
saw one time, and we could just kind of talk about that story.
Testing.
I think that's a way for people to understand.
Okay. My fingers are a bit cold. Okay, there you go, sir. And you can put this in your pocket. You'll be
One
good.
second. How you doing?
Fine, how are you?
I'm doing great. All right, there you go.
All right, you're good to go, sir.
Okay. Well, we are here joined with Dr. Bullock from Community College of Allegheny County, and It's a good friend and neighbors right up the street. So welcome to the bench.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here and experience firsthand what it's like to be outside in the cold for any length of time.
Yeah. Somebody was mentioning earlier, if you're listening to the news or you're listening to places, they'll say, well, on a day like today, stay inside, don't go out. But if a person doesn't have a home, what do they do when they hear that warning? And so we decided that we would keep this going because we want to remind people there are people that don't have that option.
Absolutely. And many of our students may not have that option.
Yes.
And we work with all students and connected them with navigators.
Yes.
And our navigators are staff that help us align and connect our students with available services.
Yes.
And student housing is one of them.
Okay.
Food insecurity.
Yes.
Assistance with mental health, counseling, etc.
Yes.
So we are a true supporter of students, regardless of how they come to us. We make every effort to connect them to the services that they need to be successful, not only within the institution, but also on their day-to-day lives.
Day-to-day lives. Well, I know that some people might be surprised about those additional services that are there, but for us, we know that because we experience it with our clients. Many of our clients, their success story includes becoming a student there, because once they get back on their feet, they begin thinking about their future. And for many of them, going to community college is a way for them to start that next step. And so thank you for the work that you do in order to make education accessible to so many people.
And that's the real intent of community colleges. Community is part of community. And it's our commitment to ensure that we connect with the community and provide the services or connect our students to the community resources that can assist them.
Yes. And not only are we neighbors and involved in that continuum of care, but years ago I went to community college. So I became a paramedic, and my EMT portion was at community college. So it's part of my educational background.
Excellent. EMT paramedics is one of our strongest programs that we've been doing, not only in Allegheny County, but taking the training outside of the county to connect the communities to ensure that they also have a skilled workforce.
Yes. For so many people, that's really the difference. It's like, how can you find a living, a trade, so that you can have earnable rate, a wage that can make sure that you have a place to stay and you can keep up with the bills. And for many people, they have to go through some kind of training. And I love that there are actually some programs that you have employers that are already committed, that once a student graduates, they have a job. All they have to do is be diligent to complete their training, and they have options. And so it's so important for people to know that those options are out there.
Absolutely. And it varies from various career fields, from a certificate to the associate's degree, or even a recognized credential for a specific industry.
Yeah.
One of the things that we do is we have advisory boards that work with the various disciplines to connect with our faculty and to ensure that what we teach is aligning to the competencies and the skill sets that they're looking for our graduates.
Yes.
We also work with business and industry to develop externships.
Wow.
So as a part of their learning experience, they're able to demonstrate their skills while still going through their education through an externship. So once they finish their credential, the employer has firsthand knowledge of the readiness of our students.
Wow, that's great.
And there's such a great chance that that employee will offer CCAC graduate the job.
Right.
This can be from healthcare to advanced manufacturing, information technology, culinary arts, the trades, EMT, paramedics, and the list goes on.
Yeah.
So we offer almost 130 programs in various career areas. And by coming through the community college, not only is this a great high quality institution, we value our students, and we make every effort to ensure that students can afford access.
Yes.
And we assist them in getting connected to the resources, completing the free application for student aid,
Yes.
applying for scholarships,
Yep.
providing access to work study,
Okay.
and assisting in externships and part-time jobs that we have available at the college. 81% of our students graduate debt-free.
Wow. 81%
81% of our students graduate
graduate
debt-free.
debt-free. Wow.
That's significant.
That is significant.
And then not only is it that significant, when we look at the investment that the college has made with the support of Allegheny County and the state of Pennsylvania in providing the resources for the college to be able to offer high demand, high priority programs,
Right.
such as in our new Center for Education, Innovation, and Training on our Northside campus,
Yes.
where we have a first-class, state-of-the-art culinary institute
Wow.
that trains students to be chefs or
Yes.
work in the food industry. A new baking and pastry laboratory where students learn to bake from start to finish.
Yes.
Advanced manufacturing, automation, robotics, cybersecurity, network security,
Yeah.
3D printing. All of the above, each aligned with specialized certifications that ladder into an associate's degree. And if you desire to go beyond CCAC, we created articulation agreements where our students can continue on to our four-year college universities to complete their bachelor's degree
Wow.
and beyond.
Yes, yes. I had the privilege of touring that facility, and it is state of the art, and it prepares us. I know there's a lot of attention on AI and on technology here in Pittsburgh, and through community college. You're really giving people the opportunity to get involved in that on the ground floor so that they can be a part of this changing economy for us here in Pittsburgh. So.
Absolutely.
Well, I know it's we're wrapping up here at the end, but I told you at the beginning I wanted to make sure that that we talked about the one of the earliest memories I remember as talking when I first began to take this position was about students. And somebody earlier was saying, what are some of the stigma around homelessness? And I said, well, one of the stigmas that exist has to do with the profile that comes to mind when people think of homeless. They think of the person with the sign on the street corners. But actually, we know students are homeless. You know, women and children is the fastest growing population. We know older adults are homeless. And when I mentioned that, you told me a story about a student that was around late at night when you were coming out of a meeting. You had a chance to talk, and then later on you saw him early in the morning. And I told that story for years, and then last year you gave me an update that you followed that student. And so I was just wondering if you could share that story and talk about where that student is now.
Yeah, we had a young man, and I'll keep his name out.
Yes.
Who was taking classes in one of our campuses, and he got involved with our Men of Merit program, which is a program that supports men at the college.
Okay.
It's a peer mentoring program. Through that, we have an opportunity to take a number of students to an annual conference that brings students from other colleges from across various community colleges together. And they focus on leadership development, skill development, career exploration, and bonding.
Yes.
Through that experience, this student became so connected. And through that, he also revealed some other things that no one was aware of.
Okay.
And that was that he had been living in a homeless shelter.
Wow.
But that experience in this institute, Men of Character Student Leadership Institute, turned on a flicker.
Wow.
Gave him a different motivation, where he was completely transformed from being a low-performing student to become a high-performing student, where he graduated with honors from CCAC and transferred to the University of Pittsburgh into the social work program, where he finished his degree as a social worker. And the last I heard, he was working as a social worker here in the Pittsburgh region.
So good.
But my point is, that gives another example of how You recognize a student.
Yes.
You connect them to the resources.
Yes.
And not only was he connected within the school, he was then connected with getting housing, connecting to food, getting other supportive services that he needed through the assistance of the college staff.
Yes.
And that was one of the motivating factors that also helped us introduce the position navigator. Because that position is designed to help navigate persons through various access resources that they may or may not be aware of or know how to access.
Right, right. Wonderful story. Thank you. And again, the part of what emphasizes that is, which is part of your name, is community.
Absolutely.
So if that student would have stayed in isolation, he would not have been able to have moved forward. But you created a community, you had those men of excellence around, and in that community you could find success. So that's one of the things that we're hoping that as we think about those who are experiencing housing insecurity now, that they know that there's a place where they can go to find community and to find hope. So, yes.
You know, I'm going to see if I can reach out and connect with this student, and there may be an opportunity for them to come and talk to other
Yes.
representatives here in the Light of Life
Yes.
to share how it motivated him to
Yes.
achieve his goals.
We would love to have him or others. Almost every graduation, we give an opportunity for the graduates to give their story, and almost every one, Dr. Bullock, there's one that is a graduate
Of CC.
or they're enrolled in CCAC. And so it's just a part of our fabric. So again, thank you for being such a great community partner. Thank you for braving the cold and coming out here today. And just keep up the good work. Let us know how we can continue to work together.
Absolutely. Thank you for the partnership.
Yes, thank you again. All right,
All right.
thank you. And they'll take care of you over there with your microphone. We just love the fact that we're partners with CCAC and that they are able to help with so many people find a new career path. And so again, Dr. Bullock is just wonderful to come out and be a part of us and be a part of this change. Hey, doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm Davey from KDK. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Got something a little nice?
Yeah. It's not as bad.
No,
So I
it's
need a mic to drop it down the
Yeah,
back,
if you
or
don't mind.
yeah. I have so many layers. It's
Oh, I know that feeling. That's like, put this right.
I'll just let you do it.
Yeah, you know, it's like you think I'm a trained professional.
I have two gloves on, and so
Look, I got the same thing.
yeah.
Can I? Oh, son of a gun.
Just put it in a pocket.
Hold on. I think my batteries are. It's so cool. My batteries died on this thing right before I.
Oh boy. Well, better to do it now
Yeah.
than later.
Son of a gun. I apologize.
Two.
2 hours. Okay.
I think we're two.
Okay.
It's kind of running together already. So
I know that feeling.
yeah, it's not too bad, Michael. Actually, it feels pretty good, Michael. Actually, yeah. It definitely does not have the bite, in it. Yeah. And I can feel this one. I can feel it on my face. Yeah, that's a good one. That infrared. I don't know if they could, but I can. Yeah, yeah. Just a little bit towards them. Yeah. I have one. The bamboo one? Yeah. I didn't just buy it, but the bamboo one?
Ricky, can I have your mic, please? Yeah.
No. It's called Bamboo is the brand. Thought it was in my office. I can use that in the meantime. Yeah. It's just a little thicker and a little.
We're just going to use a wire because I think it's just too cold. I don't know what's going on with all these.
Yeah, that could be it.
I don't want to be wasting all your time. I apologize for invading your space.
No, that's okay.
Here you go, sir. Now you can just sit down and fix your jacket, do whatever you got to do.
Oh, let me. Here we go.
Nice. There you go. Perfect. You can just sit down,
Okay.
sir, and I'll plug you in once I get everything situated. Just sit down there for now.
Okay.
I was just at the Palisades last week. It was crazy.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why it's slow.
Oh, good. Probably is the cold. Okay.
I apologize for all this probably not working properly.
No problem at all.
Ricky Sayer.
Hey, Ricky. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Glad you could join us.
Absolutely. So what? This is hour 2. This is
Yes,
Is
two
hour 2?
going into 3.
2 going into 3.
Yeah.
For other people, well, I guess people are watching this live.
Yes. They're watching it. It's on
Watching live.
YouTube as well as Facebook.
To the people at home who have been, I guess watching. I'm Ricky. I'm a reporter with KDK.
Yes.
Watching as we've been setting up here, seeing how we make TV work, which sometimes takes longer. Which
And
sometimes
did you give him a mic as well? For
yeah,
us?
I have a mic.
You for us?
Yeah, they had a mic on you.
Okay.
I guess we both have 2 mics.
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. Okay, good.
Yeah. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
1 2 5 5 4 3. Testing 1 2.
1 2 3 1 2 3. Yes, 1 2 3 1 2 3. 1 2 3 4. Light of Life Rescue Mission. Jarrell Gilliam. It's stretching all of us, isn't it?
Yes, it kind of just sums up today, you know what I mean?
It is, it is.
Cool. He'll let me know when we're rolling.
All right. That's what light looks like.
All right. Tell me your name and how to spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is Jarrell Gilliam. I'm Jerrel Gilliam, Gilliam, Executive Director, Light of Life Rescue Mission.
And what is your role? Oh, you just said it.
Yes.
Perfect. Tell me first of all, where are we right now and what you have going on?
Well, this is the beginning of 24 hours on a bench with me. It's a conversation. We're here at outside of our Ridge facility, Ridge Recovery Place, and we're going to be holding space for 24 hours of conversations around homelessness and addiction, and trying to think and imagine what it means to be good neighbors here in Pittsburgh.
So it is in the single digits right now.
Yes.
Why is it still worth doing this?
Well, we are a part of a national, actually international network of rescue missions. And so there are 12 other rescue missions in the United States and Canada that are out at the same time. It just happens to be that we're here in Pittsburgh when we're doing this. But we considered canceling it. But the idea was we realized the people who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have the option of canceling when they're going to be out in the weather. And so so we decided to keep it going. Now, we always have safety first. We have a nurse that's on staff here. We also said that if it gets too cold, I'm going to go in and warm up. But for those who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have that option. So so we wanted to keep it going because we think the awareness is worth the inconvenience of the weather.
Let's talk about what do people who are experiencing homelessness experience on a daily basis, a nightly basis?
Yes, yes. Well, a lot of times when people think of a day like this, they think of the cold. And they think of wow, a person is out in that cold. And yes, the cold is bad. And on days like this, it can be life-threatening. But when you talk to people who are actually experiencing homelessness, what is the most painful part of being homeless is the isolation. It's being invisible in the middle of a community. It's people who walk by them who won't even look them in the eye and give them humanity. And that's one of the things we're hoping to raise awareness is that when somebody is experiencing homelessness, they still are a part of our community. And we're hoping that the message that Mr. Rogers shared of Pittsburgh, that we should always be good neighbors to everyone, whether they're experiencing homelessness or not. And we're wanting people to realize that the weather or hunger is one part of it, but the isolation is the thing that takes away hope from people.
I'm curious when you talk about people experiencing homelessness feeling isolated or invisible.
Yeah.
For many people, the time that they are interacting with people who are experiencing homelessness is when maybe someone's asking them, "Can you spare 50
Yes.
cents?" Something like that.
Yes.
A lot of people, they don't acknowledge them at all.
Right.
Even if you can't help them, does it matter so much to just acknowledge them or something like that?
Yes.
Is that kind of part of the idea there?
You're exactly right. We encourage people that to not just give money. We encourage them to consider buying them a meal or doing something like that if you can. Safety is always priority. But what I say is the most important thing is make eye contact. Even if the answer is no, it's just making eye contact, saying hello. You don't know how many times I've done that, and someone has said to me, "Thank you for just acknowledging me." And so we can always acknowledge their humanity, always be nice and considerate and kind, whether we're giving them something or not.
Let's switch gears to just talking about this whole setup here. First of all, are you cold right now?
I'm not. I can certainly feel the wind that is cold, but I have many layers on, and I'm going on 2 hours, going into 3, and I'm okay. I haven't needed a break yet, so I'm good.
Is this something that you've done before?
No, I have not. But we're a part of this network of rescue missions. There's 320 rescue missions in the United States and Canada. And there's been about 3 or 4 other rescue missions that have done this for 24 hours. And they've found that it's a great time to have a community conversation. So we wanted to join in. There's 13 others. Well, we're the 13, so there's 12 others that are doing it at this exact time on all the time zones going across our country.
What are some of the conversations that you've had with folks?
Well, we just had a chance to talk to Dr. Bullock from Community College. We talked to Clearview. They are part of our network of volunteers as well as donors here. They're partners with us during the Steelers season. Craig Wolfley, former Steeler and announcer, he was with us and joining us. We have some people who are going to be joining us who have experienced homelessness, and they're going to be sharing about their experience as well. And so we're going to be here.
What questions do folks ask?
One, they want to know about why we're doing this and still doing this, but they're also interested in what are ideas that we can bring and learn to understand homelessness better. And I love that because it means that we're curious and we're wanting to understand, and that's what the goal is.
When it gets cold, this cold, there are people who are experiencing homelessness that are still out in tents, correct?
Yes, and we're encouraging them to come in. If you know of anybody who's out there who are still in a tent, when it gets down to this kind of weather, people can die. And so we have an outreach team. People can go to lightoflife.org. You can see our phone number there. If you know of somebody, invite them to come in. You can always call our outreach team. We'll actually go to them and try to encourage them to come. Operation Safety Net is also out there. They're part of Pittsburgh's Mercy. Allegheny County Department of Human Services, they have people as well. So there are multiple agencies that are out there with the same message. Don't be out there in the cold. Come and get help. And Light of Life is one of the places they can come.
How did you get into doing this?
Many years ago, my parents, they modeled giving back. And so they were the ones that introduced me to Light of Life. We would come serve meals and help out as a volunteer. Over time, I have felt a calling to urban ministry and helping people who are dealing with various challenges in our urban centers. And I started out as a volunteer in Light of Life, began working as a counselor, and have worked in many positions, but now I get to serve as the executive director for the best staff, volunteers, and donors in the world.
Why is doing something like this fulfilling?
Well, when you see the graduates, when you see the people who at one point didn't have hope, now they have hope. When you see the fact that now they have families or their marriages have been reunified and they're moving on, that's what makes it worth it. To see hope where they were hopeless, to see homes where they were homeless, it's worth the struggle. What I'm doing here is going to end, and I know that I'm going to be in a warm bed tomorrow this time. People are experiencing homelessness. They don't know what's going to be the next day. And so I just like to emphasize, I am not in any way trying to say that I'm experiencing homelessness or experiencing what it's like. I am not. I have lots of support around me. But for those who are experiencing homeless, we hope that they will know that there's hope and there's a community that cares, and that here in Pittsburgh, we're working so that everyone will have a place.
So let me just make sure I understand this, right? So you're not saying that what you're doing here is you're doing this to show this is what it's like. You're doing this to have the conversations.
Yes.
Kind of like it's talking. I understand. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Because some people might think, oh, you're experiencing it for a day, and no, that's actually an insult to those who are experiencing it. One of the worst parts of being homeless, like I said before, was about isolation. But the other thing is the stress and the trauma of not knowing where your next meal is going to be, where you're going to be staying. I don't have any of those stresses on me. And so it's an insult to think that, oh, I'm experiencing it for a day. No, I'm not. And we want to let people know that we're here for them.
This is something that can grab attention in terms of just to have those conversations.
Yes. And we're hoping that the dialogue continues, not only for us, but for others, and to think about what can we do, what can you do in your community to help people who are experiencing homelessness to make it another day. And how can we be more kind, more neighborly?
I guess from talking about this, I'm thinking about how in terms of telling the story, you have even things here that, yes, you're going to be outside for 24 hours.
Yeah.
But you have people around you. You have multiple things here that's keeping you warm.
Yes.
You have a cup of coffee. It looks, or tea.
Tea. Yeah. Yeah.
It's completely different from what people are who are experiencing homelessness.
Yes. That isolation, that trauma. That's where stress. You can't go to sleep at night because you're not sure, are you safe or not? We've talked to mothers with children staying in a car, and the mother can't sleep because she's not sure who's going to come up to the car next. And we don't have any of that. We have security around here, and we have people here. And so, being homeless is a very traumatic event on top of a life that's been traumatic that has led them there. And so that's why we need more people around us.
Damien, anything from you?
A couple. Do you have an estimate? Do you have maybe an estimate of maybe how many homeless people are actually in the Pittsburgh area?
Yes.
Which ones are maybe tents versus actually in the shelters? Anything like that?
Yeah, I don't have all of the breakdown of that, but on Allegheny County's website, we have a system called Point in Time Survey where they try to identify people who are experiencing homelessness. Here in Pittsburgh, we're hovering right around the 1,000 number that are on that point in time. However, we know that historically the point in time underestimates the actual number. What we think is that the actual number is about 3 times the amount of the point in time because you just can't identify people by walking around trying to count them. And so we have about 1,000 that are on that point in time. A couple of hundred that again have been identified as being unsheltered, so not in shelters. Again, we think that number is about 3 times that amount because it's hard to capture all of that in a point in time survey.
And while you're doing this, the individuals that work here, are they going out looking for maybe some tent people?
Yes.
I don't know how to describe it.
Yes, yes, yes.
10 cities.
Yes.
Are you actually trying to bring people in?
Right. Yes. Yes. We have an outreach team, and we do this all the time. So yes, on days like this, they have rounds, and they're going to the encampments, the place where the homeless are. They're encouraging them to come in, and we're also trying to offer them some basic resources. And so those are great. Those are great activities that we're doing here. Now we also have a day center that is open 7 days a week. So we also want people to know that there's always a place for someone to come in our city. They can sit in there. I was over there before I came on the bench, and we had about 40 people who were in there charging their phones, watching TV, being in a warm environment. There's also a network right now of warming centers around the county that Allegheny County has helped to organize. We're one of the warming centers, and so there's always a place for someone to go. No one has to be outside, and so that's the message we want to get out today.
My last question, because as I was moving stuff around, I felt a punch.
Okay.
Camera. Can I have your name? Can you spell it in your title, please, just to be safe?
Yes. My name is Jarrell Gilliam. That's Jerrel. Gilliam, Gilliam, and I'm the Executive Director of Light of Life Rescue Mission.
And again, to make sure I have it, how does this compare to what people who are experiencing homeless are experiencing?
It doesn't compare at all. I am out in the cold, but we have heaters around. The cameras may not see it, but there are heaters around that are warming up this space. There's a tent around that's keeping the wind off. So it's warmer than it is for those that are homeless. Also, the other thing is there's always people with me for 24 hours. There's going to be at least 3 to 5 people with me. Somebody who's experiencing homelessness, they're isolated and alone. I know that tomorrow I'll be in a bed. They don't know what tomorrow where they're going to be. And that brings stress and trauma to them, which I don't have. So this is nothing like those who are experiencing homelessness.
To be clear, is that a big point that you're trying to make with this? That this
Yes.
is nothing like the attention grabber is you have this guy, he's going to be outside for 24 hours.
Yeah.
But that's not to say that's anything like.
Right.
I understand.
And what we're saying is by looking at us, we're saying, now think about people who are truly suffering. This is not suffering. They are suffering. And as a city, Mr. Rogers had this idea of being a place where we're good neighbors. And so we want to challenge us. Let's be good neighbors for everyone. And I hope that some ideas are going to come when we are together here so that we can come up with better solutions of how to love our neighbors well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us and for highlighting what we're doing here today.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. I apologize for all the technical difficulties.
No problem.
Can you leave actually the loud mic on him so we can capture his conversation with other people?
Well, I'm gonna give me this thing. Can you hold that, please? What I'm gonna do, sir, is I'm just gonna get this ready.
Okay.
You can set this on the bench next to you.
Okay.
This is your mic. It is on. And you know what? No, I'll put it right here for you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. You good?
1, 2, 3.
You wanna
1,
put
2,
that in your
3.
pocket?
Yep. Go ahead.
And you are.
Williams next. Oh, Donnie. William was standing just here, and then Donnie came down. So, yes. Oh, thank you so much. Yes, yes. Well, thank you so much for coming. And man, we should mic you up. Can you say something real quick? Just sit down. Just sit down with us. We're gonna do an audible here.
So you can just hold this right here.
All right.
There you go.
And so, thank you for stopping by and for being here. One of the things I loved about when we've been together has been out in the community, trying to bring hope to people, and it's always good to be able to lock arms with you.
Yeah, when Jarrell, when you told me you were doing this, I'm down in West Virginia at work, but I wanted to be up here at least to say hello and thank you for what you do in the community and for what Light of Life does. And I'm just dressed to get out of the car and come over and say hello.
Yeah.
And it's freezing.
Yeah.
And I just can't imagine what everybody is going through. And I thank you. I thank the organization for all you do to help those who need help. And loved working with you when I was with Pittsburgh Police. And
yes.
Love seeing you at events now. And you're a role model to many. So thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. And I know that as you served as chief, we had a chance to be involved in a lot of different activities out there. But one of the things that we're trying to emphasize here is the importance of community.
Yep.
And when there are people who are experiencing homelessness, a lot of times they are isolated. So we're just letting them know that there are others that are out there. And so I know you got to get going here. Thank you for just stopping by and
thank you.
And saying hi and thank you for locking arms with us.
Yes,
and,
absolutely.
And
always.
And have a safe trip back to West Virginia.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks again for joining. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't have much, but whatever I have is yours.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right.
We will can put that in for the rest for this day. And have a good day. Thank you. Okay, let's put this maybe in there.
And if you maybe want to make an announcement on, we're still accepting donations. Our donation tent's actually full right now, so we've been getting donations.
Okay.
Just thanking the donors.
Okay. Well, we want to thank our donors for giving to us. We actually have a donation tent that's here next door, and people can drop off supplies as well as donations. And we thank the chief for giving a donation here and stopping by to see us. You can also participate in the chat, and you can ask questions. We're really hoping that there'll be a dialogue here where people will be able to share with each other ideas of being a good neighbor for those who are experiencing homelessness. I also saw that we had 17 viewers that were joining us, so just thank you for joining us and being a part of this time. I hope you just continue to be with us here. So we are now going to be bringing in a good friend, a pastor in our community, a person who has served on our board for many years, a person who's been a good friend of mine and an encourager, Pastor Donnie. And so he'll be coming on here very soon. Ready? Well, welcome, Pastor Donnie. Whoop, I got you. We have another microphone down here, so I was trying to keep that. But thank you for joining us. Thank you for being with us. That's our camera right there, so it's good to be with you. Thank you for coming and seeing us here. Please have a seat here.
Been looking forward to it, Jarrell.
Yeah.
I've been away too long.
Yeah, yeah. Well, one of the things we were talking about is that on a day like today, where it's so cold, we want those who are experiencing homelessness to realize that there's a community for them.
Yes.
And Light of Life has represented that, and you've been a part of that story. So can you talk about that and just why community is so important?
I seen a gentleman yesterday, if I may.
Yeah.
He was so cold.
Wow.
He was just rocking. I was in traffic, so I couldn't stop. I couldn't give him money or anything. So I started praying, Lord, just get him off the street. Get him somewhere indoors. I mean, I could tell he was just excruciating. My relationship with Light of Life, as you know, began about 40 years ago. You know, as a client. After becoming a client, you know, that really woke something up in me about the need to serve. I started at that point. I became a worker. I became a staff member at Light of Life. That furthered the fact that God needs more. God needs more. And I went to ACAC, but my relationship still with Light of Life didn't end there, because for 19 years I was on the board of directors, and we still serve. It is such a needed ministry. One of the things that I need to see more of is the fear leave, the fear factor. People are so afraid. They see someone, you know, oh, don't roll the window down. Oh, keep moving, keep walking, you know. And it should be the opposite of that. How can I help? What do you need? Where can I send you? We have resources, and we partner, of course, with the Light of Life ministry at ACAC. We hire clients once they go through the program, you know. And we do Bible studies there with clients. So it's a huge need, and this, I think, is so important. You've been out here all day, brother. I've been praying for you since this morning, man, Barbie.
Thank you.
Because people don't understand. Yeah, we have these heaters. You know, we have all these coats and all these gloves and everything on. But these clients and these others out here that aren't so fortunate to find themselves in circumstances, sometimes not of their own doing.
That's right.
You know, they find themselves in circumstances where they have to live on the streets. You know. It's cold today. It's bitter cold. When I go down through a river and I see folk, you know, if I have something, it could be a meal or anything, I just roll the window down and give it.
Here you go,
You know, we give financially because the mission, the work that we do is getting greater and greater each and every day. There are more people in need. There are more people, and then people are now, the percentage, I'm not sure the percentage, but folks in their 60s. With children losing their homes.
That's true.
With nowhere to go.
You
know, that shouldn't be happening. That's not God. That's not what God wants.
You know, Pastor Donnie, at our, you know, we have that our emergency services building. And it opened a couple years ago, and we always said the fastest growing population is women with children. However, more recently, we've been seeing older adults showing up there now. People in their 60s or 70s or 80s. And they don't have a mental health history. They don't have drug and alcohol history. But they just could not afford to stay in their apartments anymore. And they're kicked out and don't have a place to stay. So there is a statistic that population is expected to, about 30% of those experiencing homelessness are older adults, over 60, and that number is expected to triple in the next 5 years.
And then we just started seeing that, in the last 4 or 5 years, maybe? If it was that long?
That's
you know? And a lot of them, they cannot afford to stay in their homes anymore. They have children, no Medicare, no insurance, no income. Where do they go? How do we help? How do we serve them? I have people that come to the church, and you know, I do pastoral care and congregational care, so I deal with the community. You know.
And
every week.
And every week you have to deal with that.
Every week. You know.
And I know a lot of the senior centers or senior high-rises, they're full.
They're full.
A long waiting list.
And they're not just a waiting list, but some of these places here, you got to come off with stuff to even be eligible to get in. Now you're coming with children with no income. No financial resources. What happened to come in?
Yes.
See, that's what Light of Life does.
Right.
Come on in, Mike.
Yes.
You know,
Right.
we're going to help. We're here to serve.
Yeah.
You know, for me, as I get older, Jarrell, I tell you, it's just more and more, my focus is on God and God's people and kingdom growth.
That's right.
And if I'm not doing that in that way, then I'm not doing what He's called me to do.
Yes, yes.
You know, I'm 72. I'll be 73 years old in a month. You know, and I just want to see God's kingdom continue to grow. I want to see people and families come to Christ. I want to be available to help those that find themselves in a need, find themselves in a hopeless situation.
Yes, yes.
Because it could be any one of us at any moment.
Any time, that's
at
right.
Any moment, we could be the ones out there not sitting here.
Wow, that's good. You know, Pastor Donnie, I was just thinking about how faith is so important in what we do and what you do, and some people might question that or don't understand that, but I know even for recovery services, there's understanding that there's a God that gives us power that we don't have. And so if you were explaining that, why is that so important? Like in ANA, they'll even talk about how you have to have God in your life in order to give you the power to do what you can't do on your own.
By grace.
Grace,
through faith.
Yeah.
Faith is your strength.
Yeah.
Grace God gives you.
Yes.
You know, if you have that grace and rely on your faith,
yes,
and trust in the fact that He'll never leave you,
yes,
He'll never forsake you.
Right.
He'll uphold you and lift you up with His righteous right hand. He'll care for you.
Yes.
You have to believe that, and you have to live in that.
Yes, yes.
Even when you're faced with trials and tribulations, which we all are.
Yes.
I deal with this every day, and the one thing I'm telling people, do you believe that He can do what He said He can do?
Yeah.
Because, see, I'm a living witness that He can do what He said He can do.
Yes, yeah.
You know. So I encourage you, you can't do it alone.
Yes.
You know. You're not going to make it on your own. That's why Light of Life Ministries is where they're at. Allegheny Center Alliance Church, the other shelters and stuff around the city that coordinate with what we do. It's so important. Don't walk it alone because you're not going to make it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there are so many options out there now. And on a night like tonight, no one has to be alone. So
Nobody.
We're encouraging people, please get in, out of the cold area.
Shelter.
Seek shelter, yes.
This is no joke.
Yeah, yeah. People can die.
People can die.
Yeah. And so our outreach team is out there. I know there are other organizations and ministries that are going to tents and trying to get people out. Dr. Jim Withers, he'll be with us later. He did a post yesterday where he was able successfully to talk somebody out of a tent and come in and get help.
Praise God.
And that's what we're trying to do every day, trying to encourage people to come and to get the help that they need. Well, again, thank you for coming by.
That's serving.
And one last thing, community is something we're trying to emphasize. We often say the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community.
Community.
And it's about being together. We need a we. And so I'm hoping that as we have these conversations that people will realize you don't have to do this alone.
And I made it a point before I came here to make sure that our staff, those that are in the building now, tune into YouTube.
Okay.
Pull up Light of Life Rescue Mission so you can see the word of mouth.
Yes,
is important. It's a great tool.
Yes.
And in our community, in our church, you know, people want to help.
Yes.
They want to help.
Yeah. Well, as Pastor Donnie said, if you have YouTube or Facebook and you're watching this, please pass it along to your family members, your people members in your church. Tell them to tune in because when we drive the viewers up, it also drives the story. And the story isn't about me. It's not about what's going on here. The story is about those who are homeless, those who are hungry, those who need help. We want them to know that there is hope.
There's hope.
And if we can, by doing this, bring a little bit of hope to them, then it's worth it.
Amen. It sure is. Amen.
So thank you for your years of service on our board.
Amen.
Your encouragement to me you know, brother, I've needed
We
it.
go back.
You've had just the right words for me,
Yeah.
and I just thank you for that. Please say hello to Barb and the
And
family.
to your wife as
Yes,
well.
I will. She'll be joining me later on. So stay warm, and
Amen.
thank you for seeing
and
us
I can
here.
say the same to you, brother.
Okay.
I bless you so much for doing this, Terrell.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
All right.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Stay warm.
All right. Thank you. Well, that's our Pastor Don. He's such a good friend and supporter of the mission for so long. And so I'm so happy you could come and be with us. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we'll check in. Thank you. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you for everything, Michael. You have a great team. Hi.
Just someone that reads all your emails and
Oh,
makes small contributions from time to time when I can.
well, thank you so much for coming by.
No, I
Thank you.
just thought this was such an interesting concept, so I wanted to just stop by and see what it was all about.
Oh, okay.
See the facility and
Yeah.
thank you.
Well, thank you.
Most importantly, thank you.
Well, thank you. We could not do this without the donors and the volunteers and those that help us to do this. It truly is a community, and also want you to know that you are part of the story of the people who are changing their lives. So
Very small comments.
yeah, but thank you for doing that. We're hoping that this is going to help to raise awareness around homelessness and addiction, and also that people will know that we are here, even on a cold night like tonight. We have an outreach team that's trying to encourage people to come in, and so we hope there'll be some good ideas that'll come out of it. So how did you first connect with us here at Light of Life?
I guess mostly just, the name recognition. I mean, it's kind of hard not to live in Pittsburgh and not be aware.
So this is where you're from?
I'm born and raised.
Okay.
I've left a couple of times, but like most people, I've come back.
Come back, right?
But Light of Life Rescue Mission is a big part of this community. Like I said, it's somewhat synonymous with Pittsburgh. It's kind of hard to be a native and not know about it.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
You guys touch and reach a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, thank you for taking that step from knowing to getting involved and to helping us, and thank you for coming to this and being a part of the atmosphere that's here.
I just thought this was such a wonderful idea.
Yeah.
Truly. I hope it gets a lot of attention. I hope it gets the word, and I hope it's something that you do again.
Yes. Well, there's a plan to do this again in October on Homelessness Day. And today we have 12 other rescue missions across the country that are also on benches. And so we are just one of them.
Sue was telling me about the whole idea.
Yeah. So we're hoping that what we learn here we'll be able to duplicate later. So.
Well, I appreciate everything that you do. I read all your emails.
Oh, well, thank you.
That's how I knew about this.
I wonder if people read those or not.
I think people do.
Well, thank you.
I even save them.
Okay, well, good. Thank you.
But yeah, no, I think people do read them. So it's good for you to know that, right?
Yes, it is. It is. Every
I
once
didn't
in a while.
think about that.
Yeah.
That in itself is a gift here, and somebody reads your
Yeah, that's right. It is a gift. It is a gift.
Well, again, thank you for everything that you do.
Thank
Truly.
you.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Stay warm.
Okay, yeah, I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that, but.
Yeah. Yeah, it is getting low.
What would you like?
Let me take a just tea. Yeah.
Just the lemon mint. Do you want honey in it?
Yeah.
Do you need any warmers or anything? I forgot about your chair. I'll go and get that.
The chair. Yeah. Yes, that and the thing that was in your office is like the warmer that it sits on. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I think you got to take it out of the box, but it'll be good.
Yeah, so Trina Levin's here, so they might, join, but Sean is up next, and he's just running a few minutes behind, so.
Okay. What? Okay. All right, Gigi. Welcome, Gigi. Oh, I was wondering what happened to the plant. Did you see that?
Yeah.
It was almost a major thing.
Oh, it's a fern. We need the fern.
Yes. Yes, it kind of makes us think of warmth.
I'm showing. Jarrell?
Yes. Hey, Gigi.
Oh, I'm not going to be sitting with you. I'm going to be back.
Okay.
So I got to be in the.
Yeah, but.
But let me. No, I do this so that you don't have to do anything.
Okay.
You're going to spin around.
Okay.
Pardon my touch.
It's okay. I have so many layers, I can't feel anything anyway.
I'll get that. You stay up. Stay up, Jarrell.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead and sit down. Do you need this thing too?
Yes, I think so. You know what? Can you
Yeah, yeah.
just put that on?
Absolutely.
I'm doing okay, yeah. I have lots of layers.
How do you pronounce your name?
It's Jarrell Gilliam, Gillim.
And you'll just look right here at me.
Okay.
So tell me a little bit. I know I'm kind of far away, but I'm not.
That's
on
okay.
TV, so they don't know who I am.
Yeah.
Talk to me about. Did you come up with this idea?
We are a part of an international network called Citygate, and so there are 320 rescue missions in the United States and Canada, and there's a couple of executive directors that have done this in their cities. So on this day, there are 13 other rescue missions that are holding conversations on a bench, and so we scan from here all the way to California.
What are you hearing
Yeah. Yeah, we've had about 5 or 6 conversations. One of the things that is coming out is trying to understand about the stigma around homelessness. We're trying to also think of ideas of how we can be more loving and neighborly, like Mr. Rogers, for people who are here in Pittsburgh. And then some are thinking of ideas on how they can support people who are experiencing homelessness. So it's been good. Yeah, here in the actual number is hard to know. On our county's website, we're hovering right around 1,000. There's a technique used called the point in time. And so we know that underestimates the actual number because it relies on people literally counting on one day how many homeless people there are. And you just can't identify homeless people. So like one of the fastest growing populations are women with children. So you may pass a woman with a stroller and not realize that she's homeless, or a college student. We have college students that are homeless. In Pittsburgh public schools, there are thousands of students that are registered in Pittsburgh public schools as being homeless. They may not be on the street, but they don't have permanent, stable housing, so they're bouncing from couch to couch. So there are thousands and thousands of people who are experiencing homelessness in our county, and we're hoping that this event will help raise awareness to the need, but also bring ideas and solutions.
Are you concerned with the new administration, with anything happening with getting finances, with homelessness and helping?
No, we as a mission, we are apolitical. So whichever administration is in, we're interested in engaging in a conversation, helping to advocate for those who are experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. And so, yeah, we're eager to have conversations, and we want to invite people to come and to see us. So we're interested in engaging in HUD and other agencies that are going to be helping.
How can people help out? We see when we're driving down the road, we usually throw bottles of water or hot hands and stuff to them. But what can society do to help?
Yeah.
Is there something that...
Well, one of the most important things that we say that we should do, and again, we've learned this from people who are experiencing homelessness, is that one of the most painful parts of being homeless isn't the weather, it's not the food, it's the being invisible in our society. That people they feel uncomfortable, they don't look at them, they don't engage. And so what we're saying and encouraging everybody to extend just human kindness and courtesy to everyone. Even if you're not able to give somebody something, just look at them, smile, nod your head. You'd be surprised how many times people have thanked me for just saying hi to them. And so we encourage people to do that. If you are going to give somebody something, we encourage to also include a resource with it. So we have on our website, you can print out resource cards that have phone numbers for places where they can go to get help, because you never know when they might decide, hey, I do want to get help. So we like leaving something with them. So we'll wrap that in a water bottle or around a granola bar so that you're not only giving them something to eat or drink, but you're also giving them a resource. We always want to connect hope with something that we are giving them. Yeah, I'm doing fine. I have lots of layers, and the thing is, for me, we have a nurse that's on staff, and safety is most important. And so when it gets too cold, I'm going to go inside and I'll warm up and come back out. This is not an endurance contest, and we also are saying we are also not saying that we're experiencing homelessness. This is not homelessness. I am not experiencing homelessness for 24 hours. Somebody who's truly homeless, they don't have support, so I'm going to always have people around me. We have heaters and other things here. A person living in a tent, they don't have those things. So it's an insult to compare what I'm doing to people who are actually experiencing homelessness. but we're hoping to raise the awareness, to share compassion and hope. And thank you for being a part of our conversation.
Welcome. Do you, do people still need, do they need coats and things such as
Yes, we have on our website a list of things that are needed, but everything you would imagine, coats, gloves, hats. We have a resource tent that's next to us, and I heard that it's already almost full, and so people can still come down and give. People can give cash donations as well or go online. But this is not a fundraiser. This is the purpose of this is to raise awareness, and we're hoping that by being here we can play a small part in that conversation within our county.
Thank you so much, Sherelle.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Very nice to meet
Yeah.
you. I have some stuff.
Okay.
Sorry, I have some clothes.
Excellent.
And I have, yeah, I always have like silverware.
Great. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So there's the tent is next door, so you can give it there, and then thank you so much for thinking of us. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, Gigi. Oh yes. Yeah, it'd be great. Yes. Take some.
I'm gonna put them on the table.
Yeah, yeah. So that I could refer to that. I just popped that off the microphone. It now is that one ours or the one from the news?
That doesn't look like ours.
Yeah, I think
They're coming back.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you need to snap that on. I don't. Yeah, I just knocked off. But I'm saying that this is
So is it right
theirs.
here or is it here?
It doesn't matter. It just fell and it came off. But yeah.
All right, we're working on your little chair. Do you have a power adapter at all? Because it's only a USB.
Yes, I do.
Is it up in your office?
A power adapter and a plug-in.
Because it's only, or it looks like a little iPhone. Do you know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, here it is.
Oh, great, no problem. I just want to get a couple of things here.
We were just saying that.
Yeah, I figured I'll let her do her thing and then I'll come back.
Okay. Yeah.
You got yourself a nice little setup here. I hope that's fake.
If you want to just scooch this, so we're still live streaming.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's right there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so if you just want to like scooch so they can see what's going on. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. No, you're good.
Yeah, I hope that's a fake plate.
Yeah, I don't think it would survive in the cold.
Did you plan to do this on the coldest day of the year?
No, did not. I think our average temperature is like 39. And so, yeah, if this was a typical January, this would be great. But it's definitely challenging. But people who are living in a tent are more challenged than we are. So.
You got it pretty good here with the heat.
Yeah.
What are some of these what are some of the conditions that like homeless people in general go?
Well, the social isolation is one of the things that are so difficult. Yes, being outside, having meals are all challenges, but so often the social isolation adds trauma to their already difficult lives. And so one of the things we're hoping to do here is just to raise awareness that we always want to create a community where people feel welcome, where people feel seen, and so we're encouraging that. Let everyone feel humanity, and as Mr. Rogers says, we should be good neighbors for everyone, and so we just want to be good neighbors. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have electricity. I have all these things around me, and for many of them, they don't have that. And so we do have a donation center that's open for people here on the side, but we also have a day center, and that's a place where people can come. They can charge their phone. They can be warm, have something to eat, and that's something that we have 7 days a week at our emergency services building. And so we're always, our doors are open. So. That's the USB.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah.
We about finished up with.
I think they're just getting some B-roll of some things.
Before I leave, can you have when I leave, I give people party gifts. I can have that microphone. Please.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you. Was it working okay? Yeah. Yeah.
But this little plug right here is the workhorse. It goes to everything. Stay warm.
All right, thank you.
It's a great thing you're doing.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for raising awareness. So you ready, William? Oh, Sean's coming.
Perfect.
Okay.
There you go, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Drew. How you doing?
Hello, good
how's
to see
everything?
you.
Good to see you. How you making out?
I'm doing well.
Yeah?
Thank you for joining us on this cold day.
Yeah, I got you. How many hours you been out?
I don't know. I don't know what time it is. 3 hours, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But they
Yeah.
got me all bundled up and
Yeah.
heated up, and
Yeah, I'm sure Shanna's hiding behind here somewhere. right?
yeah, she's always nearby.
Yeah, no question. That's good.
And she's taking over my office so she can work remote if she needs to.
Okay.
So are we good to go? Okay. So I'm here with Sean Taylor, and one of the things that we're doing is highlighting some of our community partners, and we're also hoping that while we have this time here, we can be thinking about solutions for homelessness and addiction. And part of solutions is finding affordable housing.
Right.
Part of it is also trying to find ways of recapturing housing stock that's no longer there. And I know that you all, you and your organization has been very committed, especially here in Pittsburgh and the Homewood area.
Yeah.
And so could you tell us a little bit about that and some of the things that you all are doing?
Yeah. No, hey, thanks for having us. I
Yeah.
appreciate this. And I just want to start off by saying that your passion is evident, and even undertaking something as unique as this, literally sitting out and putting yourself in the seat of people experiencing homelessness, and that means a lot.
Yeah.
You know, my whole thought was, you know, along the lines of how can we reduce the issue of lack of affordable housing, and also those affecting and experiencing homelessness. And the whole idea really was to recapture existing housing stock, revitalize that housing stock, and turn it into productive use.
Yes.
And certainly I can't think of a more productive use than filling the need for affordable housing. But above and beyond that, Jarrell, you know, my passion is not just the housing, but it's also the services that are associated with the housing.
Right.
And how can we make that more, you know, readily available to folks?
Right.
No one size fits all. And how can we have various partners?
Yes.
And so that's really the gist of it for us is taking blighted buildings, repurposing those blighted buildings back into affordable housing, and then adding wraparound services to it.
Right, right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, one of the things that we've had an opportunity to do is to go to other cities and to observe models that are actually working. And what you said is an ingredient of every successful one.
Okay.
And that is that with the housing is wraparound services. And what we've seen time and time again is when people just put someone in a house, you know, you'll hear this term, housing first, which, you know, sounds like, oh, that sounds good. Somebody's homeless, put them in a home.
Yeah.
But for the organization we're with, they estimate that for 25% of those experiencing homelessness, putting them straight into an apartment, they're able to do it successfully. But for 75%, they need some kind of supportive services, whether it's money management, budgeting, if they are in recovery, they need recovery support. Mental health is a major one, where they might need medication, counseling. And so what we found is if you put somebody in an apartment without those supports, often they'll get worse and they'll need more services. And so I know that was one of the things that I've been so impressed by. Your approach has been, you've been very much concerned with the wraparound services as well as the housing being recaptured.
Yeah, I mean, the two go together, right?
Right. Yeah,
you know, peanut butter and jelly, it has to work.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, for us, it's just good business for us,
right?
Because we're in the business of people, right? As much as we're in the business of housing, And to be able to take people and combine them with services makes for better tenants, right?
Yes.
Better tenants make better property management. Better property managers allow us to do more.
Yes.
If we're focused constantly on areas that are outside of our expertise, then we're not being as successful, and I can't duplicate myself.
Yeah.
I can't do more development.
Yeah.
And so, especially in the areas that I'm working in, the poorest community in Pittsburgh is Homewood.
Yeah.
And it's because of the disinvestment that Homewood has had over the years. Many folks, using the proverbial term, get dropped off and
Yes.
forgotten about.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't necessarily make a lot of business sense for me. If we're investing millions of dollars into blighted communities, we want those blighted communities not to resit back into blighted communities.
Right.
And I'll tell you what I've heard some of our tenants say to us. We care.
Yeah.
We know you care.
Right.
One of the first things we did in this cold spell was check on our tenants.
Right.
Right. How's things going?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Everything good,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's better for us to communicate with you than to get a bunch of emergency calls.
Yeah, right.
So we try to do that. And we're able to do that really, Jarrell, because we work with community partners.
Right.
We're able to have partnerships. Again, no one size fits all. It has to be combinations of folks like Light of Life, folks like DHS, workforce development entities. There's no one size. They all need help.
Yeah, they do.
Right? And
Right.
so rather than folks working in silos, we wanted to break those silos.
Yes.
And we wanted to recognize and wanted really our agencies that we work with to realize that if you're bringing someone in that has a mental health issue, chances are they also have a drug and alcohol issue.
Yeah.
Chances are they're experiencing housing insecurity. And so we really felt as though we were a really adequate and strong resource, because when we do intake people in our process for filling our vacancies, we kind of have a really good picture of who we're talking to,
Yes.
right?
Right,
And
right,
it makes a lot of sense to come to folks like ourselves that have this network, if you will, of supportive service folks, but also of tenancy, and be able to then triage them to the appropriate and adequate resource to give help.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, so there's a lot of conversations around, new administration, new opportunities that are out there, challenges that are out there, and one of the things that we're hoping that can be communicated through our time here is that there is a commitment for dollars for supportive housing that is coupled with the housing, recapturing housing.
Yeah.
And so here in our county, we hear about 500 and 500, and so we applaud that. We applaud the administration here at Allegheny County for doing that. But we're saying we need more,
Yes.
but we also need commitment to not only identifying, rehabilitating, renovating 500 units, but we also need to say, let's find money for 2 years worth of supportive services,
Sure.
so that the people who move into those apartments or houses can be successful
Right.
and then be on their own on the end of that
Right,
time.
right. And I think that can be done.
Right.
It's just how do you pull the puzzle together?
Yes, yes.
But by having these types of conversations, it does open the dialogue.
Yeah.
And no good thing happens easily.
Yeah.
Right. And although it may sound like a new idea, it really isn't a new idea. Supportive services have been around for a long time. It's just that many cases they were volunteer efforts.
Right.
And while you can have a combination of volunteer efforts, you also have to have paid professionals around to be able to manage and spearhead those efforts. And so, again, we're applauding you for the work that you're doing and to letting the word out that it's more than just housing.
Yeah.
It's a combination of things.
Yeah.
And as I matriculate through development and have conversations, I can tell you that your voice is being heard, and I can tell you that that people are listening, and they are saying yes, supportive services.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Good, good.
And you can hear those drum beats, getting louder.
Yeah.
And but we want it to happen a little bit
Right.
faster. Yeah.
Well, if you're listening, and I know there are a lot of people tuning in right now, and they're thinking about how I can help, and some are dropping off donations, some are doing other things. But one of the things to consider is supporting organizations like Sean's that are out there finding housing, bringing them back online, and then supporting the supportive services that need to come alongside with them. One of the things we learned here at Light of Life is that we don't have to be the answer to everything.
Right.
There are so many great organizations out there, and all we want to do is partner with them.
That's right.
So if somebody needs behavioral health,
Yes.
there are great partners that are doing it, and we can connect them to the housing,
Yes.
wellness, and all kinds of other areas are out there. So
Absolutely.
together we can find the solutions. And
Absolutely.
so again, thank you for
Thank
your
you.
help in the community. I'm excited about our partnership,
Yes.
and we have a couple of projects that are now moving forward. I hope that
Absolutely.
2025 will see even more.
We think so. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for having
well,
me.
thank you
God
again
bless
for,
you. Thank
for
you.
joining
Thank
us
you.
and being
Stay
here.
warm.
Okay, I will. I will. Thank you.
Absolutely.
They'll come down and take your
Can't wait for
microphone
Madison.
off. Yes.
Yeah. Can't do anything without Madison.
No. She has it together here.
How many more you have left? How many more do you have tonight?
About 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's pretty good until about 10:30 or so, and then
Okay.
it drops off, of course.
Yeah.
And we're going to see how it is out here. Again, be taking breaks here and there, and so.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good.
Hey,
Yeah.
Will, can you help just
Yeah.
take that off
Yeah,
him
I think
there,
it's here. I think I got one in my pocket here.
and then just pull this out? Yeah.
That good?
There you go. Here, you can give it to Madison.
All
That's
right.
great.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
So the mic is on, so
Appreciate
everybody
it.
can hear you.
We'll
So you
keep
can
the
just put that in your
conversation
pocket.
going,
Absolutely.
and I'll be in touch.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madison.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Anyone ready for this? We do have this, and it does work.
Okay, great.
Yeah, you just have to plug it in for you. Do you want a
Okay.
seat cushion?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay.
Good.
And I can sit this right here.
Turn it on. And okay, great. Thank you.
Do you need anything?
No, we're good. It's your turn, William.
Yes.
All right. Here we go. All right, we're good to go?
Yeah.
All right, well, William, welcome to the bench.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here.
Well, part of what we're trying to do here is just raise awareness around around what we do here at Light of Life. We want people to have hope that if they're out there and need a place, there's a place to come. But we also want the people who are watching to understand more about what we do.
Yeah.
And so, can you share with us like what your journey and interaction with Light of Life has been?
Yes. So first of all, I was listening on my phone earlier on the cast, and you said a lot of important things that touched me deeply. You talked about, and with Sean, you also talked about the housing without wraparound care.
Yes.
So I experienced that.
Oh.
I was in Light of Life one time before.
Okay.
I got kicked out because I wasn't right. And after about a year and a half through the church that I was going to, I was introduced to a rapid rehousing program.
Okay.
So they found me a place on the west side within a week of signing up.
Yeah.
Got in the apartment, and there was no aftercare.
Oh, wow.
There was no support.
Yeah.
I had a person that would come and check on me, but there was no, and I was in the throes of addiction.
Wow.
So I literally ended up in an apartment next to a drug dealer who I was buying crack from.
Oh my.
And what you said of getting worse, that happened with me.
Yeah.
So got incredibly worse.
Yeah.
So
the dealer was living in the same apartment complex or whatever it is that you were in.
Yes.
You replaced them.
Yes, and there were a couple of them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they were the responsible.
Right. No.
But it just made it that much more accessible because I only had to go next door and knock.
Right.
So it wasn't a good situation. With the Light of Life, my second trip, I am so blessed by, and another thing that you talk about that is so true, and it's so profound. You talk about the opposite of addiction is not recovery.
Yeah.
It's community.
Community, yes.
And that is so profound because that is what I experienced the second time I came here.
Yes.
So my clean date is June 1st, 2022.
All right.
And everything that I've experienced to this point has been a loving, caring community that, not saying that they just accept anything.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that my pastor at ACAC talks about, Allegheny Center Alliance Church, he says that unconditional love does not mean unconditional approval.
Yeah.
So it's not that
good.
anybody's approving of everything that I'm doing, but I get unconditional love and acceptance.
Yeah.
And it's given me, and you said hope, and that's what truly I stand on is I have hope today.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful thing, and even you sharing your story is going to bring hope to others as well. And I keep going back in my mind to that picture you were talking about, and I want to, of your own experience, I want to go back to that because there is this philosophy by well-meaning people that either you'll hear these terms like housing first or low barrier. So it's like, well, in order to help somebody like you were back then, the philosophy is, well, let's put William in an apartment. Well, does he have to have drug testing? Does he have to meet some kind of requirements? Well, some would say, well, that would be putting a barrier on you if you had, some kind of requirements like that. So they say, well, let's put him in an apartment with no barriers, and so that he'll be able to do okay. But what your experience is that by doing that, one, a person who was actively dealing could live in that same place. And so what I often will say is that low barrier can create barriers for people.
Yes.
And so, so yeah, you say it's a low barrier, but then it gives somebody who does not have a positive intent the opportunity to also be supported in that housing. And so it's important that when we're thinking about housing solutions, that we're also thinking about the environment that we're creating, the community that we're creating. And that's something that Light of Life tries to do, is that we really want there to be a community here. It's not about coming into a program, but it's about joining a family, and a family of people who are accepting and helping each other.
Yeah.
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 And so, so when you came back and began going through again, what was different this time than the last time you were here?
I just gave up.
Yeah.
I gave up. We talk about in the program, NA program, that you get the gift of desperation.
Yes.
And I woke up in an abandoned house before June 1st, probably the 30th. I had a gash in my head because I got hit with the butt of a shotgun from the guy I was getting high with. And I was done.
Wow.
And the Spirit, I heard the Spirit ask me a question first, and he said, "Are you finished yet?" And I said, "Lord, you know I've been done. Like, I don't know what to do." He said, "Get up, go into your church," because I was going to church.
Yeah.
I'm getting high pretty much every day, but
Yeah.
I would go to church, and I don't suggest that for anybody, but it's my story. And he said, "Tell on yourself."
Yeah.
So I got up, I told on myself, I told my church fellowship that I was using them, that I was lying to them. And they said, "Well, we knew you were using, but we're just glad that you got to the point where you're asking for help."
Yeah.
So I got taken to Butler Rehab, and the short of the story is that I'm not exactly sure exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Because I wish that I knew that I could pinpoint exactly what happened and what prayer I said. But I just got to a point where I gave up. I had to surrender.
Yeah.
And that is the most important aspect of anyone suffering from any type of addiction.
Right.
Because there are multiple addictions.
Right.
But any addiction that you're suffering from, unless you have surrender, unless you're just willing to, like, whatever you say, I'll do.
Right.
I don't agree with it, but this isn't working for me, so I'm going to agree with I'm going to follow what you say.
Yeah.
So that's the big difference.
And that can be hard to surrender that control.
Yes. Yes.
And so like that last time when you said, "I just give up," like what was it that helped you to be able to say, "You know what, I'm going to trust somebody else because this isn't working for me"?
Well, again, it was the understanding when I woke up that morning in an abandoned house that I had been in that process for little over 30 years of my life. And I say life loosely because it wasn't living.
Right.
I had no life. But I was challenged with the understanding that, so first I thought about getting up and telling the church that I was lying to them and using them. And I was like, but that'll cut me off from getting high.
Right.
Like, that's my source of,
Right.
And the Spirit said, so what you're telling me is that it's more comfortable to wake up every morning for decades without having any hope in your life, not knowing where you're going to eat.
Wow.
But you're not willing to go in and tell on yourself and start the healing process.
Yeah, yes.
So, again, I can't pinpoint. I really wish I could, because I wouldn't sell it. I would give it away if I knew the specific point that but it was a culmination of things.
Right.
For years, for decades, I had been struggling and not at all comfortable with who I was.
Yes.
I had no identity, and that's one of the main things that the Light of Life has supplied me with, given me a community that's allowed me to understand who I am in Christ, not just an identity,
right?
Not just identifying myself as a particular sex or it's my identity in Christ. And it's so important. It is so important. It's been truly the reason I'm still here, and I am so blessed to be sitting here with you and telling the world what the truth is.
Yes. Well, we are honored to have you, with us to be a part of this. And, as you're talking again, I keep going back to things that you're saying, and I'm hoping that it brings hope to others, because part of your story as well that we want people to understand is that that church that was helping you, they felt and they really believed they were helping you, but they were actually enabling you to stay in your addiction. And so that's why we often say you got to be very careful with how you help someone, because you want to always be pointing them towards life transformation. And so until somebody gets to the point where they want to truly give up, the way they're wired is they're going to lie, do whatever they can to keep the money flowing so that they can keep doing what they're doing. And so, so it's a warning to churches to really be careful, and to others, individuals as well, to be careful that you're not actually hurting the person you're trying to help.
Yes.
And so when you came in, the last thing, because I know it's cold out here for you, I'm more bundled up than you are. So,
that's all right.
But when you came in this last time, you had a different attitude in coming in. And then you really began to connect with others who were in the program as well.
Yeah.
And that's a brotherhood that that is part of your success story.
Yes.
And at the same time, there were people that were a part of it that left before they got the help that they need. And so can you talk a little bit about that, about what that's like? There might be somebody who's considering being a part of a program like Light of Life, but they're not sure. What was your experience with that? And what was it like developing a we, having people around you that are doing the right thing in the right direction?
So, for me, the essence of the beginning was that, and I was introduced to Narcotics Anonymous.
Okay.
Probably 30 years ago.
Okay.
And I knew intellectually, I knew cognitively what they were saying was true.
Right.
I identified it with it instantly, because I was broken. Like, right. I couldn't stay out of jail. I couldn't stop getting high, so I knew my life was unmanageable. And they say, you're unmanageable and you need help. But one of the things that they say that I didn't adhere to is that when you admit your unmanageability, you do something about it.
Yes.
You practice the principles of Narcotics Anonymous, or of the Bible.
Yes, there you go.
And I wasn't willing to do that. I was willing to go to the meetings.
Okay.
I was willing to surround myself with other recovering addicts, but I used to hear in meetings when people would stand up and say, I have 5 or 6 years clean, and I'm sitting there with less than 30 days clean. And I would say to myself, how in the world did they do that? Like, that's impossible.
Yeah.
But it's not impossible. It was impossible for me because I was still rebellious.
Yeah.
I still wanted to do things my way. I thought that I could find loopholes through the system.
Okay.
And there are no loopholes.
Right.
So anyone willing to come into any program, but especially the Light of Life, my suggestion is that you count the cost, first of all, because that's a biblical principle.
Yeah.
Christ himself said, before you become my disciple, you need to count the cost. And to me, that means, are you really willing to surrender everything, not to the program, but to God?
Yeah.
Are you willing to devoid yourself or divorce everything around you? You talked about a lot of the guys in the program that I came through with left before their time.
Yeah.
And some of them were really good reasons.
Yeah.
You know, some of them had jobs and they got apartments and different things.
Right.
So they left before they completed the program. Are you really willing to put everything aside for the ultimate goal? And the ultimate goal is not only to be clean, but to come back, and this is why I'm so blessed by this opportunity, because I get to come back like the Bible tells me to, like Christ expects, to be a witness of his goodness.
There you go.
Because it's not me.
Yeah.
Everything comes from God through Jesus Christ. And I'm able to share with other people what he can do and what he has done.
Yeah.
I am a living miracle as I sit on this bench.
Well, your story is going to help others, know that they can do it. And it's been great seeing you not only apply yourself through the program and get through and graduate, but you are also a part of our staff now.
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
And so it's wonderful to have this side of the relationship with you, and just knowing that you're a part of the team. And so, again, I'm proud of the work that you've done. Thank you for giving back and being a part of this team and being a part of our community. And thank you for coming and sharing the time here on the bench. I know your story is going to inspire others. And as you have given out, I pray it's a blessing back to you as well.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, brother.
Is there anything you want to say before you go? Any messages that was on your mind that you wanted to share?
Yes, that I was hopeless, homeless, an ex-everything, ex-addict, ex-convict, ex-husband. But now I am a born-again child of God who loves people, who is loved, and I am able to receive love. And there's hope for everyone. And especially to those who have family members who are struggling, because if you're struggling like me, you're not sitting at home looking at your phone and watching this live broadcast. But for family members that have a person that's suffering from homelessness or from addiction, please keep them in prayer. Please show love. Unconditional love without unconditional approval, and have faith, because God is awesome
God is awesome. That's good. That's good. That's a great message. Well, again, thank you for sharing your time here, and keep us in prayer for the rest of the time.
I
But
certainly
you were
will.
part of the beginning of getting us going, and so again, it was good to share the message of hope, and I hope some people will take this hope shot and apply it to their lives.
Yes.
So thank you again, and stay warm.
I will. You too. You too. And you're a great leader.
Oh, well, thank you.
I want you to know that. I want to say it out on camera. That you're a great man of God and you're a great leader.
Well, thank you. It makes it easy to have the team that we have, and it's my honor to serve in the way that I'm being asked to. So, so again, it's good, and you're part of some of the team that helps keep this up and going. So thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. Well, thank you again for being with us.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Bye bye. So take your microphone over there. Yeah, I will soon. I was trying to see the.
Yeah, so Denise and Amy aren't here because they just got here. So
Okay, I'll need a few minutes.
restroom or anything, or
Yeah, I'm good. And then after them, like, is there a longer break coming, or like what's the? Okay.
not until 10.
Okay.
And you're at 7 o'clock right now.
Okay. All right.
That's why, like, if you wanted to go in right now just for a couple minutes,
Yeah.
you know, because we're at 7:05, so we're pretty on time right now. I feel comfortable if you want to take
Good. Yeah, no, but probably like within an hour I would. So I was just trying to think of, when it would be. What was that? Yeah, that would probably be good. Having some type of nutrients would be good. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Hey!
Yeah, I'm going to hand this to one of you. So that can just sit in between you guys, and then you can pass that back and forth.
Perfect.
My sisters are here.
Good to see you.
Bless you.
That is a cool heater over there. Good to
Yeah,
see
bless
man.
you.
God
Bless you.
Yes.
All right. Did they mic you guys up?
Yeah, we're gonna share.
Oh, you're going to share. Cool.
Yes.
Ooh, it's cool. Look, there's real fire in there.
Huh?
Look, there's a fire here. This is awesome.
Yeah, I don't know if you feel it way over there. This is actually better. This is more for you all. Yeah. I have heaters and I have layers and I'm good. But I'll take a break at some point, get inside. Welcome to the bench.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Where are we looking at?
Yeah, it's right over
Hi,
there.
everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we are here with some good friends who are integral part. I love Extravagant Love projects. I want you to tell some about that. But part of what Light of Life does is we work with valued partners, and you all are really integrated in with our staff and are a part of their experience. And it's been growing over the years, and so we love that. So let's, tell us about Extravagant Love and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, sure. We are an agency.
Oh, you should introduce yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm Denise Graves, Executive Director, Extravagant Love Project.
I'm Amy Volstead. What am I? Assistant Director, Extravagant Love Project.
And we work with women all over the city. We really say women from every socioeconomic background, but who we have really targeted are women coming out of homelessness, addiction, incarceration, abuse.
Yes.
And we partner with you guys. We really are an advocacy agency that comes alongside other agencies like Christian Immigration. We're now partnering with Urban Impact to work with their moms.
Awesome.
And so, just working with women in the city.
Yeah, and with Light of Life, we work with the 2-year program, women in the 2-year program, the men in the long-term program, and the women in the emergency shelter, and also do one-on-one counseling. So we do group work, worship, and one-on-one counseling.
Wow.
And we love it. We love it.
One of the things that we talk about, and I know you guys can go deeper into this, is that I'm saying what I'm experiencing here is not homelessness. Some people were saying, oh, you're going to be homeless for 24 hours. I was like, that's actually an insult to people who are actually going through it.
Yeah.
There are so many ways this is not like them. And one of the ways is that a person who's truly experiencing homelessness, this is trauma. This is a traumatic event for them. For me, I know where I'm going tomorrow night. I know this is just for a period of time. Someone who's experiencing trauma, part of it is that they don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, and that adds stress to them and what's going on. There's a statistic that I shared earlier that in the U.S., 60% of adults have experienced some form of adverse childhood event by the time they become adults, but those who are coming to us, 90% have experienced 3 or more adverse childhood events. And so people are experiencing trauma on top of trauma.
Absolutely.
And so that's unlike what I'm doing here. But what Extravagant Love does is comes alongside people who have experienced trauma to bring them hope.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We talk about that all the time. You were saying the statistics, even with abuse and even with addiction.
Oh yeah, and that's what you talked about, Jarrell, with the adverse childhood experiences. That statistically, the more hardships in childhood, the more likelihood to addiction, homelessness, incarceration, all of those things. Yeah, and so at the root of it is trauma, and everything we do is with the hope of Jesus, the hope that Jesus gives us. No matter what our backgrounds are, there's hope. And in the darkest places, there's healing. And that really is the foundation of what we do and what Light of Life does. And that's why it's such a great partnership.
I would like to add to that, when you hear stories, we're all about story because it is about story. And, we all have one, right?
Yeah.
And, we share our stories. Amy on the early end had so much trauma. Mine was on the later end in life. And, the Bible says they overcame hell, by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. And it's really true that how shame is such a ploy of the enemy to keep people down. And it's fascinating. Like even at the shelter, like last week we were sharing, and we both were sharing a little bit of our story, and how at first, they're all like, who are you and what are you here for? And then the minute you share just a little bit, and because they look at you differently, like, oh, I thought you two thought you had it all together, blah, blah, blah. And then they hear your story.
Yes.
it opens the door. It gives people permission because you're being authentic with, I'm not going to waste my pain. This is my story.
Yes.
If God did it for us, he can do it for you. And I think about the stories that we hear weekly. Some of them make me want to go to the ugly cry. And I think to myself, it's the grace of God that these people, A, are still standing, that they're alive, being abused at 2 years old, or infants, or, you know, the generational curse of their past that had nothing to do with. But God, they come to Light of Life, and I feel like they're some of the most brave people I know to even be in the program or trying after all that they've been through.
Yeah. I'll often say that some of the most courageous things that a person can do is just to start, to try again. And so I was sharing a couple of days ago that it's this interesting phenomenon, like when we go through a traumatic event, even something like a car accident or something, people will experience this thing where it seems like everything slows down because our brain is like doing this hyper recording of this event so that if it happens again, they know what's going on. But how that affects us when something traumatic is happening with us, also during those moments of trauma, we're hyper recording those experiences, and what can happen so damaging at those times is that if there is negative thoughts that are being introduced at those times, negative words that are being spoken at those times, they become part of our thinking, and we begin to believe lies about ourselves, others, and God. And so part of the healing is reversing that process of replacing lies with the truth.
Yes. Amen. That's really it. I'd say the Bible makes it real simple that the only thing that's going to remain is faith, hope, and love. And so the basics of faith, there is a God. He sees you. He sees me. He knows us. Hope that there's a purpose and a plan, and that God is good. And love, it's community. And, when we talk about homelessness and addiction, that a lot of, if tomorrow I was going to didn't have my home, I wouldn't be homeless because I have a community, because I have, church family, I have family, I have resources, I have, it's a different situation. I think a big part is that isolation. So you have trauma, you have childhood trauma, you have addiction, and then you also have isolation, which the enemy uses he uses all of it. And again, I love that about what Light of Life is doing and what our heart is. It's about relationships. And statistics show that those who are going to recover from addiction are the ones who have the strongest connections relationally. And so really the relationship with God, that he's good, he sees us, and then with one another, positive. Not the negative lies, people are going to beat you down, but the ones who are going to speak about your destiny, speak about the gold that God created you and who he created you to be. And really, when those things come together, it's miraculous and lives are changed.
I think of body, soul, spirit, because that's what our ministry is about. I grew up with pastor family, kind of PK, and 20 years ago, it was like you put a scripture on a gaping wound. So it touched your spirit. We say it all the time. Your spirit can be changed in a second in the presence of God. But how you do life and your soul, now that's another animal. And so the process of weekly, let's talk about this. Let's talk about how, this is the way it's been, but here's some steps to help change the dance, change the mindset. And, in my story, 4 years of transience, of not having a place, and I get the feeling. I remember one of our events, and my world blew up. I got divorced, but it was a long, dramatic story. And I remember not having a place. And I remember standing, and I wasn't going to say anything. And I got up and I said, I wasn't going to say anything tonight, but shared a little bit of what was going on. And I said, but in a very small way, I get where you are because I don't have a place. And in the middle of me saying that, one of the ladies who was in the makeover came up and gave me a rose that we had given her. She goes, we understand. And it was like a aha moment of, this is the power of we. This is not us and them. This is the power of we. And, you know, I think I grew up like that because my father would always take me out, like, to do, you know, we'd do all kinds of outreach and everything. But he made me very aware without spoken words that nobody's living on a higher plane than me.
That's right.
The VIPs, those are the ones where the least will be the greatest in the kingdom. So I've never, you know, I say all the time, the VIPs at my funeral are going to be our friends. And they're not our clients, they're our friends. And that's something that's valuing the people. You know, it's like, we're not coming to fix you. We're all getting healed together. Because until we see Jesus, we're on a journey. Last time I checked. And worship's a big part of that. You know, worship is, I believe, it changes the atmosphere. We know that. But the hardest hearts, man, you see them melt, and it's the presence of God. We don't do it. It's the power of the Lord and in worship. You know, that's a big component of what we do. The practicing the presence is what we call it.
I love in the program those who are talking about the STEP program, that there is this phrase that talks about, I became aware of this power that's greater than ourselves. Now we know that that's revealed through Jesus Christ, but there's that process of becoming aware. His presence is always there, but we're distracted and we're believing lies and we're doing these other things. But there's this point where we start becoming aware. And I heard somebody describe it like when you look back, you can see that God has been like placing breadcrumbs along the path all along. In times where I thought I was alone, I actually wasn't. And but then I can realize that I'm also in a journey with others. So now we can do this together. And that isolation, we've been saying it multiple times today, opposite of addiction is not sobriety but community. And that's what you're talking about. And I see many of our women that go through extravagant love, they'll go through one of your makeovers and you see it's more than putting on new clothes and coming down. There's like a spiritual dynamic that's going on, and you truly see royalty come out. It was always there, but it's like they embrace it and they walk in that, and it was such a joy to see that happen in this building this time, and to see the women experience that. Can you talk a little bit about that and what that's like?
You want to say?
Again, the more positive experiences that people get, and our makeovers are really designed to speak to the identity that that you are a queen. You are how God sees you. He doesn't see your mistakes. He doesn't see your past. He sees you as royalty. And so everything is about that, you know, and so we have people come in and we do makeup, we do pedicures, manicures, massage, you know, really ministering to the body. And then also we do a whole new outfit, and then we have testimonies, we have worship, and the testimonies are designed again to say, again, it's not us versus them, but our testimonies are a lot of times women that look real put together and look like they have it together from church, but to say, hey, I've walked through the valley of shadow of death too, and look what God has done for me, and He could do it for you. And so everything is about the details. So we try to even red carpet to make it like, you know, if you never got to go to a prom, like you're going to the prom. We take pictures. We have flowers.
You're being escorted down the red carpet.
One of our favorite parts is we have a prophetic team that will write a prophetic word for each woman. They pray about it. And then we can take their picture and align them up. And every single time when one of the women have opened their prophetic word, they just cry. They're like, how does this person know? And it's like another opportunity for God to say, I see you, I know you, I love you, I celebrate you. And when somebody gets that, especially when you've walked through, like you said, lies of people saying you're nothing, you're nobody, it is life changing, you know. So that is our hope, and then also to continue that doesn't stop there, but to continue, you know, through programs, but also relationships, because again, everything's about relationships, so, and mentorship. So
yeah, that was the new piece that we've added is a mentorship.
Okay.
So that, you know, once people go through the program, there's somebody that can walk with them. Not just Light of Life, we do that with Christian Immigration. And it's really cool how, you know, the verse that says he sets a solitarian family, how it starts off as my mentor, and then it becomes mom, or they're my sister, and it's gone way past the 6-week period. You know, and that's the goal behind the vision there. So it's been a really cool thing to see. Yes.
So it's an extended relationship and community, and we see that. I know for Light of Life that's been critical, because we've seen people graduate before, and we've noticed the ones that succeed are the ones that are connected in Christian community. They have a church, they have others that they're going with, and people who isolate, they begin to go back. And so we're hoping that as people are hearing, because part of what this is not only raising awareness, but talking about solutions, and part of the solution is finding a we, having a community that can come alongside, realizing you're never alone, and then the whole foundation of our faith. We like saying, you know, we are a faith-based organization, we are a Christ-centered ministry, but we're open for anyone to come in. We have people who have some faith, no faith, different faith. If you're hungry, you can come in. If you're thirsty, you can get something to drink. But we can share our story of how we've been transformed, and that can help others.
Absolutely.
I will say, most of the women that we talk to will say, what was the difference this time? Because many have been through a lot of different rehabs and all of that. And it's the faith. It's what's here that has been a common denominator, and many others. I mean, it's the power of God. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and we get to see that. A lot of the women that come right in that don't want to know anything about God, or, you know, I mean, they're kind of hesitant. But as they continue to experience love, really, like love and kindness, and they start to open their hearts more and more and receive God's love. And we get to see the transformation. You know, there's so many women, we're like, oh my gosh, like we can see what the love of God has done for you. And then they're on the other side saying, yeah, it is different, because now I know God, I have strength, I have a purpose. I mean, it makes all the difference.
Absolutely.
I know what you're saying. One of the things that I love is taking a picture of somebody when they first come in the program, and then seeing them even a month later sometimes. You see the light come back to their countenance, and you'll see things change, and it's such a beautiful thing to see that transformation take place in front of your eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
One of the other things we talk about is that I say that this is a place for miracles, and miracles can only happen when God is involved. It's beyond our human ability, and so it's a miraculous place. Because we're relying on God to bring those miracles into the life.
Without that, forget about it. I mean, what are we doing, right? We're just going through the motions and all the technical and the clinical, and that's really important. But it's not the full package. And I believe that it's faith, the power of the Holy Spirit. You know? I know we would not do what we do or be able to see God do what he does without the power of the Holy Spirit. Forget about it. I go home, I quit. Because it's not us, you know what I mean? And we know that Christ in you, the hope of glory, that makes the difference.
Well, there's been some statistics that I've been reading. There's been like surveys among those experiencing homelessness, and they were asked, do you want spirituality as part of your recovery? Do you want to have some type of Bible experience, God in your recovery? it's always in the 70s to 80% of people are saying, yes, I want that, I need that. And there's another stat that over 90% of recovery programs have some element of faith as a result of it. And so there's something to this faith aspect that is giving people hope who have tried so many other things. But there's something about, we had a guest on earlier who was saying when he came to the end of himself, he realized that he needed something greater than what he was able to provide. And that's when he gave up. And he said when he gave up, he was able to accept what the real answer is.
Well, it's funny, a woman we encountered this week and her questions about, like, why, that all sounds good, but yeah, I don't know, whatever. Yeah. And then she was asking a lot of questions, and we were giving some answers about our experience, and I mean, it comes down to my experience far outweighs your argument, but that's okay. And when we prayed, she asked for some things to pray for, but in the prayer, it was almost like the Lord saying, your questions are okay. I can handle your questions.
Right.
Ask the questions.
Yes.
Because that's where it begins. And we just, prayed for the power of the Holy Spirit to come. And that's the thing. That's the beauty of it. It's like, we don't need to prove anything.
Yes.
You just be and you just do, and you allow the Lord, to change a heart.
Yes.
And you give seeds. You plant hope. And that's the cool thing.
But it makes sense, that spirituality is a part, because if you don't have a higher purpose, if you don't feel like there's really purpose in it, you could see why you would want to be high. Life is hard. I mean, when you
trauma, right?
And trauma and everything. If you don't see like, oh, there's something better. There's love. There's something higher. Yeah. I don't know how you would ever get better. Yeah. You'd be hopeless. And so it's definitely a huge piece, even in the 12 steps. I mean, it's the second step. Yes. I need something higher than me to believe in, because that's how God created us, with that God-shaped hole in everybody's heart. And so that totally makes sense, those statistics.
Yeah. Well, we know that as we're out here, we're hoping that there'll be ideas and people will realize that there are solutions out there.
Yes.
And also that they get to know the partners that are working with us. So thank you so much for spending your time on this beautiful night.
Thanks for having us in this southern temperatures.
Yes, thank you. And thank you. We are so thankful that we get to partner with Light of Life. It's been a blessing, and we're so excited to be a part of what God's doing here in these lives. So thank you.
Well, I know 2025, there's always going to be more, and so we're always looking forward to that and what that looks like. And I enjoy hearing the testimonies from our clients that have a chance to be under the ministry of Extravagant Love. And so again, you are giving fruit. It is bearing fruit. Others are hearing the message to keep up the good work. Thank you for partnering with us and all the things that you're doing. And again, thank you for joining us here, part of this historic time.
Yes.
So,
we're going to pray you stay warm tonight.
Stay warm, brother.
Yes, well, I'll be going in and warming up too, which, again, people who are intense, they don't have that option.
Right,
and
that's
so
true.
we want to keep them in prayer, and hopefully they're going to go and come into one of the shelters tonight and not be out there. So.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Well, thank you. All right.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. She'll take your mic over there.
All right.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. I'm doing well. Oh yeah. It's always good. And it's energizing, because so do we have the ability to play one of the videos or something if I take a break? Like what's the...
Yeah, so Lisa Frank is here from
Okay.
So she is ready, but if you want to take a break and you can play like a 3-minute video, we can do that.
No, if she's here, I'd like to.
Or we can just have our warming break sign up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'd like to see. I'd like to see Lisa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, grab her.
Lisa, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I guess she's going to put a mic on you first.
Okay. And then you can just set that in your pocket or right beside you.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Lisa.
All right.
Well, welcome to the bench.
Your bench. Do you do this year round?
No. We're actually part of an organization called Citygate. So there's over 320 rescue missions in the United States and in Canada. And a few of them have had these kinds of conversations before, and it was really helpful. And so they shared it, and so we wanted to do it. So on today, there are 13 other rescue missions that are doing the same thing at the same time.
Wow.
So I think we might be the coldest one, but it goes all the way across to California into the south, and so there are many people, multiple people having conversations on this day.
Good.
So
Good.
yeah, well, we're hoping to. Well, we weren't planning on a polar vortex coming on the day we were going to be here, but we decided to still move forward just because we know people who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have the option of postponing
Absolutely.
something. And so
Absolutely.
one of the things I like re-emphasizing is that, one, I am not experiencing homelessness by sitting on this bench. In fact, that's an insult to people who are actually experiencing it. I have people around me. We have heaters and all these things going on. Yep. And tomorrow I know where I'm going to be.
Yep.
Somebody who's experiencing homelessness, part of the trauma is they don't know what tomorrow is going to bring, and they're isolated. So it's a disclaimer I say all the time.
Yeah,
This is not homelessness. This is not that at all.
Yeah.
But I do think it's worth having a conversation and thinking about solutions. And so again, I just thank you for coming. And one of the things I appreciate about the administration is that there's always this desire to look for solutions. And our mayor is one who is out there on the front lines. I see him in community discussions, and he's there listening and wanting to bring solutions. And so can you just talk a little bit about some of the things that you do and what we're doing here in the city?
Sure. I mean, and I'll start by saying, I mean, first let me second everything that you said, you know, sitting on a bench. And I will say I've never experienced being homeless. It's been one of the blessings of my life that one or the other of my parents had a job. And I think it was, I mean, just all the circumstances were different. I'm an older person. The city, I don't think there's very much anyway, that we do around helping unhoused people that we are not doing in collaboration with somebody else.
Yes.
And it's a little bit of a, I don't know, sort of not exactly a paradox, but we spend a lot of our time every day thinking about it because much of the county's unhoused people come here.
Yes.
And they come here because maybe they're close to services, or maybe they're close to they need to go to court, or they need to, you know, there's lots of people come to the city for lots of reasons, and unhoused people are no different. So we have a lot of need sort of right in our midst. But we're not DHS, you know,
Right.
we don't have the services,
Yeah.
and we're not Light of Life, and we're
Right.
not. So I would say that much of what we do is to try to coordinate, to try to
Yes.
listen and to learn, and as you say, to bring solutions.
Mm-hmm.
For me, one of the best examples of that was last winter when we realized we didn't have enough, not only year-round shelter and not even emergency shelter, we just didn't have enough shelter.
Yeah.
So we stood up the Code Blue
Yes.
shelter.
Yes.
And the pieces that came together to do that were, we have a rec center called Ammon, and lovely neighbors. Macedonian was so, which we kind of share a wall with them, was so, so accepting and just like, what can we do?
Yes.
And the people who run programming in Ammon had to adjust a little bit. People had to, you know, we had to have folks come in and go down into the kitchen so the kids could finish their basketball game.
Yes,
And then
yes.
PRT ran a bus, and then DPW came out and installed lights so people
Yes.
wouldn't slip, and you know, and then volunteers. The whole thing was run with volunteers from all over. Some of them were our root staff, some of them were DHS staff, some of them, I think your outreach staff showed
Yes.
up now and then, and so it was just things that people had, but they
Right.
also wanted to, like, let's put them together, let's act quickly.
Yes.
And what the people who stayed there said was that it was a great shelter, that they were
Yeah.
respected, they felt welcomed, there weren't big gaps. You know, if you came, you could figure out how to get back to the next place you needed to go. And to me, that's what our work has really been about,
Yes.
is and trying not to take no for an answer. So when somebody
Yes.
says we can't do that,
Yeah.
then we say, how come?
Right, right. Well, that's a great example of one of the themes of our time here was Mr. Rogers' way of describing neighborhoods and being good neighbors. And what you just described is an example of that. It doesn't take one person trying to be everything. And that's been my experience with the city as well, is that we're often able to be one of the elements of an answer. And it's like, Light of Life, can you do this part?
Right.
We have this person doing this part, this person doing, but it takes a convener to be able to bring all those pieces together. And so we rely on you to show us where those gaps are, and we can bring our part. And the examples like that is an example of how that can work that way. And so again, I appreciate that, of being in a community where we can work together like that. I don't think all cities are like that, and so that's something that's unique here. And another thing that I remember was there are some times during the pandemic, as much as that was a challenging time, it was also a time of coming together, because we were all trying to figure it out together. And again, I think in situations like that, or more recently when the fire happened at the one shelter, that we could come together and like say, how can we bring resources together and get the communication going on? And so, in moving forward, I think we can do more of that.
I agree, and I'm hopeful, because I feel like, well, can I just back up for a second? Can I just say something that I think you all, the Light of Life, and you in particular, and your staff, bring to the puzzle, which is like just the right combination of inspiration and outrage. I mean, I remember the first time I met you, and you just like being adamant that there is no reason for people to be living like this. None. This is not we are not a poor society. We are not without creativity. We are like what we are without is determination and prioritizing the thing. And then but it wasn't a scold. It was like so come on. It was an invitation, and I remember that so clearly. And it's something that you always bring to the party. But
I also think we're starting to get some traction. You know, I feel like the focus was so important, but finally to get, you know, people really focused on not just do we have enough shelter, but what happens after shelter?
Yes.
Right? Where is the transitional housing? Where is the permanent supportive housing? Where is the subsidized housing? Where is it? And for some people, just enough market rate housing that's not like ridiculous.
Yes.
And
we need all of that. Yes.
all of it. And that led to us, I think, bringing in a whole other layer of helpers who you don't always think of in the space of homelessness, like our zoning folks who are like, okay, we I mean, and you've said this so many times, we're a city where we have, again, the paradox of empty buildings and people needing a place to go. How do we match that?
Yes.
And how do we get out of our own way?
Yes.
Because we have zoning rules that say we can't do that. And we're like, okay, but we made those rules.
right.
So what if we unmade it?
Yeah.
You know, and we didn't used to think of, you know, zoning as part of the team of solutions, and we didn't used to think of PLI as part of that, but it turns out they're super important. They have to go work through the temporary occupancy and help people figure out how to do those rehabs. So, like that's what I feel is that we're, with focus, you're able to increasingly bring resources to bear that I feel like are starting to get us to a place where we've got actual flow.
Yes.
You know, like enough room at the front door, but as importantly, ways for people to go out the back door to whatever their next thing is.
Hopefully health and independence and all of those things. Yes, that's great. And one of the things too is I've visited other cities to look at their models. One of the common denominators that I see in successful models is that they're really thinking about those next steps and the supportive services needed to get people to those next steps. And somebody had brought up earlier this idea of having suitable places. We had somebody who works in like the affordable housing space and the remodeling and things like that. And we were talking about the discussion at one point about sanctioning an encampment near a river at one point. And somebody asked me about that, like, what do you think about that? Because we were always trying to find a place for people to go where they're not having to move. Me and others, we were just saying, I think we can come up with better solutions than that. And let's use the grid. Is that solution, would that work for my daughter, my son, my mother, my grandmother? And if the answer is no to that, then it shouldn't be okay for them. And the same thing, if we're saying that in a place that we could not get a building permit because it's in a floodplain or whatever, then why would we say we're going to put tiny homes there or something else? And so we just need to apply the same things all across the board. And I am hopeful coming into 2025. I do see like this level of cooperation increasing and people wanting to come with solutions. And I think that our city is poised to build some models here. And I know the mayor is committed to that. And he's always challenging us around being a community and what that looks like. And I appreciate that. So I think this is going to be a good year for us.
I hope so. I mean, so much just depends on talking about it and working it out. We had our first meeting with a group of people who I deeply appreciate. You know, some fierce advocates for the unhoused people have been, you know, super critical of what we've done or maybe what you've done or you know, like, well, come on and let's talk about it. And you know, what we realized is that they actually felt much the same way that you felt, is that, okay, we don't want to put people in a tent in a floodplain, We also should not accept a cot on the floor
Right.
where you're, 7 a.m., you're out again.
Right.
And maybe you get that place back and maybe you don't. You can't bring your belongings with you. So if you
Right,
come in,
right.
they get stolen. Like, that's not acceptable.
Right.
And if we can make things more acceptable, we would actually have conversations with unhoused people about their options to come in and just kind of like join in the team.
Yes.
And that's really been a joy is
Yes.
to hear that way that we can improve, and then also not to be in a fight with people who
Right.
actually share your goals and you share
Yes.
their goals. And that's I don't know, that gave me a lot of joy.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I agree with the same thing, and we've talked to our outreach team and our day center, and it's our hope that this is our last year of having overflow
Yes.
in our place like that, because again, it violates our own standards.
Yep.
This whole congregate idea of putting people on cots in a dining hall,
Yep.
sure, it's better than being outside, but
Yep.
it doesn't rise to the level of treating people with dignity and
Yep.
respect.
Yep.
And so we visited some places out in California where they actually had kind of modular cubicle, but they were single beds with mattresses
Yep.
and cubbies where they could have their belongings.
Yep.
And when we walked in there, we were like, this communicates dignity.
Yeah.
Even though a person could be there for only a couple days, we want their place where they're sleeping to be one that feels like dignity and respect. So we, when we signed up for the overflow this year, we signed up with saying, as a staff, we hope this is our last year, and next year we'll have another place that's more designed that we can take care of people that way.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for
This is
coming and
lovely.
being a part of this and making it so special. And again, give our greetings to Mayor Gainey. And he's always so encouraging of the work that we're doing, and continue to let us know any way we can help. Any dialogue that's going on, we're here to be a part of it.
Yep. All right.
So thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you for everything that you do.
Well, you're
Okay.
welcome. Thank you again for joining us. And they'll take your mic off right around the corner.
Okay. Are you here all night?
Well, when it gets real cold, I'm going to go inside. But yes, 24 hours we'll have this going on.
Okay.
And so I'll go in and take a break, come out, I'll warm up.
Okay.
But people are experiencing homelessness, they can't do that.
Yeah, I know.
So that's again where I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
doing what they're doing.
Yep.
Well,
okay.
thanks
Okay.
again.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Bye-bye. It's so good to be able to be with public servants like Lisa Frank and
I forgot you
people
could
who
watch.
give of themselves to
I
be
said I
a
forgot
part
you could
of what
watch.
we're doing
Yeah.
in our city. One of the unique things about Pittsburgh is that our size city and the size of the homeless population, we are able to touch everyone that is out there. And not too long ago, I put out a survey with this idea of, do you believe that within 24 hours of someone becoming homeless in Pittsburgh, that they can encounter an outreach worker or someone who could get them off the street? And some people believe that it was not possible, but the majority of people believe that it is possible. And that's the dream. That's what we want to be able to do, is within hours of someone becoming homeless, that they would have a place to go, they would have somewhere where they could get off the street and be warm if it's cold, or cool off if it's hot. And so we're going to continue to work towards that, and we believe that Pittsburgh can truly be that place, that model for that kind of service. Yeah, that would be good. might need a little more than a few minutes though, just to. Okay. So thank you all the viewers that are joining us. Thank you for your encouragement. Continue to use the chat. Let us know you're out there. Share with your network that we're doing this. Thank you to everyone who's been donating. Again, I hear our tent is filling up on the side here. You can continue to come and give and support. And also say a prayer for those who are experiencing homelessness tonight, that they will get the help and the services that they need. So I'm going to be taking a little break, and I'll be back in just a little bit.
When I had depression, it was a very lonely stage in my life. I started to not recognize myself. I started being alone every day, not going to work, not paying bills. I didn't answer calls. I didn't talk to family or friends. It's a hurtful feeling to where it grabs you in the chest, and it just continues to grab you because you have no relief. It's a suffocation.
I grew up in Edgewood, on the east end of Pittsburgh. It was a good Christian home. I grew up going to Sunday school and vacation Bible school. When I was in high school, I started to drink and smoke weed on the weekends. And I realized that sometimes I didn't have control over it. And I started going to 12-step meetings in 1981.
The minute I walked from Hazelwood to Northside, it was that exact time I came to the Northside when I had nowhere to go. I was like, I'm homeless. And the only reason I'm homeless is because I walked away from everything that I had, because I just couldn't take it anymore.
In the summer of 1999, I was living a good life in Hawaii. I was married, happily married, and I was diagnosed with colon cancer out of the blue. I had a tumor the size of a golf ball in my descending colon. I've had cancer in my colon, my lungs, breasts, and I've had 5 different surgeries, and I've been prescribed a lot of opiates.
The path to homelessness is different for different people. And we know that since COVID has happened, that there's been an increase in those who are dealing with depression, those who are dealing with mental health issues. And then you have those that enter into homelessness because of addiction, with the opioid crisis, which continues to set records of deaths in our county. Many people are being impacted by that crisis. And a lot of them, they entered into that addiction by getting a prescription from a doctor. They find themselves in this situation, and next thing you know, they're addicted to an opioid, and then they try to find other ways of feeding that addiction when they can't get the prescription any longer.
I started wanting more and started taking more than what was prescribed. I was still going to 12-step meetings, and I met somebody at one of my meetings who was a heroin addict, and we kind of hit it off, and I ended up doing a drug that I said I'd never do.
I got to a point in my life where I wanted to jump off a bridge at a point in my life during my homelessness. I didn't want to deal with it no more. I didn't. It sucked. Life sucked. Like, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work. I didn't have anything. I was just to the point where I'm just at this bridge, and I'm just like, just take one step at a time and you could be there.
We started getting arrested, possession. I started overdosing. I had family members not talking to me. It got to the point where death was a comfortable thought to me, because I did not want to keep living this way, but I was stuck.
So one of the things that Light of Life does is that, first of all, we want to hear someone's story. We want to talk to them. We want them to know that they have a safe place that cares about them. And then we want to come alongside them and refer them to places that can help them. For many of them, part of that depression has left them feeling isolated and feeling like they don't have any options. And what we want them to know is that there's a whole community that is waiting to help them and come alongside them.
I ended up getting arrested a few times. I ended up going to jail, which I was horrified. And then I realized that I needed to change my life desperately.
Light of Life, the moment I walked through that door, it was quite an adventure. I walked in that door, didn't know, have directions. I didn't have a sense of security. I didn't have any hope. I didn't have anything but the clothes on my back. And I gave them my name, and they said, "We know who you are. We were just waiting for you." And when I went to the Light of Life, they told me how to get back into working. But before work, it was more of dealing with this. This was like the first 6 months right here. It was the first 6 months of dealing with who Nate was and how can we help him. And when I got in, it helped me get closer to God.
One of the exciting things I love about Light of Life is seeing the change that a person has once they come into our doors. One of the things that our alumni like to do is to look at their picture when they first came into our doors, and you can see in their eyes the darkness in their eyes, the weight of the world on their shoulders. And then just after a few months of being in the program, you see the light come back. You see their sparkle back in their eye. There's hope there again. And what you're seeing is the difference between hopelessness and hope. When a person has hope, life lights up again, and that's what Light of Life is here for, is to help people have hope again, to realize that they can love again, that life is not over, that their history is not their destiny, that the things that they've experienced in the past does not have to be their future, and there can be a new beginning if they would just dare to take that step and start again.
do you want to come inside?
I don't wanna hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't wanna see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't wanna trade your plan for something familiar. I can't waste a day. I can't stay the same. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern, and I don't wanna gain this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, I know that I am far from perfect, but through you the cross still says I'm worth it. So take this beating in my heart and come and finish what you started. When they say me, let them see you, 'cause I just wanna be different, yeah. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains, oh, is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. I just wanna be different. So could you be different in me?
Hey, brother, wanna come in?
Hey, do you want to come inside?
I don't wanna hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't wanna see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't wanna trade your plan for something familiar. I can't waste a day. I can't stay the same. I wanna be different. I I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern, and I don't wanna gain this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, I know that I am far from perfect, but through you the cross still says I'm worth it. So take this beating in my heart and come and finish what you started. When they see me, let them see you, 'cause I just wanna be different, yeah. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains, oh, is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. I just wanna be different. So could you be different in me?
Hey, brother, wanna come in?
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them and have something better for them. North Avenue, where the mission is now, is very small. The spaces are small and they're broken up, and we have coolers and freezers in every little cubby hole. And the biggest issue is feeding. We can fit 12 women and children in our front dining hall, and then we'll feed 20 men in our back dining hall. And so they eat in shifts. We bring the first 20 in, they sit down, eat their food, get up and go. There's not much time for guys to sit and engage each other. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to at Vetley, the new building, is the dining area. Well, we're almost going to triple in size. And we'll have more time, we'll have more room to engage these people. I just can't stress how much we're really looking forward to that a guy can sit down and he doesn't have to rush because there's guys outside waiting to come in and have his spot. That's part of that dignity that, we'll be able to offer them now. We couldn't do what we do without our donors, our volunteers, and they're just some of the most giving people committed to what we do. I believe God's got great plans for Light of Life in the future, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Yeah.
It was like me getting the help that I needed to get my life together and in order. And
Yeah.
God just placed on my heart that that's what I was supposed to do with
Yeah.
my life, is help other women.
Yeah.
So that's why I've been here that long.
Wow. Well, I love the fact that you like giving back. I don't know if she needs a microphone. Yeah. So see if you can, I don't know if they can clip this on or something, but that giving back is part of our recovery story. And so you exemplify that, but we know when you give back, you also receive. Yes. And so I know so many of the women, I remember you were sharing, I think at our last graduation, about how sometimes when they go through the program at first, they might think you get on their nerves, and but in the end, they're thankful. Yes. And I remember when I was a counselor, people would meet me at first and they would say, oh, he seems like a nice guy, I want him as a counselor. And I would say, well, let me guarantee you, if I do my job, at some point you're gonna be angry at me, you're not gonna wanna be around me, but it's because I love you, I'm gonna need to tell you the truth. And in time, we would always have those moments, but if they hung in there, we got to the other side. So have you had that experience as well? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for, getting on them.
Yeah.
And I tell them it out. I remind them now. I'm getting on you because I know I see better. You can do better.
Yes. Yeah.
You have the potential to do better.
Yes, you do. And I know another motivation for me, and again, we have a lot of common ground here, is I've been to way too many funerals. And some might think it's strange, but when I go to a funeral of somebody that I've been involved in their life, I have such a mix of emotion because, yes, I have empathy for the family and those around, but oftentimes there's frustration because all they had to do was reach out, because there's a community that's there 24/7, and so sometimes there's frustration with that. And so we are always trying to encourage people, use your we, use your resources around, because none of us have to be alone. And so tell me how that's important for the women that are in our program. If they're coming through a difficult time, why it's important to have a we.
So it's real important to have a we, because then you have somebody to go through the struggle with you, go through the fight with you.
Right.
You know what I mean? You ain't talking, so you don't feel like you're alone.
Yes.
Yourself.
Yeah.
There's somebody there to fight with you.
Right. That's right. Yeah, so we need to always, the question is, and the encouragement is, always have a we, have some people with us. And so anyway, thank you for stopping by. I know you don't have gloves on.
No, that's all right. I'm used to it like this. When I get cold, and I'm not even going to fasten my coat.
Yeah.
I got 2 layers on.
Yeah.
That's why I wouldn't come out here until like 5 minutes to.
Right.
For my bus.
Yeah.
But I figure I'll stop and call.
Yeah. Well, thank you for visiting. Keep me in prayer. But I'm all layered up, and I have heater hand warmers in here and feet warmers, and so I'm fine. The people out there, they don't have all of these resources, so that's why we're bringing attention to everyone. So now they're bringing you a mic, and you're getting ready to leave. But thank you. But thank you for sharing. But just one last thing as you go. You can put that on or hold that. Again, the encouragement about using a we. Just want to make sure that that's on the mic, because there could be people who are out there who are alone tonight, who are wanting to give up, and just knowing that there's a we there, just how would you encourage them
I
in
mean, we all need a we. You need other people in your life just so that to support you through the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever it may be. You need other people in your life. It's like you cannot do this on your own. You can't do recovery on your own. You can't do Christianity on your own.
Yeah.
You need other people to support you, encourage you, guide you, help you, all that.
Yep. Challenge you.
Yes, challenge you, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I got friends that be like, they'll tell you in a minute, you
Yeah.
know better, do it like this, or,
Yeah.
they'll be like, why can't you do it like that? I like to have people like that in my life because other than that, I'll stay in the position that I'm in and I get comfortable
Yes.
and complacent. And I don't want to be like that. I want to always be moving forward. I want to always be making my horizons bigger.
Yes. Yeah. And you need people to do that.
Yeah.
Because we all have blind spots.
Yes.
I have blind spots, and I don't have people around me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get in trouble. I need people with
And
me.
even when I don't see the stuff that people's trying to tell me, I'll be like, well, let me think about that.
There
let
you
me
go.
pray about it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to deny and say that's not me or I didn't do that.
Yeah.
I'll be like, let me think about that and I'll get back to you. And then
Yeah.
when I come back to that person, I'll be like, you know what, you're right. I do that.
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
Yep.
Well, again, thank you for stopping
You're
by.
welcome, baby.
I
Just
know-
have a good night.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm all bundled up. I have good friends around me, keeping me warm. But part of the reason I'm here is because of you and our staff. We have great staff, and I'm glad that our people who are tuning in
Yeah.
got a chance to meet you, Michelle.
And I appreciate Light of Life too. I might work here now for the 25 years I've been working here.
25 years.
25 years, but I've been a client. If you add it all together, it's been 28 years. Come on January the 30th, I'll celebrate 28 years sobriety. So I thank God for Light of Life. I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for Light of Life.
Yeah.
I strongly believe that, and that's what keeps me going and keep me motivated is helping these women to get to where I'm at too.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say we would not be who we are without you. Each member of our staff brings a unique ability, and it makes us who we are. So thank you for your 25 years.
You're welcome.
And thank you for your
And I probably
encouragement.
got like another maybe 5-6 more years.
Yeah. Keep going up.
6 more years.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm thinking, but
All
I
right.
can always come back and volunteer too.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
It's never going to end.
No.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for
welcome,
your
baby.
time.
Have a good night.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll keep that. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we want to always keep a mic down here for people who want to. Yeah. For my prayers. Okay. Okay. For me to write prayers? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, great. And then vice versa, if they have things. Okay, good. No, I'm good. How's the broadcast? How are things going? Yeah. No problem. Yeah. Okay. All right, good. No, I yeah, they seem to be okay. I'm okay for now, but probably in a little bit we'll get another one. Yeah, and I'd like to be ready for those kind of moments when they, when they happen. That's great. Yes.
Their days are like surviving. When you see them in survival mode, I see people digging in the trash. I see people picking up cigarette butts off the ground. I remember one particular girl, when she came to the mission, I gave her a toothbrush and toothpaste and told her it was free, and she just started crying. She couldn't believe it was free. My name is Lloyd Massey, and I am the Community Engagement Liaison, and I've been here 15 years. What I do is I work a lot with outreach, going into the communities, to the camps, talking to the less fortunate, trying to help them along, we pray with them, talk with them, we take them hygiene kits. Some occasions they may need food, and we'll take them food, and then we just chat with them about becoming non-homeless, like if they want to join our program at Light of Life, or they just want to, talk about life in general, how, things they've been through, how they became homeless, and how we can come alongside them to chat with them about the state that they're in. The building that we're in now, it was kind of cramped, and there was not too much space. The aisles were very narrow, and you'd be bumping everybody in the aisles there. They talk about they don't want to go in there because it's too cramped. One particular gentleman told me I'd rather just stay out under a tree. There's more space out here in the open air. So I know when they walk into that new building, they're going to be real appreciative for this space. Yes, the new building, I tell you what, where they're going to feel a lot of dignity. They're going to feel a lot of dignity, like, wow, this is for me. When the homeless person walks in that building, they're going to feel, wow, this is new for me. And that's why the building's there for them. It's not there for the staff and us. We're just servants. And the building is for them. And I just can't wait to see when they walk in there to feel the love of Jesus. It's going to be like heaven to them.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children that smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War.
there wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide. And I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom. And all my life, I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life was unmanageable. I lived to use, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of them that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. This is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, I was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
You know, when I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, like, this is why we do what we do.
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
That the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King. One of my favorite scriptures is Philippians 4:13, that I can do all things through Christ that strengthen me. That scripture has gotten me through so much turmoil and pain being clean and sober.
Some of the trials and tribulations of our guests that come through the shelter, they're me. You know, it's actually a blessing to be able to share my experience, strength, and hope with these men.
I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful that was. But, sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction and to recovery.
My daughter and I were the first clients at the Women and Children's Shelter. I formed a sisterhood with the women in the program. I'm a CCAC student now and working towards a degree in nursing. We have our own place that is safe. I've been able to repair relationships with my family, most importantly, my relationship with my daughter. There is nothing the same about my life now as it was prior to coming to the Light of Life.
The hope is that we see in the changes of the lives of the people that come to Light of Life, when they are given an opportunity to be in a Christ-centered environment where people love and care for them, healing happens. The ultimate rescue mission was Jesus coming back to earth and realizing that we were lost and he loved us. We are a community of those who have been rescued. The end game for us is to see homelessness eliminated, one life at a time. When one heart is changed, then a family can be changed. And when a family can be changed, then a community can be changed. And when a community can be changed, a city can be changed. And are you wanting me to say anything, or is this more of a Vista video? Well, how about at the very least we could put it further back, and then Chris can show us later.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you that this is the day that you made. Lord, we choose to rejoice. We thank you for the day of hope, opportunity. We thank you for the North Side. We thank you for people that are here. We thank you for the families that are going to be on their way. And Lord, we pray this afternoon that you would allow us to just experience your love, your grace, your mercy. But Lord, most importantly, that we would have hope set before us as is said in scriptures. Jesus, we thank you. We welcome you in this place. Holy Spirit, have your way. Let your kingdom come. Your will be done in our lives today.
My favorite thing about Day of Hope was we have the opportunity to minister, to share the gospel of good news. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And there is liberty in this park today. And we are so excited about what God is doing in the lives of the community, and our vendors, and our clients and staff all in one. We have a stage with live worship music, sharing of the gospel. We have programs. We have different vendors that's going to share about health. We have food. We have bouncy house where the kids can jump in and play, and we can see the joy on the kids' faces. We have so many different things happening here today.
Light of Life has been in existence in over 70 years. Our home is on the north side of Pittsburgh. We have a whole continuum of care that we offer to those who need help. It's not just a soup kitchen, it's not just a shelter, but we're going to the street on our outreach team. We're going to where the homeless are, to camps, but then once they come in, we have a day center, we have shelter for overnight for men and women with children. And then we have long-term programs that they can be involved with. We want to have an on-ramp for people to get help, no matter where they are in their homelessness or addiction journey.
Before I had come here, my life was very unmanageable. My choice of drug was pain pills, but it had ended up into heroin, crack, benzos, and pretty much anything I would take. I had lost my kids, I was homeless. When I got to the Light of Life, as soon as I walked in the door, one of the clients had asked me if we could pray before even speaking, and I knew right then and there that was where I was supposed to be. I had people that actually believed in me, trusted me. It helped regain faith and trust in myself. I ended up getting my 3 children back during the time at Light of Life.
I have been addicted since birth, and my mom gave me drugs at a young age. Eventually I learned, jails, institutions, and death, you end up with one or the other, and death was the last thing left, and I went for help. Being in active addiction, you don't really have people that care about you. In Light of Life, you do. If I didn't have Light of Life, I wouldn't be where I'm at now.
Okay, let's just right there for now. See? Infrared technology. I did not. Oh, this? Yeah. Sue said she turned it back on.
Oh, okay. Then you should be good. Okay.
How can you tell? On this?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
It's at 80 degrees.
Okay.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you that this is the day that you made. Lord, we choose to rejoice. We thank you for the day of hope, opportunity. We thank you for the North Side. We thank you for people that are here. We thank you for the families that are going to be on their way. And Lord, we pray this afternoon that you would allow us to just experience your love, your grace, your mercy. But Lord, most importantly, that we would have hope set before us, as is said in scriptures. Jesus, we thank you. We welcome you in this place. Holy Spirit, have your way. Let your kingdom come. Your will be done in our lives today.
My favorite thing about Day of Hope is we have the opportunity to minister, to share the gospel of good news. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And there is liberty in this park today. And we are so excited about what God is doing in the lives of the community, and our vendors, and our clients and staff, all in one. We have a stage with live worship music, sharing of the gospel. We have programs. We have different vendors that's going to share about health. We have
Carl. Living the dream. Yeah, I actually they have been very energizing, and so it's helped the time to go quickly. So it's been good, and they're still trying to work on some of the dynamics here, but looks like we are about to get back on here. And they mic'd you up there, brother? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna talk about hope, and to share some of your story or what we do at Light of Life, and whatever's on your mind, just keep it. We'll keep it up. Okay. Well, we are here. The conversations are continuing. Thank you again, everyone who's joining us, and we just want to remind you to share this out to your friends on YouTube or Facebook, and let them join in the conversation because we feel like this is an important conversation to carry on. Well, one of the best things about working at Light of Life is we get to serve people who are so close to God's heart. And next to that, is the community that comes together to provide the services for those who are needing our services. And one of those people on the front lines is joining us now, and that's Jamal. Jamal has been leading our CSS area, and I was checking in with the team just a little bit ago before I came to the bench, and it's always good to get over there and see what's going on. So welcome to the bench, Jamal.
Thank you.
Glad you could be here.
It's an honor and it's a pleasure to not only be sitting out here in the cold with you and to be invited out here in the cold with you, but just to be a part of Light of Life. You know, I can talk about Light of Life, and I can go all the way back to the 60s.
Wow.
You know, growing up right around the corner, knowing the Light of Life was always down at the bottom of the hill or Boyle Street, North Avenue. I grew up further up at the top of Boyle Street, and you know, as a child, you know, like riding our sleds down to, if we made it down to the bottom of the hill, to our right was Light of Life.
Yeah.
So
you would come down Boyle.
Yeah, we'd ride down
that hill and then straight.
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
Which we weren't allowed to do.
Yeah.
We weren't supposed to be doing all that. You know, because we were like in the 1400 block. So,
right.
But we would come down, and Light of Life was always there, and there was always something going on there.
Yeah.
You know, and I can talk about a lot of stuff that, you know, people don't remember. Like, I can remember just being able to go there to get something that you needed or wanted.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, you know, as a kid, Light of Life has always been a part of my life, and you know, and coming up and going through some of the trials and tribulations of life, you know, ended up going down some dark roads and those types of things, and you know, and it's amazing how God's grace and mercy works in our lives that allow me to be able to be back here with the opportunity of giving back what was so freely given to me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm currently like 73 years old.
Young.
I was young, or 73 years seasoned.
Yes, yeah.
And you know, like, and I'm grateful to even say that. You know what I mean? You know, coming from where I come from, I mean, you know, like I had to, you know, go through the things that I went through. I've always told myself, if I didn't go through the trials and tribulations that I went through, would I be here?
Right.
Would Jamal be sitting on the bench with the director of Light of Life, just having a conversation, just trying to let people know, you know, to be able to identify with not only the cold and the stuff that goes on with our homeless brothers and sisters here.
Yeah.
You know, I've been blessed to be able to, like, you know, go through some dark times in my life, you know, like 40 years of active drug addiction, you know, being able to finally find my way and get clean, and then just start doing the next right thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, and as
what was that turning point for you? Because that's, again, one of those things that we want to give here is hope. And some people might think, you know, I've tried time and time again, and I'm stuck. And one of the guys here earlier said, for him, it was this time where he finally gave up. Was there like a moment or a decision that you can see that started you on that path? I know it's not instantaneous, it's a process, but
it became, I would have to say, if I needed to put a word on it, I would say hopelessness.
Okay.
You know, I would even throw degradation into the mix.
Right.
Because that's where I ended up at. I mean, and when I finally got to that point, and it took a while.
Yeah.
It took a while to get there. I mean, it took some struggles, you know, it took some jail, it took some hurt, it took some pain, it took some loss, you know, for me to get to that point. But I think I would honestly have to say hopelessness, not having any hope for the future.
Yeah.
You know, being degraded. I mean, just like doing things that I knew weren't right.
Yeah.
Doing things that I knew God didn't want me to do, and doing them most of the time against my will.
Yeah.
You know, my primary reason for my trials and tribulations was drug addiction.
Yeah,
you know, I was an active IV drug user, you know, and I used, and I got caught up in the grips of addiction, and, you know, it just took me to places and spaces that I never could imagine that I went through.
Right.
You know, like, I mean, but I think the turning point was hopelessness and degradation. And at that time, when I got there, I cried out. And I can remember I was actually in a medicated assisted treatment program, you know, and I was drinking methadone. And I was on my way one day and I said, I'm tired, I don't want to do this no more. And what I did was I actually called a treatment center. We had a treatment center here. It's actually, the treatment center now is actually the New Children's Hospital in Bloomfield.
Yeah.
And
used
it
to
was
be
called
St.
St. Francis.
Yes.
And I called them, they didn't have a bed for me. But they told me to keep calling back. And I was at that point where I kept calling. So I think I first called them on a Tuesday. I called them back on a Wednesday. And then I called them back on a Thursday. And they said, come. And when they said come, and I think anybody that's been through the process, you know, they know, like, it's like, so the lady said, well, come on right now. And I was like, you mean right now? You know, it's like, this minute?
Yeah.
You know? I mean, I got some things I got to do first. And she said, no, come right now. So I mustered up the energy and, you know, fought the adversary off enough to be able to get over there. And I was able to get myself together and, you know, I had my first experience after 40 years of active drug addiction, of actually being drug-free.
Yeah.
You know, actually being able to wake up without being dope sick, actually being able to, you know, wake up and not be mad I'm woke.
Yes.
Those kinds of things. And, you know, and the journey continues. I mean, you know, like I was able to stay clean for 10 years. I stayed clean 10 years, and then I fell off, you know, and relapsed. But, you know, I was able to, I had enough of a foundation in me that I was able to get right back.
Okay, good.
And that's a direct result. You know, I got back clean. I first got clean in 1994. Relapsed, came back in around 2005, and I've been clean ever since. I just celebrated 19 years clean in November. You know, and in that course of period of time, in that 19 years, I was able to, like, start working. You know, I got remarried. My first wife passed as a direct result of drug addiction, but blessed me with 2 beautiful, wonderful children. Okay. And my current wife now, she blessed me with 2 beautiful daughters, so we got a blended family, and it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And my wife, she's my greatest source of strength and courage beside God, Christ. You know, and I was able, you know, I was just able to get back into living. Get back into normal things, doing normal things that normal people do. You know, like, one thing about people that suffer from the disease of addiction, we're like extraordinary people just trying to learn how to do ordinary things.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, like, coming back into just like being able to, like, consistently going to work.
Yeah.
You know, consistently paying the light bill. And those kinds of things. You know, just learning to do that stuff once again.
Right.
And I've gotten to a point right now where it's like, you know, it's a fulfillment now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To be able to do those things, you know. So I was able to, you know, I've been blessed thus far. I've worked in the construction industry I retired in 2022. I started out around 2004, 2005, and worked about 18, 19, 20 years, give or take, you know, and then worked actually 18 at the same place.
Yeah.
And, you know, was able to retire, and a friend of mine that used to be the supervisor of the men's shelter at Light of Life, Dean Robinson, called me one day. Well, he had been bugging me about coming to work for Light of Life, you know, but at the time, I wasn't ready. And I told him, I said, well, let me think about it once I retire. And so I retired, and, you know, I didn't really want to, once I retired, I wanted to do something. I thought about going into treatment. You know, I'm going to work in treatment, show people, yeah, you can get off methadone, because I never thought I could.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So now that I did, I wanted to go back and show other people it is possible.
It is possible, right.
There's a possible life after drugs. You can do this. You know, look at me. I actually got a car.
Right.
You know, that's in my name. You know, those kinds of things. You know, that was impossible before. And so, you know, and so we talked about it, and I ended up coming to Light of Life, and as a direct result, I ended up working in the shelter, and, you know, just being there, man. You know, like, it's just a blessing, man, to be able to, like, share some. I had to, you know, just for example, today we had a gentleman that he's been struggling. He's actually my age, 73 years old, still struggling.
Yeah.
still struggling. And so we sat and talked. He needed a bed. I called him in the office. We sat and talked. And and we just went over and over. And it's like, listen, it's like he said, man, he said, for me, I don't call it a second chance.
Yeah.
I just say another chance.
Okay.
Because I needed more than two.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
so
I used up my two.
Yeah. So I mean, just give me another chance.
Yeah.
And then perhaps another one.
Yes.
And
yes.
maybe even another one.
Yeah.
But just keep. And so my whole concept is just keep coming. Because one of these days it's going to be your turn.
Yeah.
So now what we do is we address it that way.
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets frustrating, or because we love.
Yeah.
And because we love, we don't want to see people hurt.
Yes.
And we don't want to see people keep going back and forth.
Yes.
But we got to always be open to that. This may be your time.
Yes.
So we got to do everything that we can do to introduce you to whatever it is we think we need to do. So,
right.
The gentleman, he's back in the shelter now. We're going to do some work, try to get him into treatment, and this may be the time.
Yeah.
So, and that's a blessing. It's a blessing to be able to do that work. I mean, this is the first job I ever had in my life that when I walk in the door, I don't look for the time clock. I just go.
That's
go
a
at
blessing.
It. Go at it, and then just having the opportunity of being connected with God.
Yeah.
Being on a job where we pray.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We will start our shifts off praying. The teams pray. We have a team of 16 men. We work 24/7.
Yeah.
Our operation, in our sector of the shelter, we work 24/7. There's always somebody working.
Yes.
So there's always, and we're always serving. And that's what it's all about. So, just a blessing, man, to be able to be back here and being able to work here. And I actually get paid. They give me money for this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's like,
it's good.
and it's all good. But, it's like, I never, I remember when Dean was talking to me, everybody said, man, I can't pay you nothing. I said, we good, man, because, I done did what I needed to do. I didn't sit on the porch drink some lemonade for real.
Yeah,
but I don't want to. I want to do this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It's, so
that's good.
And that's what I enjoy doing. So.
Well, when we were talking earlier, well, first of all, thank you for your service, for being here. Your team is often the first people that people encounter.
Yeah.
And we were talking to somebody earlier today. Stepping through those doors for some is the most courageous act they can do.
Right.
Because they've been beat down by the world, by drugs, by whatever's going on. They're thinking it'll never be any different. And they decide one day to try something different. And usually it's one of your staff that they encounter.
Right.
So your team is there to listen, to let them know what the resources are, and then it's up to them to make a choice. But we're always there with a helping hand. So thank you for that and for encouraging your team. The other thing that I wanted to get back to was because you mentioned part of your coming here was Dean, and I know a lot of people. Dean was their door.
Yeah.
They had a conversation with Dean. He grew up here on the north side. So he would share his story. People would say they would watch him and they think, oh, he's going to be back out here. And he kept going. And then he was able to share with others, and then they got hope and moved on. So now you're doing the same thing.
Right.
And you're helping others to find their place. And that's what hope is all about, and that's part of what we're doing here. We're hoping that when people see that we're willing to spend this time out here, it's not about us, it's not about me being on the bench. We want people to be thinking about the people who are out there who are suffering right now.
Right.
If they could turn the camera around, they would see all kind of heaters and all kind of stuff. People in a tent, they don't have this.
Right.
And what I've heard so many times is that what the hardest part is the isolation, the being alone, to not having family or anybody to turn to. And so for many of them, Light of Life becomes that first step to being back into a family. And that's one of the things that motivates me, is because we are all one community here.
Right.
And being a part of a we is what makes the difference.
Right.
Me, when I was caught up, it wasn't, if I would have tried to continue to get free on my own, I would have stayed in the grips of addiction. But with God and with a community around me, He could help me to get the right path and then be able to share that good news with others. So we are said so many times during our time, the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community.
Community. Yeah.
And what you were talking about demonstrates community and the community that you experience, but also the community that we are offering to others. And so we not only do this work, you said we're open 24/7. I wanted to also give a shout out to community partners. Because I know that there are times that we're full. There are times that people come to us and the people that are coming to us are beyond our level of care, and we got to try to find a place for them. So can you walk us through that a little bit and just talk about what that's like when people come to us and if we don't have space or if they need something that we don't offer?
Well, we've been blessed to have some excellent partners in this game. You know what I mean? We work alongside the Allegheny County Department of Human Services, and we have some resources with them as well as some alternative places like the Salvation Army Family Center. We have the East End Cooperative Ministries. We have the organization up on Perry Hilltop at the Old McKnocker School that's really tremendously helping us in regards to making sure that we keep our homeless housed, because we all are running overflow shelters right now. And we have a 20-bed overflow shelter that we're running in addition to our 42-space emergency shelter and work program. And so oftentimes we're completely full. And we have this opportunity of being able to, we don't have to put nobody out in the cold. We got places for them to go. We've developed systems where we can transport people. If they show up on our steps and we don't have anything for them, we can get them to another place. Salvation Army Family Services in East Liberty is excellent in helping our women and children out. East End Cooperative Ministry, the same thing. We do partner with Mercy Behavioral Health over on the south side with the CRC and CRR. The community association in Homewood and on the south side. All these places, we all interact with each other and help each other out.
So we help each other. We can refer people to them. They refer people to us, and so there's a network throughout our county. And we all work together. That was actually one of the benefits, unexpected benefits that came during COVID. Was that I know that there were a lot of programs that I felt like we were more siloed before, but with COVID, we start trying to navigate this together and communicating, and then we just start saying, let's keep this going. And so now we've even taken it to another level. I know Tamika Dawkins is going to be joining us tomorrow, but this whole multidisciplinary team that she helped to pioneer, where we bring together social workers, intake people from multiple organizations, and so now we can together figure out ways that we can bring support to somebody, and you just never know when that person is going to say yes.
Yes, absolutely. So we got to be ready for it. I mean, like here on the front line, all of the team, we honor God and we love well. Part of our core values here at Light of Life, and and so we meet people where they are. One of the benefits for me and a part of my success in this is I can meet an individual and they'll be struggling with something, and we'll sit down and we'll talk. And I'll share snippets of my story, and it loosens them up. And then they'll start sharing, because some of my story is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And for an individual to hear some of that stuff and then see me sitting here with a sane mind, body, and spirit,
Yeah.
Something got to be going on. He must know something.
Right, yeah.
And then that loosens them up, and then they'll start sharing. And, you know, and it might not be the first time. It might be the second time they show up.
Right.
They'll start sharing, then we'll start, you know, then they'll start realizing that, well, maybe there is hope. I always talk about this. I can remember when I was younger, and my mom would come back from church, and she'd always say that the pastor really hoped me today. And I just thought for granted that she meant to say help.
Yeah.
She was just saying hope. You know, my mom, she's from the South. She, you know, she don't know what she's talking about. But as I grew and start getting some experience and understanding with God myself, I realized she meant what she was saying. You know, the pastor gave her some hope for today. And that's what we need to do. We need to, we need to give our family hope. Once again, we need to show them that there is hope. It ain't over, and
that's
then,
awesome.
And we need to keep coming, and we need to keep showing up, and we got to do this together as a we. You know, in Recover we talk about we.
That's
in
it.
Light of Life we talk about community, and we try to do everything as a community. You know, and in doing so, we've been successful.
Yes,
we've been successful at this. You know, right now we've been experiencing for the last, I'll say, 6 months here at Light of Life. We've gotten at least 8 men their own apartments.
Wow.
You know, from homelessness, staying in a tent, coming into the shelter, and doing the footwork. What we try to focus on is human transformation.
Yeah.
We want to meet you where you are and find out what you need. The first thing to do, you need ID to do anything.
Right.
So we work on that. You know, we'll pay for you. We'll take you down to the department, wherever. If you have ID and you lost it, we get it back for you. If you never had it, we'll try to get it for you. Birth certificate, those fundamental three items
those documents,
those three pieces of documentation that you need to move forward in your life. And then we have some connections. You know, we got connections with local restaurateurs that will hire the guys as dishwashers, and we start there. You know, so we try to encourage them. You know, sometimes we just got to let them sit still for a minute.
Right.
You know what I mean? But once we get to going, you know, that's what we try to do. We want to transfer them back into the human being that God created them to be.
Right.
You know, and we do, and that happens here at Light of Life.
Yes.
You know.
Well, I know we're in our final 2 minutes here. When you were talking about that hope and talking about the things that happen, I remember the story of the guy that lived on North Avenue for a number of years. And our team would go there. He wouldn't come in. Finally, he came in. And the team sat down, and like you were saying, sat down and heard his story. And one of the things was, he said, well, why didn't you get the help before? Why didn't you come in before? And he shared how he had been living in a house, wife and children, but one day there was a fire and he lost everything, and his family tragically died, and something broke in him in that moment. And he said that he could never imagine going into a building and leaving it when his family couldn't leave it. And that was stuck in his head. So he refused, no matter how cold it was, he would not come in. But one day, he finally said yes. And so we are here for that one day.
One day.
We want to be here 24/7 so that one day when somebody says yes, they can come in and they can experience that hope shot that your mother talked about and that you give every day. So thank you again, Jamal, for your service, for being part of the team. Thank you for giving that smile and for encouraging me as well. And we know we have the best staff in the world, and I just thank you for your contributions here. And keep us in prayer for the rest of the night.
I sure will. And I'd like to thank you for your leadership and your guidance. And it's because of you that we're doing as good as we're doing.
Oh, well,
so
I can't do it.
Thank you very much.
It's a we, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're doing it together. So thank you.
Yes,
thank you
sir.
again.
Thank you.
So, all right.
All right,
Bless
go
you.
Steelers.
Yeah, hey, about that.
Yeah.
So you got them colors on.
Yeah, you see,
Yeah.
All right,
and we're representing here.
We're representing here.
Yes.
So
no, we wish we were still playing, but we're gonna get you next year.
yeah, it's always next year. Like I said,
Yeah.
not second chance, another chance.
Right. All right. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael, okay, where's...
Yeah, you'll go up there and they'll take your microphone. My father taught me if you're not 15 minutes out.
And you've been that way.
It's always a pleasure to be able to hear from staff and to hear their stories. And our stories all come together, and it's wonderful how that blends together to make the community that we live in. But all of us need that hope shot. All of us need that opportunity where we can believe again and learn again and grow again. And so people like Jamal make this such a special place. And we're glad that we can highlight the staff that we have and the good work that they're doing. And again, tonight we just want to encourage people, if you're watching on Facebook or on YouTube, to be sharing this out. Tell your friends about it. We want to get the word out. And again, the focus isn't about us. The focus is about those who are in the streets, who need help, who need a place to stay, who need a place to be changed or transformed, and we want to be there for them. So keep them in your prayers tonight, and let's just remember, as we're trying to remind people all through the night, this is not about me or any of the people here experiencing homelessness for 24 hours or an hour. There is no way that this is like homelessness, because I know where I'm going tomorrow. I'm never alone here. I have people around me. So this is not like homelessness.
Is it best to be like looking at Jarrell
The
the whole
stress
time, or
of
kind of back and
homelessness,
forth, or to the
the
camera?
stigma around it, the trauma that people are experiencing, they are the ones that are truly suffering. And we're hoping that tonight and on any other night, that people will be encouraged to come in out of the cold and to be able to come in and get the help. Light of Life is here for that. Follow us, like us, subscribe, do all of those things. And also communicate in the chat. We have some people who are following in the chat, and we want to keep the dialogue going. We want this to be a dialogue as we are going through the night. So thank you for joining, and thank you for being a part of this. And we're about to bring on a good friend. Just 1 second here. I want to send you a quick text. We have, again, one of the pleasures here is to have staff that can come and be a part of this event with us. And so we get to welcome another one of our staff members, part of our senior leadership team here. And Carl, come on in.
Hey, Jarrell.
Welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, nice to see you.
Glad you could be with us, and
of course,
and join us for this time. And I hope you can do it warmly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're dressed for it. I haven't had the hours outside you have, but yeah, good setup.
But we're making it work. But again, if the camera could look around us, there's all kind of heaters and things here. And so, yes, it's cold. I don't know that it's quite above freezing in here, but it's not as bad as it is out there. But again, we're here to raise awareness. We're not here trying to say we're experiencing homelessness. This is not homelessness at all. but we do think is worthy of having conversations and of drawing attention to what we do. So again, welcome to the bench.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we're both basketball players. I'm guessing I might have spent more time on the bench than you.
Well, I always loved coming off the bench for sure, and being a part of what this is about. And so why don't you explain people a little bit about what you do and what role you play on the team?
Yes, sure. So I came to Light of Life about 2.5 years ago, initially as Director of Human Resources and now serving as Director of Administration. So essentially it's a role involved in people leadership and people programs and other administrative functions. Data analytics, organizational security.
So there's a lot of things that kind of come under that area, but one of the themes that we've been talking about tonight is something that we say often at Light of Life, how the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And we try to carry that forth in every aspect of our organization, and it's even captured in our core values, because we believe that we need to love well and we need to build that community. And so you've had the chance to see that, to encourage that, and how important is that to the community that we have here?
Oh, it's enormous. I'd say that's what brings authenticity in helping to affect change. And it makes it rewarding in an environment like that to work in. It's a spiritual community. It's a working community. I came to Light of Life with work experiences as being part of a family business and then running my own staffing firm, and both of those were very good experiences. There was community to them for sure that is blessed by, but I haven't had the type of working community the way I have had here at Light of Light. It's just been really special.
Well, the community, one of the things that I so much enjoy about what we get to do here is that it's not just about being together, but we try to encourage that we are together in an authentic way. And so if our staff comes in and they're not doing well, we want them to be able to tell that and not feel like they have to hide where they are. And I know in your department and in your leadership, you have encouraged that, and we've heard, I've heard personally of people who have worked in your areas that you've supervised, where they appreciate that about you, that you will listen and you'll hear, and you're always supportive. And I know you encourage that throughout the organization. How important is that to building community?
Well, it's significant. For me, I find my best work in my greatest meaning in the one-to-one types of interactions. Kind of whether we're having it now or in a conference room or in an office. Two people sharing how they are viewing things, maybe working together and finding solutions or overcoming some of the difficulties that we all experience.
Right. Well, when I was talking to Jamal right before you, one of the things he was talking about was the fact that when he came here, it was a result of Dean Robinson inviting him to come in, and so often it takes one person reaching out to another. And when we're talking about the value of community, we also encourage our staff to be involved in community outside of here, and to find a church community or others where they can be with people. And again, on a night like tonight, we're aware of how cold it is. We want people who are out in the cold to come out of the cold and to come to shelters. But we also want the message to be, we all need community. Not just on nights like this, but we need to be able to do life together with people. And I know that you're committed to that, and personally you have people in your life, that friends that you've cultivated over the years, that I'm sure has been a source of encouragement to you.
No doubt. It's funny because my nature generally is somewhat introverted.
Okay. Yeah.
And my last position, the last company that I was running, was very decentralized. It was a work from home scenario, which is great. And yeah, I like to claim my work from home days when it can be done here. But I recognized, and part of what drew me to Light of Life was I recognized the benefit of structure and connection. Right. And I'm very pleased to be interacting and connected with people here, throughout the work week. And there's been a lot of different connection groups that I've been blessed by in recent years, whether that be affiliated with my church, Memorial Park Church in the North Hills, or with different groups of men combining, because life can be lonely, holding up your own problems to yourself and not sharing the ways that we can help one another. And that's central to help we execute our programs here and develop our staff. We're all developing.
And so again, that's a thing I appreciate about being here, is because we are trying to model and live the life that we're also saying to our clients and guests, because we want them to experience that same richness. And so the fact that you do that, you're able to share with others what brings you hope and strength, and then hopefully they'll see that as well. And we know that on the other side, that when people graduate from our program, those who are most successful are the ones that have connected to a we that has a strong community around them. They've either been reunited with their families, they have church involvement or some other activities that keep them grounded. Those are the ones that do well. The ones that isolate and go to an apartment by themselves, many of them will relapse within a matter of months. And so that community is so important, and being able to model that as staff is important as well. Yes, and
It's important to be among others that have different characteristics than ourselves.
Right.
I know in my personal life, as I think of, my wife Laura, our friends, how they've been good to help bring me out of a shell. And connect. And that's a vibrant thing here at Light of Life that's special in a way that's even different from a number of our churches, of the people from all walks of life that are working together. And let's face it, it's a broken world, and we've all experienced setbacks in life of various magnitude. But I think that's something that enables us to relate and bring our authentic selves to our work. Well, that's those are excellent points, and again, thank you for sharing. Thank you for being a part of this growing family. And speaking of which, kind of segue there, we do have some open positions. Brought my notebook in case you asked.
Because there might be some that are watching, and one we say, look at the bottom of your screen. There's a place on Facebook or YouTube. You can always go to our website. When you go to our website, you'll see there are places and opportunities for you to get involved. And so there are places where you can join. We cannot do what we do without the volunteers that come and make this ministry possible. We cannot do what we do without the donors that donate to us on a consistent basis, enables us to do what we can do. But it's also our wonderful staff. I believe we have the best staff here in Pittsburgh. They're just wonderful. And but there might be some who are saying, you know what, I'd like to be a part of that. So why don't you tell them, if somebody is interested in exploring careers with us, how would they do that? And maybe there's one or two you want to highlight.
So we continue to grow. I mean, we've grown about 30% in the last 2 years. Currently, we have 10 open positions that are posted on our website. So if you were to go to lightoflife.org, along the top banner of the page, going to Join Us, and then drop down to Careers, that will show our 10 or 11 current job postings. And there's a good variety there. There are some that deliver client services in the shelter. We've got positions open in long-term programs right now, both in the men and women's side. There is a position in development, a director of emergency services that we're recruiting for. So, yeah, that's generally the type of diversity and the types of roles that we have available. And we do have such a strong team. That's really been a special part of collaborating with just gifted and committed people.
Yes. Well, if somebody is feeling that tug in their heart, please go to our website and check out those opportunities and apply. Also, if you're feeling that tug in your heart just to be involved, there's volunteer opportunities. And again, you can go to the volunteer button, and there's training and screenings for that. But again, we cannot do what we do without the volunteers that help us to really deliver the services that we have. One of the things about what we do is that there's really a continuum of care. And we started off in 1952 as basically a soup kitchen, and then we added a shelter for men. And then in the 90s, we added long-term programming for women with children. And we continue to add and grow. You said we had about a 30% growth. That's due to the fact that where we're serving and who the people that we're serving, it's growing. And unfortunately, there's more and more people experiencing housing insecurity. And we expand our services beyond just those who are homeless or experiencing homelessness. We are now trying to help prevent people from becoming homeless. And so we have preventive services as well as supportive services for those who graduate to stay in their homes and want them to be successful. So again, it's a wonderful continuum. But we can't do it alone.
Lots of vision from our leaders to expand. Well, but we developed that together too. And but thank you for that. And thank you again for taking time in the evening to come and be a part of this. It would have been much easier to do it during work hours, but you come here at a late time, and I appreciate that. And thank you again for keeping the dialogue going. Of course, yes, thank you. It's a blessing to be here, working with you, working with the whole rest of our team.
Yes. Well, keep us in prayer, and I'll check in with you tomorrow.
Okay, absolutely.
And say hello to the family for me.
Sure will.
And again, thank you.
Take care.
All right, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Well, it was always great to visit with our staff and to hear what's going on. And Carl is such an integral part of our leadership team, our senior leadership team, to help us do what we do on a regular basis. Yes.
Okay, got it. I texted her.
Okay. I've gotten a couple calls. I don't know if there's something going on. Josiah did too. Yeah. Hello. How are you?
Good, how are you? I'm Felicity. Nice to meet you.
Felicity, hi. Good to meet you as well. Did you say stand or sit? What were you saying?
We're keep it sitting.
Okay, all right.
Ask you a couple questions about, why you're out here, the meaning of it, and then we're probably gonna have a morning crew come visit tomorrow as well.
Okay, good. I need to mic me up. My hands are, if you could do it, I have like double gloves on and it's hard to. Yes.
Can you actually?
Around the back?
Oh,
or-
yeah, we can do around a little bit. Yeah. Just look it over the top. Might actually.
Inside?
I'm gonna have this over to you. Yep. And then do it up to that side, just so the wire doesn't show.
Thank you.
Yep. And then I think keep you on the bench.
Okay. Kind of goes along with the theme.
Exactly. Show everyone how it click over to your YouTube.
Okay.
So how is it so far?
It's been going well and actually faster than I thought.
Really?
But you know what? The the conversations really help.
Yeah.
And so it energizes me, and so we just start talking, and then next you know, an hour's gone by, and so so it's good. But as you can see, the heaters are on. It's not as bad as it is out there. It's still cold, but it's not as frigid as out there.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So what are we doing out here?
Yes, well, we are here having, we created space for Conversations on a Bench. This is actually part of a national campaign. Light of Life is a part of an international group called Citygate. And so on this night, there are 12 to 13 other rescue missions that are doing the same conversations from Pennsylvania to California and in the South as well. And so they're out having conversations, and the main purpose is to give opportunity to raise awareness of those experiencing homelessness, as well as to discover some solutions. And some of the conversations today, there's been some sparks, and people say, you know what, I'm going to try this, or try to connect back to this idea later on. And so we're hoping that we are able to do that as well.
And of the conversations you've had today, tell me about maybe one or two that have been particularly enlightening or something that stood out to you.
Well, it's so hard to do that. I would say Dr. Bullock, who's the president of Community College of Allegheny County. He's a neighbor right up the street here, but he shared a story of a student that he had that was homeless. And one of the things that we're hoping in raising awareness is dealing with stigma. And we were saying how a lot of times when you say somebody is homeless, there's a stereotype that comes to mind. And but people don't realize that college students are homeless. There can be homeless college students. And so he tells a story of a student that he discovered one day and ended up finding out that student was staying in a shelter and was able to get support. They had an excellence program where this student was able to get enrolled in. And a couple years later, he was able to go to Pitt, get a degree, and now he's working. And so it's exciting to see those success stories, but it's also, it's a great opportunity to say that you never know who's homeless. Anybody can be homeless. It's not whatever the stereotype is. And so what we're wanting to do, another theme, has been the Mr. Rogers theme. And that is that we want Pittsburgh to be a place of being good neighbors. And so how can we be good neighbors to those who don't have a home? And how can we find a way so that everyone can have a home?
And you could have done this inside, you could have done it just during the day. Why out here on a bench for 24 hours?
Yes, well, honestly, we weren't planning on a polar vortex coming. When we planned this, we realized it was going to be the winter, but we thought we would have an average January. So we had a decision to make, but we decided to go on with it because those who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have the opportunity to say, well, I'm just going to check out today. Now we are doing this. One of the things we're differentiating here, I am not experiencing homelessness. We have heaters all around. I know where I'm going tomorrow. Person who's really experiencing homelessness, they're under stress, they're under trauma being out there. For me, I'm always have people around me and I'm gonna be fine. Because the weather has been so cold, there are gonna be times I take breaks and go inside. And we have a nurse that's on staff, so making sure everything is safe for me. But we also want to say that people who are living in a tent, they don't have that option. So this really isn't about me and what we're doing here, but we're hoping that these conversations will inspire others to get out there and be good neighbors to those who are experiencing homelessness.
And, when it hits 3 a.m., 4 a.m., are you still going to have guests coming through? And how many people do you have lined up to come talk to you, and does anyone come?
Yes, well, we have, I don't have it in front of me here, but yes, we had all 24-hour slots available. And then we had people that came to us who said they wanted to be involved. And so we would slot them in based on where they are. And so we're going to be here available for conversations for 24 hours. I do know there's some lean hours in the middle of the night, which actually could be good. I might actually catch a little sleep during that time. But yeah, people can still be added. So if there's somebody out there who wants to be a part of this, they can contact us at lightoflife.org. You can also follow us on Facebook or YouTube, and you can get involved because we want this to be a dialogue, whether you're putting a question in the chat or coming in to sit on the bench.
Great. I think those are all my questions. I just got a text. Let me make sure it's not a question they want me to ask.
Right, right.
I think we're good. Anything else you think is important to say for our viewers to know?
Well, I always like going back to, again, the Mr. Rogers theme. And so on a night like tonight, let's think about our neighbors, especially those who are older adults. I'm encouraging people to check in on their neighbors, love them well, and we want to see civility and neighborliness just rise in our community. And a lot of times we see so much division. We want to have the opposite of that, and we believe here in Pittsburgh we can do that like no other place. So thank you for coming and being a part of our experience here.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you. All right. Do you need like a 2-shot or something? Or? You're. Oh, okay.
Coming out one way.
And then this way. Yeah. Everybody has a little different technique, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
All right. So maybe somebody might come back tomorrow? Yeah. All right. Well, thank you again. Everything good?
Yeah. Jamal was just seeing if his phone's here.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. All right. How you doing?
Good.
All right. Matt from the board is here.
Okay, great.
So.
Shannon's okay? Everything's good?
Yeah, she's
okay.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, she was just letting us know you can hear when they step off of the mic.
Yes.
So just being mindful when turning it on as soon as possible.
Good. Hey, how you doing? You mic'd up yet?
Check. All right, thanks.
Welcome, Matt.
What's going on? How are you, Drew?
Hey, I'm doing well. Yeah.
Surviving out here? You doing all right?
Yeah, we're surviving. As you can see, the staff have the heaters around, and I got all kind of layers on, so I'm doing okay. But I'll be taking breaks as well.
It's awesome. It's a great event. I was stoked to see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being a part of this. And one of the things I was excited when I saw that you had signed up is we just recently announced our partnership in a new way, and we're one big family now. And so I just want to say that prior to that, Light of Life, you know, we've been involved since 1952 of providing services, and one of the main areas that is so challenging when people finally find a home is turning that apartment or that house into a home.
That's it.
And your organization, the organization that you've led, was a major part of that, and we were happy to join and begin using your services, and so now we get to do it together. So can you talk a little bit about Off the Floor and Light of Life and what's going on?
Yeah, I'd love to. So Off the Floor, Furniture Bank, we've been around not quite as long, 20 years in the Pittsburgh area. Started in 2004. Furniture Bank is kind of a maybe unique concept, unique term. You think food bank, we do the same thing for furniture. So full service, pick up donated goods, donated furniture, repurpose into the homes of folks who need it most, all free to the client, the recipient. So yeah, I think we take for granted the ability to walk into a home, put our keys on the table, right, sit on the couch, watch TV, eat a meal. And so being able to be, a small part in that organization, to get the affiliation, the partnership inked and signed is huge. It, in my mind, provides sustainability for a needed resource and sort of that continuum that we're all focused on solving.
Well, I know that there have been women with children in our shelter who had an apartment that they could move into, but they didn't have any furniture. They didn't have beds, and they were just stuck. It was like, what do? You have children, and you finally work through all the barriers, but then you don't have a place for them to sleep. And so it is such a huge deal for them to finally get those, that furniture.
Oh, yeah.
And I was talking to some of the staff about what it's like when it's Furniture Day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you know about that and what people experience. Tell us about that.
Coming into the warehouse, a sense of dignity and pride. You actually get to pick the furniture that you kind of want in your home, right? So they get the full experience. They get to come in, they get to meet the guys, walk our warehouse, see what we have in store, and they know what they're going to get the next day. And I think one of my favorite stories through last year was a woman called in. She was hosting her family. Her daughter was getting married. They'd never been to Pittsburgh. She had an apartment, a couple bedrooms. She was stoked. She didn't have any furniture. So we were able to get the apartment furnished, ready to go. She hosted her family. Daughter had her wedding. And it was just a lot of joy, right? And love. And again, to be a small part and stuff like that, it is rewarding. And it's rewarding,
Yeah. Well, one of the things we talk about a lot is why community is so important, and one of the things in Pittsburgh that we're encouraging is for more of us to work together and to create that community, and sometimes it's about providing your piece of the puzzle.
That's it.
Everybody can't do everything, but if we can find more affordable housing units, there's such a backlog, so we need more affordable housing. We need more transitional housing.
Yeah.
We need emergency housing, and all of those need furniture to make it work. So we see a bright future for Off the Floor, and we believe that there are more organizations that can utilize the services.
Yep.
And we are just finishing a deal that's about to be announced so that we can have even more space.
Exciting.
And so we're really excited about that.
Yeah.
And so I know it's going to be a busy but exciting 2025.
It'll be great. I think so too.
And then you're also going to be my boss as well, because you're joining the board. So
it's a strong term. Yeah, I'm excited to join the board. Excited to support the mission. I think the work we've been through with this partnership over last year has really opened my eyes into all that Light of Life does and offers. And Yeah, and one of the things I think is so cool, and you kind of touched on, is Pittsburgh is, I think, a city of helpers, right?
Yes.
And there are all these organizations out there that are focused on the problem of homelessness, right? And wherever in that sort of spectrum of homelessness you're focused on. And so could you talk about, you've been, Light of Life's been around for so long, both the opportunity but the challenges that present in trying to coordinate with maybe organizations that focus different or have different methods or whatever it may be, but still in the same, direction, right?
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. A lot of times when there are organizations that are out there, they've developed their own organization based on their own mission or vision, and they've done it by themselves. So they've had to raise support, they've had to raise volunteers or staff, and when anybody does that, you begin to get siloed in what you do. And at some point, though, you got to look up and say, what are the other people out there that are doing what we do, and how can we support each other? And I think there are times in our history as Light of Life that we were more isolated. And when I first came, I heard that there were some feelings like that. But we also worked very hard at overcoming that. And we wanted to be seen as a community player and wanted to help others as they're here. And I tell you, Matt, one of the things that really changed things for us in an odd way was the pandemic. As crazy as that pandemic was, what we started realizing was that, one, we had to figure out how to navigate it. If you recall, at first there were conflicting guidelines and changing guidelines.
Oh yeah. I was in healthcare, I remember.
Yeah, that's right, you're in healthcare. So we were trying to figure it out. So we started talking to other nonprofits and just saying, hey, what are you doing? And they would ask us what we're doing. And we started learning from each other. And it was helpful. Then the other thing during the pandemic was that some of the nonprofits closed down and some felt like they had to close. And Light of Life, because of our donors, because of our mission, we made a decision we're going to remain open. And but when we did that, we later learned that for many, we were the only availability that they had. Some of the people experiencing homelessness would go to the library, and libraries were closed, or other places were closed. And so we had to expand our net. And we had people from the Mon Valley coming up to get food and clothes from us. And so we realized, wow. But the other great thing was more people started donating to us. And I remember at one point, we had our donation center in this building, and the staff, they were concerned. They were like, hey, we got to tell people to stop. There was like too much coming in.
It's a great problem.
And so, but then when we thought about that, it was like, it's not so much telling them to stop. We need to figure out how to be good stewards with what's being given to us. And that's where we started saying, what about our partners? And the leaders of our donation center began reaching out. And so we started having partners come in and get clothes or get food and take it back to their church, take it back to their organization. And that created a new model for us that now we're expanding and we're seeing it grow. So the challenges were the silos, the solutions were working together, and now we're all doing more. You know, that acronym, together each accomplishes more. That truly is what we've been able to experience here in our county.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I think my time's coming up.
Yes. Well, we have another person coming in. But again, thank you for what you've done, and again, I'm looking forward to all the new creative ways to be able to get together. Just last week, I had a chance to visit some of the guys when we were doing the announcement, and just seeing the activity. It was a cold, snowy day, but they were still there.
Those guys, and before I leave, I'll just give them a shout out.
Yeah,
Everything the organization went through over the last year. First of all, the support from Light of Life literally got us through, but it was the dedication of that staff and our volunteers that made me proud to be, again, a small part of that. But shout out to Will and Tyler and all those guys in the warehouse. They are incredible humans.
Yes. I love seeing them. I love their positive attitude. Will and Tyler, we've talked a few times, and just seeing a whole group together.
Yeah.
And on that day, again, it was a cold day, it was a snowy day, and I said, "You're still going out?" They said, "It has to be a blizzard for us not to go out." They're going out, and they're so dedicated. But again, it comes back to the people that we serve and that they serve, because they were saying, like, there are people waiting for their furniture. And so
exciting.
If they can get there, they're going to get there.
Delivering Christmas every day of the week. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Yeah, delivering Christmas every day of the week.
Awesome.
So thank you again for being a part of this and for all the work you do. And I know I'll be seeing more of you.
Awesome. We'll see you,
All right,
Bill.
so
Thank you, man.
again. Yeah,
See
have
you,
a
man.
good day.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Hot mic.
Our network is growing. And we are so excited to see opportunities come our way where we can work together. And Off the Floor is just one of those success stories in our town here, finding ways, as Matt says, to bring Christmas every day to people who are in need. Going back to the Housing First model, is one thing to have an apartment. It's another thing to have comfortable bed, a chair, or table. And so it takes more than just a building. It takes more than just a room. It takes having furniture and everything that makes that house a home. We also have some volunteers that have committed to converting some of the rooms that our ladies have had over the years into a home. And each time it makes such a big difference when somebody who's been living in a car or somebody who's been living in a tent, to have a place to go and to see that it now feels like home. And I tell you, I've been in this for many, many years, but when we started serving women with children, and to see a mother and their child walk into this room, this well-appointed room with beautiful furniture and all the trappings around, and to see the tears come to their eyes because now this is their place, and they don't have to be afraid of who's going to come up to their car door in the middle of the night or come up to their tent, is truly a blessing. And so here we are, just trying to highlight the fact that hope is available, and there's always another next step that we can take. And here at Light of Life, our doors are open so that people can experience what it means to have another chance. As Jamal said, it's not a second chance, it's another chance, because we can all use that. Okay. Okay. Yep.
Let me get my phone out of there. Something I got a little caught there. All right.
Michael, my brother.
You know it.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to my bench.
Yeah. This reminds me of many years ago, I made a commercial with Tunch.
Okay.
We made it together. And I guess, because you know how you gotta wait and then they come back and so he put his, I guess he thought I was nervous.
Okay.
And he put his big paw around me and he said, Michael, don't worry. He goes, this is a breeze. You got this.
Yeah.
And I said, thanks, Tutch, but I'm not nervous. I just really have to go to the restroom.
Well, I was, Craig Wolfley was one of the first guests, and so we were both thinking about Tunch and you know, how much really is because of Tunch that Craig came to Light of Life, and Tunch was a major part of me being in the position that I'm in, and so he's definitely in our thoughts and minds here.
Absolutely.
And so Michael, here you are. One of the things that we talk about is the importance of community, and you have been a part of creating community here for quite a while. So we have lots of history together, working together in different times, and so when you think about the people that come, why don't you tell people first of all the area that you work in, because some people may not be aware of outreach and what we do, and then some of the people that you help and ways that you help.
So, yeah, I work with the outreach team. I'm an outreach specialist, and yeah, I'm probably the long tooth in the group, and I kind of, my focus, like I do a housing clinic, and you know, one of the big things that we do is help people, you know, get IDs and get, you know, just reestablished, because you know, we know that in the process, you know, of becoming homeless, there's so many things that we lose.
Yes.
And I try to, you know, my thing is, and I'm kind of I'm looking at it from the perspective of somebody that, you know, I want to leave things well. You know, I'm at the end of the, you know, coming. I figure maybe I got a year or two left, and I just want to leave things well. But with the people that we're serving, I want to help them make that transition back. You know, because we get kind of separated, like they get. You know, the people that we're working with kind of get separated from, you know, that stuff that existing, you know, that we need to do. So I think that that's a big part of it. We also, you know, we're trying to make sure that we keep Christ in the forefront of what we're doing. You know, the first people ask all the time, you know, why do you do what you're, you know, doing? And I'm like, yeah, I never have a problem with saying, well, I believe this is what God called me to do.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt about that. And I often give my testimony and the things that I've been through, which I think God uses. But that's it. Like, I think that sometimes people will say, well, what's your job really? And we'll say resource distribution. You know?
Yeah. Well, that's a good way to look at it.
It is part of it.
Yeah.
But I think it's, you know, love distribution.
Yeah. The relationship, the love, that is what we get. Yeah. That's the most important thing.
And you know, if I have one, like if they ever said to me, well, Michael, what do you think that your, you know, your gift is? And I think it's being able to relate to people, you know, being able to tell my story, but hear theirs too.
Yes.
And
Right.
you know, and so that's my objective.
So you guys have, you'll go out to camps, you drive around, you know, just explain like
Our
that.
team went out today
Yeah.
and took blankets, took, I don't know if they took hot chocolate, but that was
I know in the past sometimes you will.
Yeah,
or,
you know,
soup
gloves,
sometimes.
hats, hand warmers. Matt called us, well, he sent us an email saying, hey guys, I have a bunch of hand warmers for you. So, you know, we jumped on that, and Leanne gave us, you know, a bunch of blankets and things to prepare us. And it's just amazing to see the continence of somebody just be, you know, changed. And know that they might, so maybe they might not know right at that point that Jesus is doing this, but they know that love is doing this.
Yeah.
Okay, and you know, I know even like for me, it took a while to connect those dots, but we were able to, and I know that happens. If I didn't believe that with my whole heart, I would have, you know, it'd be like, well, why? And I believe that with everything in me.
Yeah.
So you know, I believe in what we're doing. I love you. I'll follow you as long as you let me. So you know, I believe in you, and I just, you know, wanted you to know that. I do have. There was a couple questions.
Oh, okay.
So
questions for me.
Well,
okay.
just two questions. One was, you know, how are you moving? Like, you know, you seeing like sometimes we see this mountain ahead of us.
Yeah.
And, you know, what are you, what is keeping you going? Really, what is, I mean, I know it's the Lord, but you know, we have those challenges.
Well, there is definitely one, I'm compelled to see the need. And when I see the need, I'm also compelled by a scripture in Isaiah 58, which in there it gives a vision of what it should look like in the earth. And part of the description it talks about is that the people who are hungry will be fed, people who are naked will have clothes, the people who don't have a voice will be given a voice. And so it also talks about being repairers of the breach. And so when I see the breach, I want to see that coming together. And so although it can be daunting and challenging, there's also hope because there's a power greater than me that's pushing me that way. The other thing is, I visit other missions in other places. And we have to go on some of those trips. We haven't been on one in a while, but there's one I went out in California, and we went to visit in LA, Skid Row. And at the time, they had about 70,000 people on a square mile. And I remember being there at one of our rescue mission partners and looking out at that sea of people. And I was like, if I was here, I wouldn't know where to start. It is so overwhelming. And the workers there were saying that it takes a year if they want to try to get to the mayor at the time, or they want to try to get a council, it'll take a year of trying to get to them. And I was saying, in our city, I have their cell numbers. I can call them, we can talk. And it gave me hope for Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Because being in that place, I was overwhelmed, but I said, you know what? In Pittsburgh, we can touch every homeless person.
Absolutely.
If we all come together here, there's not a person who's out there that cannot be touched. And so that motivates me to get to the next level of service. The other thing, of course, that motivates me is our graduates and seeing the people that get through our program. When you see a mom and her child or children reunited when they thought they would never see it again. I often invite the public, and I invite them now. Yeah. The next time we have graduation, come on out. Yeah. It'll change your life because they share their story, and many of them, men and women, felt like certain parts of their life would never be experienced again. Yeah. They would never see their family again, or never be united. And here they are on the stage together with the children saying, we have our mommy back, and things like that. And that changes you. And I am motivated to see that happen again and again and again. Hope is what does it. And of course the premier thing is something that you mentioned, and that is that I have a life that is based not only on hope, but hope is a person, and that person is Jesus Christ. And I often say, and we try to emphasize here, although we're a faith-based organization, a Christ-centered organization, we will serve anyone. That's right. And it doesn't matter whether you're a person of faith, a different faith, no faith, doesn't matter your orientation. If you're hungry, we want to give you a place, something to eat. You need a place to stay, we want to give you a place to stay. But it's because of my faith that I do that. It's because when I look at the person of Jesus Christ, not religion. You know, oftentimes when we start with religion, we got to start with an apology, because I think everybody has experienced some type of hurting or wounding in religion. But when you study Jesus, you see him as a figure that was loving of people, that was attracted to the people who were broken, who were lonely, who were rejected. In fact, he was judged because he would hang out with those kind of people. Sure. And I'm glad he hung out with those kind of people, because that's how I got in.
And that was the cathartic moment for me when I realized, wow, I can have a personal relationship with Christ and, you know, just talk to him just like we're talking right now. And he's here. I know that. So the last thing. Okay. Now you know the movie Independence Day? Yes. Okay. So I want you to. So outreach. We've been battling a lot. We've been doing the best we can, and we're getting through it. Okay. But I give us your best independence. You know that speech when the president comes out and does that speech. Give me your best Independence Day speech for us to you know, for Light of Life, for outreach.
Okay. Well, here's what I would say. There are men and women and children that are out there today, and they are alone, they are desperate for help, they don't have hope. And if we don't get to them, some of them may die, some of them may go insane. And the only way that they're going to learn that they have hope is if somebody gets out there and gives them that hope. And so your team is called to go out there. You are the life preservers that are throwing it out there to people to say that there is another day, that no matter what your history has been, that is not your destiny.
That's right.
that your tomorrow can change based on choices today. So I know you're tired. I know you want to quit at times. I know you get frustrated. I know all those things happen, but inside of you is the ability to bring hope to someone else. So let's get out there one more time, one more time, one more day, one more person to make a difference, and we know that you'll be able to do that.
I love you, man.
That was quite a question.
Hey, I said I better bring something because he's going to expect it. So, yeah, this was good. I'm really glad that I got the opportunity to do this with you, and I mean it when I say that. I'm in it with you, man. You know?
Well, I know it. I know that you are, and my last question to you, because I know we're at our closing 2 minutes here, but some people have said to me they can't imagine doing what we do, and they say, what do you say to somebody? Like, what do you even do? And so, can you just explain what that's like, going to an encampment, there's somebody staying in a tent, you said you have some resources, but what is it that you do when you engage? What is your hope that you have when you engage with somebody?
Well, it isn't always about what we say.
Yeah.
You know, that's one thing, but it's the continence that we bring.
Okay, right.
And how we present ourselves.
Yes.
I always keep that at the forefront. And, I always try to be mindful that, these camps that we're going to, this is their home.
That's their home. That's right.
And so I want to go into that with the same kind of respect that if I was, entering anybody's home. And usually that is the great beginning of a deeper conversation.
Yeah.
So, I think it's the, I bury, myself, and I try to be as transparent as I can, and that's, and whether we're in the day center, whether, we're out there, it's like, man, I don't want to go home and have to look my wife in the face or look in the mirror knowing that I, for one moment, took somebody's dignity away. Or, you know what I mean? That's not what you put us here to do.
Yes.
That's why I always try to keep there, and the conversation usually, unfolds very, very easy. And even if it doesn't, if I'm keeping that at the forefront and even if somebody's, paranoid or whatever, it's not going to, make the situation worse. So, that's
good.
That's.
Well, thank you for that. And, I just want to say that I've had multiple conversations with people who have encountered you. And they'll talk about the staff, and they'll say that they met you or you said something that encouraged them, and they're able to relate to you. They feel seen and respected by you. And so thank you for modeling what we say is so important. And I know that there are days where it is really difficult, and there's days you don't feel seen. And I just want you to know you are seen. You are making a difference, and you encourage me. You send poetry at times. You always have a hug and a greeting when I see you, and I'm glad we get to do this together. So thank you, my brother. Thank you for coming. Even you coming at this time of night. You could have come during the day when it's more convenient, but you're coming at this time, and so again, I appreciate it. So thank you.
Just happy to, and I love what I do. My father told me a long time ago, find something you love and you'll never work a day in your life, and that is kind of true because
All right,
it's more about life than work.
Well, thank you again.
I brought you hot chocolate and I brought you 2 bananas for potassium.
Oh, I need some.
Need that.
Thank you.
I love you, brother.
I will eat one of these bananas right now. So thank you. That's
All right.
awesome.
My man.
All right.
Okay.
All right, we got some bananas. So that's good. It does feel good.
I didn't know if you wanted to go, if you just wanted to try the Zoom call. It's just like an open 30-minute time slot. There's a few minutes left if you wanted to just try it with other PDs.
Yes.
I don't know if anybody's going to be on, to be honest. I had Lisa check a few minutes ago and there are about 2 of them on.
Yep.
So what we'll do is we'll stream it from the Zoom call, but then in order for you to see other people, you'll have to go on your phone or your computer.
Okay.
So I'll send you the link and then we'll try it. And see
Yeah.
how it goes.
Yep.
Okay.
Would love to.
Do you want to do it on your phone then? So I'll send the link to your phone.
Yeah. I was just trying to think visually what would be better, my phone or my computer.
Everyone who's watching live, they'll see you when we talk into
Okay. Yep. Let's do it. You'll send it in a message as a text? Okay, great. Well, again, there are so many opportunities to join in the conversation and what we're doing. And so we just encourage you to go to our website, to share, to be thinking about solutions to homelessness. I really and truly believe that here in Pittsburgh that it can be, that we can build a model that will that will grow. The size here is manageable, and we're able to reach everyone if we do it together. And so many things have been pioneered in this city. All of paramedics started here in the city of Pittsburgh. Street medicine started here under Dr. Jim Withers, and now it's Operation Safety Net, and now that's grown to the whole street medicine symposium. And so many things have started here, all working together. We can really build a model where there's a place for everyone, where everyone is accepted, where everyone gets the help that they need, and where community is truly felt. And so being good neighbors is not just for make-believe, it's something that is true. So let's work towards it here. Okay. All right, so we're going to try a Zoom call. I wonder if my looks like it's connecting. I was thinking the
And then I'll just show you quickly what they see so that you can understand the logistics.
okay. wondering how I will hear though. How will I hear? How will I hear what they're on?
Oh, you'll probably have to just turn your volume on.
I'm seeing myself.
Yeah, they could have logged on. It's just, it was like an open hour. I believe there were only 2 on there. So text they could be on.
Okay. We might have missed the opportunity to join via Zoom. Hey, Brandon.
How are you?
It's going great. It's going great. We've had some really good conversations, and yeah, it's been meaningful. So, where are
great
you
to
right
hear.
now?
I'm in Fresno. I came over to Matt Dildine's place and been chatting with Matt. We actually just got off a call with Dr. Robert Marbut. We spent about 30 minutes chatting with him. So really good time. And yeah, this has been quite an exciting event.
Yeah, well, it's been exciting here as well. We've had a pretty full slate of people, so it's been pretty consistent.
Recording in progress.
And one of the things that's been happening is that ideas are being shared, and we're also trying to deal with some of the stigma that's out there and misunderstandings that some people have, and so I think it's been a learning experience for sure, and it's also cool to know that I'm not just here by myself, but there are others across the United States that are a part of this. And so, have you been able to check in with some of the other missions?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's been probably the highlight of my day, is getting to talk to all sorts of people. But first, I have to tell you, my original goal was to be with you in Pittsburgh. Some things changed because I was going to be in DC the early part of this week, and it didn't work out. So I ended up here in Fresno instead. So, but my original goal was to hang out with you. So hopefully we can make that happen next go around. But anyways, yeah, it's been awesome. I talked to I got to talk to Eric Lane at Fellowship in Warsaw, Indiana. He moved inside because the high there is 6 degrees. So he moved inside. I got to talk to Bruce Butler earlier in the day, and it was in the 20s there, which is tough for a Texas boy. I haven't asked you. I'm sure it's nice and cold there, but I'm supposed to be on with Ryan Dirk here soon, and I know they're in the 20s. I got to talk to Lauren in Winchester just a little while ago, and
Yeah.
Nice and cold there. So it's been, man, my heart goes out for you guys. What's the temperature in Pittsburgh?
Well, I think we are around 9 degrees. I'm not sure where we are now. And yeah, we're at 9 now. Yesterday was a colder night. It's going to get colder next week. But our staff, our facility staff here, we decided we were talking about moving inside or staying out, and we made the decision to stay out as much as we can. We are also thinking of safety, so there's some slots in the middle of the night where there's not people scheduled. So I will probably be going in at that time and
Sure.
warming up some and then coming back out. But we're going to be out as much as we can. You know, this is Steeler Nation here, so you know we're tough, rugged people. As I've heard from Cleveland, we're very hardy people, and so I'm sure that they are. Oh, wait a minute, they're not on. Oh,
Yeah, right.
oh, that's okay. That's a shame. But maybe next time they'll be on when it's warmer for them. We understand.
Right, yeah,
It's tough.
yeah.
It's tough being up there.
That's wonderful. That's right. That's right. A little tough for those Brown fans. They can't take the heat or take the cold, so to speak. Right?
They can. But we're thinking about sending them up some teddy bears, some hot chocolate, you know, so they can be nice and warm in their beds tonight.
Please do. I love that.
This has been a great, such a great opportunity. And really, this was pioneered from you and some experiences that you had. And when you shared that with the rest of the CEOs, we were all saying, man, this is a great idea so that we can get the word out and have a platform for a broader conversation.
Yes, sir. So that was my whole goal, not to pretend like I was homeless, but instead to be able to raise awareness to the work that's happening, because I'm sure this happens for you. I'd give tours of my mission, and people would say, I had no idea it was that big. I had no idea you guys did all of that. And so this was a way to bring the work of the mission to a device near anybody, right? The nearest device, whether it's a iPhone or a laptop or whatever. People could watch and hear the stories and even come talk to me. And it ended up being an incredible tool to share the stories of the mission, to share the stories of how Jesus had transformed the lives of the men and women in our shelter. And then it just, and honestly, outside of the cold, it's a lot of fun. It's tiring. You're going to want to take a nap after the end of this. But at the end of the day, it helps you see how much your community's behind you, which is a beautiful thing.
Yes. And I have felt that already as people have come and have shared. Part of their story is sharing how they've interacted with Light of Life, and I've been hearing about how personally it's impacted some of them, and some of those things were stories I hadn't heard before. So that was good to hear. We know that we've been emphasizing the fact of what you said, that this is no way like being homeless. One of the things we know is for people experiencing this, one, the trauma of being homeless creates stress on them, and it's the isolation, it's the not understanding what's going to happen tomorrow, it's the safety, and for us, none of that is a factor. I know I'll be in my bed tomorrow this time. I know that I'm never alone here. There's always 4 or 5 staff that's with me. We have security around, all of that stuff. And so this is nothing like being homeless, but we're just wanting to raise awareness, obliterate some of the myths, and also inspire hope that we can build a more resilient and responsive safety net here in Pittsburgh. And as you may know, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood was filmed here in Pittsburgh. That's where Mr. Rogers is from. And so one of the questions, Brandon, that we put out for people is at the end of asking them how they've interacted with homelessness, with Light of Life, we talk about the neighborhood that Mr. Rogers would talk about, and we say, what would it take for our city to be that type of neighborhood where everyone is welcome and everyone has a place to stay? And what would that be like? What would it be like for everyone to experience that? And it's wonderful to hear the different expressions and the smiles we see on people's faces when they think about it, because that becomes the kind of the prophetic vision that we're moving towards, is a place where within 24 hours of being on the streets in Pittsburgh, that there'll be an outreach worker or someone that'll be able to intercept them and get them services. And so I know you are committed to working hard, and Citygate is doing the same thing. And so what are some of your visions for seeing services come to those who are experiencing homelessness across our nation?
Can you repeat that question one more time? It cut out for a second and I missed exactly what you said in the beginning.
Yeah. What is some of your vision for what it could look like if we are more effective as rescue missions? What would that look like? What are some of the things that would get you excited about seeing our work have fruit?
Absolutely. So it would start with exactly what you just laid out, that within 24 hours, somebody is met with the exact services they need. Because what we know is when somebody ends up homeless, it's often a trajectory, a journey that they went on to end up in that situation where they're truly street homeless. And so that journey, was a loss of a job, a loss of credit, a loss of their vehicle, the loss of their house. Like there was this long journey they went on to end up in that situation. And so to be met at the moment that they end up truly on the street with not just a roof, but a roof that comes with all of the services alongside of that to help them unravel all the things that got them there. At the end of an 18-month time frame, give or take, they're back on their feet in a permanent housing where they're able to live the life that they dreamed of when they were in high school. That's exactly would be the dream and the thing that I would want to give my life to serving to see happen. I would also love to cut homeless off even before it started. Let's help the folks that are there right now, and then let's back up once we get to and help stop that flow into it. I also think about children who are entering homelessness, as I'm sitting in probably one of the coolest campuses I've seen designed for kids who are in homeless. I'm actually sitting on a soccer field with AstroTurf field that was built for the kids who are experiencing homelessness here in Fresno. And man, what a wonderful job they've done to create an environment that honestly any kid would love to be a part of. And I can only imagine a kid who's lived on the streets being able to come somewhere like this. This would be a dream place for a kid to be. Only imagining that for a kid who's had to live on the streets and face the kind of tragedy that is. That would be my dream. More of what Light of Life is doing, more of what Fresno is doing, to be able to rescue people who are stuck on the streets.
Well, I love the dream, and that's what motivates us to just keep at it, keep helping one person at a time, one family at a time, and when each of us will do our part, we'll see this needle begin to move. And I've sensed a lot of optimism here in our town. We've talked to the people from our city. We have the leader of our county is coming tomorrow, is going to be with us. We have some nonprofits that have been here who are going to be visiting us. And and we're feeling optimistic, and
I
so,
love it.
so that's a good thing. So thank you for your leadership and your vision for having this event, and I know that we're building towards launching it even larger later on this year.
Yes, sir. So our ultimate goal is on October the 10th, which is World Homeless Day, to see 150 rescue missions across the country and Canada join us on the bench, having this conversation nationwide.
Wow. And Canada too. We're in this together.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. So I want to say this on behalf of
Sure.
Citygate Network. So I don't know who's watching, but Citygate Network is a network of 300 plus shelters across the country. And I just want to tell you, Jarrell, like, you are one of our top leaders. Pittsburgh is lucky to have a leader like you stepping into the situation you're stepping into. And so not only are you a leader in Pittsburgh, but you're a leader in our whole entire movement. You're very well thought of, and I'm grateful for your leadership, your friendship, and what you're doing. And hopefully the folks in Pittsburgh who are watching can be affirmed that they have one of the best leaders in the country leading the charge of ending homelessness in Pittsburgh. So thank you, sir, for all you do, not just for Pittsburgh, but for the rest of the network.
Well, thank you so much for that and your encouragement. And it's a great team. Tom has been leading us as a network and is just doing a great job as well. So it's fun to all do this together. And I can't express enough gratitude to be able to be a part of this network and bring this forward. So thank you again for all you're doing. I'll check in with you at the end of all of this. And
yes, sir. Looking forward to it.
I am going to be excited about getting across the line for sure. But thank you for thinking of us here in Pittsburgh. We definitely would love to host you here and be able to show off our town to you. So
yes, sir. I can't wait. Looking forward to it. Well, blessings to you, sir. And we'll talk tomorrow at the finish line.
Sounds great.
See you, sir.
All right. Bye-bye. Tell Matt hello for me.
You got it. I will. Yes, sir.
I think the coldness on the screen is making it non-responsive. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, that was your last one until 12:30.
Okay. Until 12:30?
12:30.
Okay.
So if you wanted to maybe just, reiterate what you're doing, and then we can put on the slides with the videos for a while.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Well, again, we had an opportunity that was great to share with Brendan, and he was going to be with us here in Pittsburgh. So I hope that he can do that again in the future. But we want to just reiterate a couple of things here. First of all, this is not about us. We're not doing this to say in any way that we are experiencing homelessness. Homelessness is a traumatic event that is often compounded on top of a life where they've been experiencing multiple layers of trauma. And so to be on a bench like this, yeah, there's some hardships and challenges to it, but I know where I'm going tomorrow. I have great staff around me. I'm never alone. We have heaters and all these other things trying to heat up this space. And so this is nothing like someone who is in a tent, not knowing where their next meal is going to come. not knowing if somebody's going to come around that corner or break into their tent and bring violence to them. It's not like someone who's been disconnected from their family and not having someone that they can share with. So we are not in any way trying to say that we are doing this in any way to try to mimic or reproduce what it's like to be homeless. Again, that would be an insult. But what we are saying is that having extended time where we can focus on this is important. It's important for us as a community to do this. It's important for us to make time and space for this. I'm very honored to be able to do this because, again, I'm thinking about the men, women, and children that we get to serve every day. They do this, but it's not on their, they don't voluntarily do it. They do it because it's forced on them. And so I hope that as you're watching, you're motivated to action in some way. And first of all, by committing to be a fulfillment of Mr. Rogers' vision of Pittsburgh being a place where we're good neighbors and we're learning how to be good neighbors together. We talked earlier about one of the things that we could do when we see somebody who's experiencing homelessness on the street is to look at them, to smile at them, to say hello to them. Even if you're not giving something to them, acknowledging their humanity, acknowledging that you're sharing the same space brings dignity and respect to them, which is so important. Another way that you can participate in what we're doing is by going to our website, looking at all the opportunities that we have to volunteer, to come be a part of our staff, or to donate, of course, and help that way. So we are here to raise awareness that there's opportunity for all of us to make a difference. We're also here to obliterate some of the stereotypes that are out there. We've talked with Dr. Bullock from Community College here in Allegheny County earlier, who highlighted a student that was attending college yet was staying in a shelter and was homeless. And the stereotypes that often exist around homelessness are just simply not true. There are people from every walk of life, young and old, people who have mental health and people who do not, people who have addiction and people who are not. So often, the people that get the attention are the small majority of those. Oftentimes, when there's some tragedy in the community, that is what is highlighted on our media, and we're just wanting to say that the majority of people who are experiencing homelessness are kind, loving people who are trying to find a way out of it, and we're here to help them with that next step. And so just continue to share humanity with others. Let's make our world a better place by sharing good news and hope with others. So we're going to be shifting in a little bit here to take a break here as we set up for our next interviews. Remember, continue to go to Facebook, YouTube, share the link with others, go to our website as well, check out what's happening there. And we also have a donation tent that's next door. I hear it's filling up, and so people are able to come down, bring warm clothes, bring things you want to donate, and we can receive them right here in our donation tent. And you can also come down and join us and join the conversation. So we welcome you to do that as well. We're looking forward to keeping this dialogue going. And so again, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being a part of this event. You're helping to make it very special. See, it's harder than that when someone is experiencing homeless, or if you say the word homeless, an image often comes to your mind. And that image is informed by some of your history or experience that you've had, positive or negative. You might think of a person you've seen on the side of the road, or you might have this idea of who a homeless person is. But what we've learned is that people experiencing homelessness come from every aspect and walk of life. Any one of us can be homeless. In fact, most Americans are one paycheck away from losing their homes. And so anyone can be homeless. They're not just people who have mental health issues, although there are homeless that have that. They're not just people who have addiction issues, although there are some that have that. There are some that are women with children, the fastest growing population within homeless. So again, it's not always a male most people think of. Older adults is also one of the fast growing populations of homeless. And so now we're seeing older adults come to our emergency shelter who do not have a mental health history or drug and alcohol history, where they just were not able to afford to stay in their house anymore. And so we had talked earlier that we have college students that we know are homeless. We know in Pittsburgh Public Schools last year, over 3,000 students were identified as being homeless. They weren't necessarily on the street, but they did not have a regular, safe, dependable place of residence. They were surfing from couch to couch or moving from one place to another. And so, so there are lots of misperceptions out there, and what we are trying to encourage is conversation. Conversation to understand what is a person's path to homelessness, and then once we understand that, we can understand what are the ways we can help them to get back into more stable housing. So the best way out of a misperception is having a conversation. So, okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Hello? Nah, my hands were too hard to get in there. Hello?
Hey, looks like you're doing good.
We're making it.
Yeah. I love this thing.
Yeah. And this one works too.
So you need these electric socks.
Uh-huh. Yes. I actually have some. Yeah.
Oh, I know.
Yep. I have the socks and the warmers on the bottom.
So you'll be on KDK in the background in a few minutes.
Okay.
And then the story that we shot earlier will be on
Okay.
about 9 minutes away.
Okay, good.
You guys getting back to work?
All right, we'll be here. Thank you. Thank you. All right. How does Light of Life support families, particularly women and children, experiencing homelessness? Yeah, that's a great question. Light of Life started in 1952, started out as a soup kitchen, and then it grew to be an emergency shelter for men. In the 1990s, they expanded to provide rental assistance for women with children. That started our women's program, and it's been going ever since. And so in that program, women who are committed to recovery and committed to joining a program can live in apartments scattered around Allegheny County. They come to us 4 days a week, and they receive training and skill equipping. There are times where their children come as well with them, and there's some family therapy and time together. And so we support them throughout that program. They can be here from 18 months to 2 years before they're launched. And so that's a way that we've been doing, again, since 1990. But then about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, we were able to open our new facility on Vetley, and that's in our emergency services building. And in that building, we have for the first time an emergency shelter for women with children. And so there's 18 beds on the 3rd floor there, and we're able to receive women directly off the street into a safe place. And it's such a blessing to be able to offer that. For years, we would receive phone calls on a weekly basis and just had no place to refer them. And so now we have a shelter for women and children there at the Emergency Services Building. We also have a day center, and a day center is in the same building on the 1st floor, and we have dedicated space for women there. So they can come and be in our day center. There's a bathroom and shower back in that area, so it's secluded and separated, and they're able to come and get support that way. It is our goal to have services for everyone who comes in our door. And over the years, we went from just being a soup kitchen to a shelter to now we have a whole continuum of care where we start from actually having outreach, as Michael was here earlier, going out to the camps, going out to places where people are unhoused and inviting them to come in for services. Then we have a day center and emergency services building where if somebody needs food, they can come and get it. They're thirsty, they get something to drink, they need a place to stay, we can give it to them. And so you can just think of that building as, I need services today, this is where I come. And so that service is there. But we consider that one of our lower barrier shelters because there's not a requirement, there's not like a clean time requirement in that program. Basically, as long as you're not a harm to yourself or to others, you can stay with us. But for many, once they're in that program, they will decide that they want to now go to another program. And then we have an array of opportunities based on their background to give them a place to stay. So that's our emergency services building. Then we have long-term programming. We have short-term transitional housing. So we are just blessed to continue to build out this continuum. And then once someone graduates, they're able to then get continued support because we don't believe that any of the people, once they graduate, leave us. They're a part of our Light of Life family. And so they're invited back to come to our graduations. Many of them will become mentors to those that are in the program. We have retreats that they are welcome to come back and participate in. And so we keep that family going. And one of my greatest joys is being in a place and somebody comes up to me and they introduce me to their children or their grandchildren, and they say, we were in Light of Life 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, and this is my family, these are my grandkids. And just to know that we played a small part in the miracle that God brought to them is something that motivates us. So we're very excited about that, and we're excited about the work that we are able to keep doing here at Light of Life. And I want to invite one of our staff to come out here with me on the bench, and so we can talk. And I know that the news and media is going to be here. but it'd be great to have somebody to be having a conversation with here in the shot as they're going to be taking it. So this has been going well. We've had a chance to meet with so many different people from so many different walks of life, community partners, individuals, people who have experienced homelessness, and each of them have been able to give a hope shot to share the hope that they've received and how they're able to help others. And so we're hoping that these ideas will inspire others to find ways where they can help and make a difference. So let's keep it going, and let's keep the ideas rolling. I sent you a text. It could have been Lisa. No, if you had other things to do, but.
No, they're just going through some tech things right now.
Okay.
The break ready, so
So how are you doing?
How are you doing?
I appear to be warmer than you do right now.
Well, I've been off to the side, so there's not much heat over there. Yeah. But it's good. I think it started out great.
Yeah.
I feel like the conversations are keeping you motivated.
Yeah. I definitely get energy from the individuals and their ideas Um, yes. But we'll get through it. So you need to go and get some rest. Because I need you.
You need your energy thing.
In the morning. Yeah, I'm going to need those.
Yeah.
Also, I lost one of my hand warmers. And so.
The plastic one?
No. Those need to be recharged. But yeah, the hot hand one, it just fell out somewhere. I'm not sure where it went.
Yeah, your area's looking a little.
Yeah, yeah, some of these keep falling. The little fern.
Our resource cards.
Yeah.
Our fern.
Yeah.
The Zoom worked out great. We weren't able to initially see like the Zoom screen of you both on there.
Okay.
But Adrian, worked around a few things, and then after that, you were able to see like you perfectly and.
Oh, good.
So it worked out well.
I didn't see him come in, so he's up there, huh?
Yep.
Good.
Feeling good.
A little bit, it's not bad. He would know about the Mevo changing angles. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll have some production conversation during the break, or I can talk to them up there.
Yeah, we'll have about a 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
Before your Zoom check-in with Kim from Bread of Life.
Yes, Kim, that'll be great. Okay.
And then just depending on how tomorrow goes, at 10 a.m. we may have a Zoom call with Fresno from a mission out there. But we'll just see because, we have visitors and
Yeah.
whatnot.
There might,
Even if it's just for 5 minutes.
there might be some people
Yep.
jumping in. Brandon was broadcasting from there, so. And we have all the cues ready. So we could do that too. Okay. Thank you. All right.
FYI, your chute is untied.
Yes. Yes, I saw that. So they're going to.
Yeah, they're about to. Well, you're about 7 hours in.
Yep. It's good.
Oh, I found it. It's like on the cord.
The what?
Your hand warmer. So
Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's still warm or not.
Really?
Yeah. A little bit still in there. Okay. I'm sorry? Hello. How are you?
I'm on my way in for the 11 to 7 shift.
Oh, okay.
And I was just reading my, I didn't even see, I some text start out. Said I knew you were going to be here, but I didn't realize it was going to be today.
Right, it's today.
Yeah, are you okay? You need anything?
No, we're going to be going to a break in a little bit, but it's been pretty consistent until now.
How long you been out here?
7,
You gonna stay out here?
7 or 8 hours, something
You
like
out
that.
here for what time?
No, I'll take breaks. You know,
I thought you was gonna have like a bed set up and then gonna be in a sleeping bag.
this is my bed, is right here, and these are so short. I'll have to take 2 of them. Yeah, but yeah, we'll see. But we're building up to one now. So are they going to? We're good. Okay.
Had a lot of visitors come past.
Yes. Yeah. About 12 or so. Almost every. Yeah. I can't do it with my gloves on. No, I'm about to go in right now. I just want to Yes, although it needs to be refilled. But
Brought some hot water in case you needed any. I know you have a kitchen in here.
Yeah.
State-of-the-art facility.
Yes.
Evidence-based best practices. a model, really.
That's right. That's what we do.
Informed by the best, leading into the bright new future. This is really great. I'm really proud of you for doing this.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Very moving.
Yeah.
And happy to be a part of it.
Well, glad that you could come and join us as well. You know, we this idea started with some missions that were doing this in other parts of the country, and just having space. We've been saying the whole time that one, this is not about trying to say that I'm experiencing homelessness for 24 hours. That's an insult to those who are actually experiencing it, because for me, I know where I'm going tomorrow. I'll be in bed tomorrow this time.
Got some pretty nice heaters here.
Yeah, we got heaters. This tent is around us. There's always people. There's going to at least be 5 people with me all the time. And when somebody's experiencing homelessness, some of the worst parts of it isn't the hunger or the cold. It's the isolation. It's the trauma and the stress of not knowing what's going to happen tomorrow, who's coming around the corner. And so this is in no way like being homeless at all. But what we are hoping to do is to provide space for a conversation. Yeah. And that's what's been going on here, is just trying to understand what are some of the partners that are out there, what they're doing, as well as this vision for the future of what Pittsburgh can be like if we can solve this, if we can make this a place where everyone is welcome. So,
wonderful.
So, welcome to the bench.
Thank you. I'm honored, really. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Very
This is awesome.
What have you been sipping on? Some hot chocolates and tea?
It's tea, lemon tea, lemon mint tea with honey.
I'll join you.
All right, great.
I boiled some water before coming over here.
Okay.
Brought a couple tea packets.
Great.
I didn't know what you had on you, so in case you weren't well prepared, I assumed you would be.
Yes.
Some
awesome.
Some lavender mint is what I'm gonna do here.
Oh, nice. Well, that is perfect. They're gonna bring out the hot one for me, so that's
very good.
Although we do have the heat and all the things here, this little water bottle has been interesting because, as you can see, ice is forming in there. So,
so it's the coldest day of the year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Would you want to toss that?
Yeah, thank you.
I have to say that it's not surprising, but I think it is special that you make a commitment to doing something like this, to raise awareness thoughtfully, and in doing so, elevating the realities that neighbors are facing in our city, in our county, and in that commitment, a polar vortex pops up.
Right.
But you stick with it. And I think it just goes to show not only your heart, but the approach that the mission has to meeting people no matter the circumstances.
Yes.
And this is, in some ways, it seems almost a microcosm of what we've seen, you know so much more than I do, since COVID, where there's been increased need.
Yes.
And factors that have in many cases been exacerbating for families, for women with children, for students that you've taught me so much about. So
yeah.
I wonder what your thoughts are on that. Obviously we're sitting here in the midst of it, but people are really going through things recently.
Yeah. It's been thank you so much. Thank you, Sue. And an adjustment here. One of the things that
thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Yeah, over the years we've seen that those experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity, and it's been getting worse and worse and worse. Certainly, the pandemic really shocked the whole system. And the pandemic came, we were already under a pandemic with fentanyl and opioid deaths, and it's just kind of, the pandemic took over the headlines, but we had both of those disruptive forces happening at the same time.
Yeah.
And now, then you get on the other side, start having economic insecurity,
Yeah.
and people are just not able to afford to be in their homes anymore.
Yeah.
And so all of those things are converging. And it's really stretching us to say, you know, what are the answers that we need all along the continuum? Somebody was here earlier and we were talking about, yeah, we have emergency shelters, we have that, but we need transitional housing, we need permanent housing, we need to convert some of these abandoned houses or buildings. And the answer is all of the above. You know, it's not just one or the other.
Yeah.
But one of the things that that we talk about that differentiates what we're doing and what others is the social isolation. And one of the things that I think that in Pittsburgh we have a unique opportunity is that we are a city of bridges. And as you know, those bridges are more than just a means to get from one place to another, but they really become a symbol of our city, of intentionally connecting one place has been disconnected to another. And if we use that metaphor of a bridge to communities, age groups, populations, we can build a more vibrant community here in Pittsburgh. And why don't you share a little bit about what you see in that space, and a little bit about what you do as well to help to make Pittsburgh a more vibrant place. And I guess I should say, we kind of started talking, they were getting the mic on you and everything, but you're also my son.
Yes.
And so...
first and foremost, some might say.
That's right. So, yeah. So it's a special honor to have you here to join us, and so proud of the work that you're doing here in our city. And it's great growing up, and at first you're introduced as my son, but now it's the other way around, and so now people are associating me to the work that you're doing. So this is great. So yeah, why don't you talk a little bit about what you do and how you are helping to strengthen the fabric of our community.
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers.
Yes.
Nice warm drink on a cold night.
Yes. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So, you know, people here in Pittsburgh will be familiar, but just for context, there are a lot of community organizations in the Pittsburgh area, a lot of nonprofit organizations. We say that we have more nonprofit organizations than any American city outside of Washington, D.C.
Wow.
And in large part because we have a vibrant university and foundation community that creates a lot of possibilities, and a huge corporate sector, you know, as well. So there's all kind of organizations doing mission-based work. Some are about trees, some are about bikes, some are about a region or a neighborhood or an impact area. I've worked for several of them, and I'm currently the executive director for one called PUMP. PUMP, when it was founded, stood for the Pittsburgh Urban Magnet Project. It's a bit of a cool story. You know, it was just Pittsburghs that wanted a seat at the table and wanted to find a way to make Pittsburgh a better place, a more dynamic place, a more diverse place, a place more compelling for young people, for families to have a career, to put down roots. And as you know, in the mid-90s, you're looking at decades of economic turmoil, people leaving the city in the region in droves to find opportunity that had been here. It reminds me, our former county executive has this great anecdote where people will remark to him about how well Steelers fans travel.
Yes.
And he'll point out, we do travel well, but those are Pittsburghers that moved to those cities. They used to be here,
Right.
That kind of thing. And so in the mid-90s, these folks, started with Michelle Fanzo. She wrote an op-ed just kind of talking about her peers leaving the city and how she thought that was a shame. And sometimes things don't start till something is said, right? And that led to people gathering in small groups, and then they started doing like lunch and learns with elected officials downtown. They started doing civic forums, happy hours, game nights, fun things like that. They programmed Market Square for a while. They had this whole M Squared initiative that I've been learning about, where they had tabling and fun activities for folks. And they formalized and created a 501c3 to kind of take those efforts to the next level. So everything we do kind of comes from that civic engagement DNA. It's about giving people a chance to get active, to meet new people, to explore the city, to learn more about this place, and then we try to encourage people to get involved in ways that make sense for them. Our largest program is called Pittsburgh Sports League, so it's adult recreational leagues. You're thinking basketball, volleyball, sand volleyball, pickleball, bowling, cornhole, dodgeball. Intramurals that people see in college for folks, outside of college. It is adult, it's 18 plus, but we try to be as welcoming and as accessible to all people. Beyond that, I played pickleball this past summer downtown Pittsburgh on the A Street block with someone in their 70s. We started some of our new programming reaching out to people that are grad students, college students, summer interns, stuff like that. So we do certainly serve young professionals. But it's broader than that, and we've been growing, especially since COVID.
And you're in some unique spaces to bring some of those activities, and so that's been one of those things that's been a great look for our city, is to see some of these block parties kind of pop up and see people get involved.
There's a lot of vibrancy. It's an exciting time. I think about the work that you all do and how important partnership is to how you do things. We don't own and operate a facility. Everything we do is in partnership. We're the single highest user of City of Pittsburgh fields. We use rec centers, YMCAs, churches with gyms, restaurants with big spaces. We bring people to places, introduce them to one another, and activate them in fun ways. That's what we do. And then we support other programming that happens in the region. So we support Pedal Pittsburgh, Bike Pittsburgh's annual fundraising bike ride, the Open Street Series, 3 Saturdays, summer. We do a community ambassador program with Pogo. We're an ambassador in their program, where we do co-designed rides around the city, bikes for free. And I know you've tried the e-assist bikes and thought it was too easy, and you want a bigger challenge. We do offer the more traditional bikes as well. But it's always a chance to kind of check out a new part of the city, maybe new bike infrastructure that's been put in, and then we buy people lunch and something to drink after the fact, just in the, for community and stuff. We have 2 big signature events every year. This will be the 27th year of the partnership with Pittsburgh Magazine on Pittsburgh 40 Under 40. So it's a big celebration of young Pittsburghers, neighbors making a difference and fast on their way, making the world a better place. And then Kickball for a Cause. It's a fundraiser. It's a big kickball tournament. The community votes on who the cause or causes will be. People play kickball all day in Mellon Park. Kickball. And you guys have supported us in the past, which we appreciate. And then we proceeds go to the nonprofit or nonprofits. And they're there that day and have a presence. People get to learn about them. So you get the idea. We're always trying to provide fun things for people to do, structured activities, partnerships, right? But then they're learning more about what's happening in the city and in the region, and they're playing, softball at Fineview, and they're overlooking the city. Maybe they haven't been there, before, and then they they stop by a local restaurant, have a bite to eat before or after, and hang out with friends and stuff like that. And we do still do civic engagement stuff.
We put on nonpartisan civic forums. So a couple years ago, we did a countywide candidate forum with all the county executive candidates. Half the county that was running for a judicial seat, county controller, county treasurer, the DA. And our position is, look, one of the special things about Pittsburgh, to your point about bridges, is the interconnectedness and the possibility for additional interconnectedness. Right. And so our thing is, come meet these people. Yeah. Come meet Sarah Namarato, who's running. Come meet Joe Rocky, who's running. Hear them in their own voice. Shake their hand. Ask them a question. And then we'll host a forum where they get to talk. They can talk about why they got into politics or why they think they're the right person for the job. But lean into the education. What is a county executive? Yeah. What are these positions? What does it do? And how can this position help this place become better? Yes. And that we get a lot of meaning out of that. We put together now a regional nonpartisan voting coalition. So we do meet and greets and stuff like that. Yeah. Just to give people a chance. Some of these are in churches. Yeah. Or the letter carriers hall. Just chances to meet people that are involved, and we try to raise that civic awareness as well. Yeah, yeah.
Well, it is, it's exciting to know that Pittsburgh is able to support something like that, but it's also making us a stronger place. And one of the things that we were talking about, I was talking earlier, was I was drawing on the metaphor of Mr. Rogers. Actually, we have the Fred Rogers Foundation coming tomorrow.
Oh, wonderful.
And I hope they bring one of the puppets with them. But
Daniel the Tiger or something?
Yeah.
King Friday.
We actually had a conversation with them. They're going to do a special episode around homelessness. And again, from the angle of helping a child who's coming into a shelter to stay in a place that's unfamiliar. And they do such a great job of trying to understand the trauma and the feelings, the fears, and they help to give voice to those fears, but also to talk about how to face them. And so we love their partnership. We want to be a part of that. We're going to be talking. But one of the things that we say we sent some questions out for people who are going to be conversationalists, is this idea of Mr. Rogers' vision of a neighborhood, a city of neighbors, where everyone feels welcome. Everyone has a place, and they can relate to each other in a way that's healthy, that's affirming, and I believe that we can be that place.
Yeah.
And we are working towards that place.
Yeah.
And so I like getting ideas from each of our conversationalists around what would that look like?
Yeah.
What are things about that make you smile and say, man, it would be great if we could do this or that? Or what are some obstacles to that you think that we can work on?
Yeah.
Because what we're hearing is that there's a vision out there that we're all working towards.
Exactly.
And so it's not just one person or one group, but we all want to see Pittsburgh to be that place.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned bridges, I live in downtown Pittsburgh, so surrounded by bridges. Took a bridge here, I'll take a bridge on the way home, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, so this year is the semi-sesquicentennial, so the 75-year anniversary of the first Gateway project. It's kind of the first Pittsburgh Renaissance. And part of that was the Fort Pitt Bridge and the Fort Duquesne Bridge, which are just, unmissable and, landmarks. Now it'd be hard to picture the city without it. But it did exist without those bridges, and there was thought and design and intention that went into it. And I bring it up to say, that coincided with a moment of collaboration and leadership where it was about what is the ideal future for Pittsburgh? Where are we going from here collectively? And then how do we actually get it done, And it was public partnership. It was, David L. Lawrence and leaders of the banking community, the corporate community, right? And, the Allegheny Conference and things like that.
And when I look around, I sense a similar environment where, and I think COVID, I'm interested in your take on this, has been maybe helpful in that way, clarifying in that way, where it's about what actually are the conditions, what are the challenges, how do we meet them, but now, a couple years since the beginning of COVID now, maybe feeling like you're a little bit on the other side, it's like, what does a new era look like? We've been, doing the blocking and tackling, so to speak, with the challenges that they've been presenting themselves. Do we have enough headspace to articulate that compelling vision, to your point, about a bright new future? And just today, I serve on the board for the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership. It's a central bid for the neighborhood, and they do, Picklesburg and, a bunch of night market and holiday market and stuff like that. And they just released a new strategic vision for the next 3 years. And I got to tell you, I mean, I think in a lot of ways downtown is a microcosm of the region in some ways, but if you just want to keep it to downtown for now, in the presence of a lot of challenges, people experiencing homelessness, et cetera, it's really exciting. The next couple years are full of possibilities and exciting progress. There are shovels in the ground this year on things we were dreaming about. I worked in the mayor's office going on like almost 3 years ago now. Shovels in the ground this spring. New parts of downtown, new gathering spaces, new community spaces, more recreation, more services, building on the successes that we've had recently. So, the proof will always be in the pudding. You gotta implement. You gotta actually, as you guys know, it's nice to have a vision. It's nicer sometimes to have brick and mortar. It's nice to be in the place. But I'm excited. I'm optimistic.
Yeah. Well, I love that vision. I love the optimism, and I think that's a good word for this. The conversations on the bench so far has been optimism.
Good.
When people think about the future, I'm not seeing hand wringing or negativity. It's that there's a brighter future ahead of us, and here's a part that I want to play in it. And then when you bring together a community around something like that, it's going to be exciting. I know you know Dr. Bullock.
CCAC?
Yes, he was
President.
here with us, and when he begins talking about all of the new programming that they're bringing so that he's envisioning that future and knowing that there's going to need to be a workforce ready to take those new tech jobs and the other jobs that are there. So he's thinking ahead, creating those positions now, and seeing students now getting into the pipeline, getting ready for that. So it's exciting to see leaders in these very strategic locations moving towards this ideal future.
It reminds me of rowing. Growing up, never really encountered rowing. I never really did much water sports. Basketball, soccer and stuff like that. But when I first joined the mayor's office, this would be for the previous administration. They had a program through city sport, through HR, where you could participate in various sports, and they would subsidize your participation. So I joined the City of Pittsburgh rowing team. It was people from different departments in the city. We'd go to Three Rivers Rowing up here in Allegheny. And they would teach you how to row, and then you would eventually take trips down to the point and back. And I just think about it so fondly. I haven't done it in a couple years, but we're all novices. Almost no one had ever tried anything like this. And they don't start you off, on the water right away. There's education. They show you the different parts of things. They explain how things are going. You practice in an indoor facility where you can kind of feel the mechanics and try to establish a sense of touch for how to actually be. But you get out on the water, and and you try to row in unison, but it's almost impossible, to begin with. But with time and week after week, it got easier and easier and easier, and it would just harmonize, and then pretty quickly you're just moving through the water, and you're not trying as hard as you were when you started, because you've got that collective effort going into it, and it's a cadence, it's a rhythm, and then you're seeing just spectacular views of the city. Seeing the Pittsburgh skyline from the water is a magical experience. And you're with your friends, and then afterwards they had like a fridge full of burgers and dogs, and there would be like a cookout after every session.
Wow.
But I think, and that was so much fun. But I just think about that analogy of rowing. It was just like keep trying, and eventually that sinking does happen, and you really start to compound your efforts, and you just start to fly, and I think that's a lot of what we've been doing since COVID. It's like, kind of flight or fight mode for years, and then it's like, okay, where are we headed? What can we be? What should we try to accomplish? And even if it's not always clear, I think we're rowing. I think we're striving together, and I think that momentum will yield fruit as well, and clarity of vision, for leadership across sectors.
Yeah. Well, that's a beautiful analogy, and I think it's a fitting way to end this section of just thinking about what it's going to be like with all of us syncing up, going in the same direction. I just saw some, in fact, we have a presentation coming out with some exciting things on the north side.
Yeah.
And again, very similar. It's like, it's going to be some dreams that have been talked about for years, but this year, ground is being broken, and new structures are going in. And what I hear in all of these development plans is shared community space, places for youth to hang out, and health and vitality around biking lanes and walking and all those things. And again, those are visions that people had, and were very strategic about what kind of place is Pittsburgh going to be. And now we're seeing it.
With your permission, one last, given who I'm talking to. You know what it really reminds me of? And I used to talk about this a little bit in the mayor's office. It's the story of Nehemiah from the Bible. And just in summary, this idea of like you have a compelling civic vision. You get buy-in from leadership. You set yourself to the task. You equip people for their lane. So they have the ability to stay focused on their part of it. And you just commit yourself to it. And you might endure headwinds, ridicule. People might say things about you, and they might say, it's never, the downtown's a mess. It's not what it was. These things, and it's like, well, just keep trying, just keep working, just keep moving, and then you look around and it's like, we did it, and what they're doing is establishing a place of habitation, a place for themselves, right? And I think that's kind of what we're about, right now. It's like, how do we make the place that we're living, the place that we're we all these neighbors, better? How do we kind of maximize what we have here? And we have a lot here, quality of life wise, opportunity wise, potential wise. It's a special era.
Well, I love Nehemiah. I love that vision, and I see each of us. One of the parts of that story was they described part of the work was that the people took responsibility for the wall that was right in front of them. And so there was also groups of people who kind of cohorted together who had similar skills, and they would do it, or similar families, but sometimes it's just what's right in front of me.
That's it.
Let me do this part.
That's it.
And let me take care of this yard. Let me take care of this park, this sidewalk, and we start putting it together, and next thing you know, we're down the road and we're in sync.
That's right.
So that's exciting. Well, thank you.
Thank you
again for coming and being a part of this historic night. We had a chance to have a conversation with a person out in Fresno.
Wonderful.
And
a little bit warmer out there, maybe?
It's a little warmer.
Yeah.
But they were in this wonderful space. I'd love for you to see. It's a space that was designed by their city for youth that are experiencing homelessness. They have artificial turf there. They have it's an enclosed facility, and basically it's a rec area for those who are experiencing some instability in their life. And you could see people playing in the background, and it's like, wow, what a vision.
Wow.
Love to see something like that here. But we're going to be working towards that.
Hey.
So again, thank you for coming by. Again, we're hoping that as you are tuning in, that you are friending us, sharing your story on Facebook, on YouTube, putting comments in the chat. We'll continue to interact. We want this to be a dialogue going back and forth. And I know we're going to be going to a break here and playing some videos, but we'll be back. I'll be back a little bit later. But again, thank you for putting a bow on this first section of the time. It's such a pleasure to see you come in and be able to share this moment with you. The next one is planned in October.
Okay.
And so it should be much warmer than what it is now.
Yeah, maybe.
I do want to say one thing, seeing that you're here, you could appreciate this. Part of the reason I'm here is because of one of my friends in Cleveland. When I first heard of this idea, I said I wasn't going to do it. It's going to be in the middle of winter. And City Mission in Cleveland said, you know what, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
And they said, is Pittsburgh going to not do it if Cleveland is? I said, no, we're in. So we're in, and as we started getting closer, I wasn't hearing anything from Cleveland. And then I hear they're not doing it. So we're out here holding it down. But we want to thank Cleveland for their inspiration.
That's right.
For helping us here. But we had somebody here earlier with some black and yellow on, and so thank you for the motivation, Cleveland. We appreciate it. We hope that you're nice and warm in your beds there. We're going to send you up some hot chocolate. Hope you have your teddy bear or something with you. But we're out here. I think it's 6 degrees right now. We miss you, but again, thank you for doing your part. So
no doubt. Thank you, Dad. Love you, man.
Love you too, and thank you for being with us here. So, all right.
Hey, how you doing?
So we're going to be ending this part of our time here and share some information about Light of Life and those that we serve. And I'm going to step inside here for a moment and join some of the staff in here, and then I'll be back in a little bit. So hopefully we have some videos and some things playing for you here soon.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but, you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin stuff, you know, up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, you know, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family, and that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh, you know.
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in a house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me. I was an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends, and you know, then it went to 4 days a week, and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just the cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, my mom just said, "You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you." While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, "I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better." And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. It is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, "I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room." And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, "They found Angela, she's dead." I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore. And she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids. And that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first time, but after that, she wasn't in her control.
This is a culturally driven disease that is creating a ripple effect of crime, economic depression, socioeconomic despair. This is an epidemic.
There's a struggle, it's huge. It's a big fight. And I feel like at this point, I don't know who's winning the war, but the drugs seem like they're multiplying.
It truly is a family disease. Even though one person uses, the entire family is affected. And it's painful. And no one should ever have to tell their loved one that they're not ever gonna see their mom again.
If we don't come together and attack this disease together, it's going to consume us, okay? And I'm scared of what this world will come to.
My name's Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life, long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something, because it's really not about me. I'm saying to the new guys, men and women who are here today, stick to stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
There's a scripture that says that if any man or woman is in Christ, he is a new creation. All things are passed away. Behold, all things have become new. How many are glad that all things can pass away? There's a lot of old things we need to leave back there and forget about it, and we need to embrace the new and move into the future, and that's what we're doing today. We're embracing the new, and we're moving it to the future. So tonight is going to be that night of celebrating that new beginning.
I know some of the graduates tonight experienced the Waymaker as he was making a way out of nowhere as you was working through your program. If that's you, come on and shout glory. He is a Waymaker, and when I think about the men and women that's going to come up tonight and that's going to be celebrated, one of the things I think about is their courage. It takes courage to take your life back.
I was slowly killing myself with the drinking. 27 years I drank. My drinking almost killed me. So I had to find a way to learn how to live again. I'm so grateful and thankful to be in this program. I thank Light of Life for helping me on my journey. I'm very grateful for this program, I really am.
So we unpack that program by bringing a very robust and structured program that is focused on a biblical foundation, because until that foundation is laid, you can't build nothing on it. So we build it on the biblical principles of God's word. That's where we start. And then they go into recovery, they go into job readiness, they go into financial literacy to give them a well-rounded and robust program that is going to equip them and to prepare them beyond the doors of Light of Life. Amen.
God is good, God is good. I just want to say I thank the Light of Life for what it's done for me. I was homeless, hopeless, but you know, God allowed their eyes to see something in me and gave me a chance. I just praise God. Amen.
The beautiful thing about community is that as we come together, there's electricity in the room, there's the presence of God in the room, and we are all sharing our love with the graduates. And so what my greatest hope is that this will imprint in their memory lives that on this day, we came around them and we celebrated this milestone, but we also said that just like you've made it to this point, you can make it for another day, another year, another decade. And so this needs to be marked in their life as a remembrance of how all of us came together.
If among you one of your brothers should become poor, in any of your towns within your land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand against your poor brother, but you shall open your hand to him and lend him sufficient for his need, whatever it is. That's what the Light of Life does.
Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't Let me introduce myself. I'm not the same person you knew. Life in a brand new light. There's nothing that I can't do.
Hey, do you want to come inside?
I don't wanna hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't wanna see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't wanna trade your plan for something familiar. I can't waste a day. I can't stay the same. I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern, and I don't wanna gain this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, I know that I am far from perfect, but through you the cross still says I'm worth it. So take this beating in my heart and come and finish what you started.
Hey, brother, want to come in?
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships, we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them, and have something better for them. North Avenue, where the mission is now, is very small. The spaces are small and they're broken up, and we have coolers and freezers in every little cubby hole. And the biggest issue is feeding. We can fit 12 women and children in our front dining hall, and then we'll feed 20 men in our back dining hall. And so they eat in shifts. We bring the first 20 in, they sit down, eat their food, get up and go. There's not much time for guys to sit and engage each other. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to at Vetley, the new building, is the dining area. Well, we're almost going to triple in size. And we'll have more time, we'll have more room to engage these people. I just can't stress how much we're really looking forward to that a guy can sit down and he doesn't have to rush because there's guys outside waiting to come in and have his spot. That's part of that dignity that, we'll be able to offer them now. We couldn't do what we do without our donors, our volunteers, and they're just some of the most giving people, committed to what we do. I believe God's got great plans for Light of Life in the future, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
When I'm stressed, you know what I mean? Once I start cooking, stress is gone because I know I'm in my zone. So once I'm in my zone, then I know I'm gonna be okay. I'm making fried chicken tenders, like nuggets. You gotta wash and drain your chicken. You don't want it slimy. You want to add your cumin. You want to add your garlic salt. You want to add your black pepper. And you want to add your paprika. And my trusty friend, adobo. You want to mix that around real good. So every piece is coated. Coated pretty good. Now you want to add your flour. While you're doing this, make sure you're getting your oil hot. You want it at least to a 325-degree temperature so it can get hot. If you don't have a deep fryer, you can use a good cast iron skillet. I only dredge you through the flour one time. And then you just put your chicken in. And you get that nice little sizzle. Don't throw them in all at once, because you want it to, that's how you get burned. And you want to wait until you get a little crust on the side. You want to get a little brown crust on the side. You don't want it cooked too hard, but you don't want it to cook too soft either. Smells good. See how I got that little crust on it? You want to flip it over. When I was a kid, my grandparents showed me how to cook. If not my grandparents, it was my mom and my older sister. My grandfather, he would be in the kitchen cooking all the time. So I'm gonna grab some paper towels. The paper towels is to get the excess oil. You don't want that. Take about maybe 10, 15 minutes because these are small pieces. With larger pieces, you're gonna have to, it's gonna take a little longer. You want the chicken to get up to at least about 172 degrees to make sure it's done. You don't want to get raw chicken. That's not a good thing. You know, I know a lot of people, they dredge it in the flour a couple of times, dip it in, you can dip it in buttermilk to get a nice crusty crust, but I don't think you need all that. Turn your flame off. Chicken is done. Make sure you get some ranch and some hot sauce. You'll eat chicken all day.
My name's Rob Pettit. I'm the kitchen supervisor here at the Mission, and I am making shrimp and grits today. We have our chopped garlic and water, grits. We have some what I call TD shrimp, peeled and deveined, and we have lemon, parsley, salt and pepper, and butter, and I have some cream, half and half that I use. We go through a lot of grits. Get some heat rolling here. So I have two skillets here. The first, the one with the water and the cream, that's going to be for the grits itself. And then the skillet with the butter in it is where I'm going to start. What I initially do is just make it like a shrimp scampi. Saute the shrimp in some butter and lemon and garlic. And put a little salt and pepper into the grits water. Put a little minced garlic in there. So I'm going to put that off to the side. So I'm going to start working on this, the mixture for the grits. And it's best for that to all come up to a simmer. And then the consistency on your grits, I like to get them almost to like a pudding consistency. And if you get them too thick, you can always take a little cream them back down to where you need them. But I try not to cook my shrimp in the grits because, like I said, you don't want to overcook your shrimp. Then they get a little rubbery. Just about everything that I learned that I cook here was from Lorenzo Johnson, who was he ran the kitchen when I got here, and that was 24 years ago. And Lorenzo fed many mouths at the Mission. So yeah, most of the cooking skills that I use today I picked up from him. I'm sure there's a recipe on here, but I just do them until they're nice and creamy. Like I said, just under what you would like a pudding consistency. And our guys here, they love cheese grits. Instead of the shrimp and the scampi, I add Velveeta cheese to it, maybe some Cheese Whiz, some kind of hard white cheese like a Swiss or something even a little bit harder. They love it here. It's a staple. It's a stick to your ribs kind of meal. So that's one thing about cooking. You can make a lot of recipes your own, and you learn how to fix mistakes. You don't have to put cream in it. You can use water depending on, what you have. So I'm going to take this scampi and kind of get it heated back up again. So you can see that it's creamed out really nice. And you can add a little sugar into it too. A lot of people add sugar. A little squeeze of lemon. And there you go. Shrimp and grits. When I make grits here, I'm in a pot this big, that big around, and like I said, they love it. And I can't tell you how many people have come around and say, they said you made the grits. I said,
When I made this for the first time, the clients here loved it because it's pasta and a cheeseburger, so comfort food. Today we're making cheeseburger casserole. We have about 8 ounces of macaroni noodles and about a pound of ground beef, 2 8-ounce packages of cream cheese, a little bit of salt and pepper, 2 cups of cheddar cheese, and 2 diced tomatoes. Preheat your oven to 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You're going to want to boil the noodles in water for about 8 minutes until they're al dente. While that pasta is cooking, you would cook your ground beef. Once your ground beef is hot, you add the tomatoes. So I have a pan over here, so I'm gonna go ahead and put the ground beef in it. Medium-low heat would be good. You don't want to scorch the meat, but you want it to get hot. And then once it's in there, we're gonna add our salt and pepper and our tomatoes. I'm going to stir that around and let it cook for about 5 minutes or so. You want to cook ground meat like lower for longer. You get all the pink out of it, but you don't like scorch. Al dente means to the tooth, so it's not hard, but it's not mushy. It gives some resistance when you bite down onto it. You could use whatever cheese you like on a cheeseburger. Shredded is easiest to mix. I've been working at Light of Life for just over a year. In 2020, I did a missions training program called YWAM, Youth with a Mission. We came to Light of Life, and I just felt God telling me that I was gonna work at Light of Life. So after I graduated, I applied until I got hired. So the new building is beautiful. There's a lot more space, counter space, high-end equipment. It's a great place to work. Just look at the tomatoes. They're getting mushy, so that's good there. I'm gonna add the hamburger mixture into my pan. You can use maybe like a 9x13 casserole dish if that's what you have. And then now I'm just gonna add everything else into there and mix it up. Then you're gonna wanna save a little bit of the cheddar cheese. You're gonna sprinkle it on top at the end. You can use a spoon, you can get in it with your hands. If you have a toddler, I'm sure they'd love to mush this. Just wanna make sure you get it until everything is incorporated and it's evenly distributed in your pan. You don't want any dry noodles or hunks of cream cheese. I chose a higher pan so I could mix it in the pan. That looks pretty good. I'm gonna sprinkle the rest of the cheddar cheese on top of it. And now it's ready to put into the oven. It's going to cook at 350 for about 40 minutes. And that cheese will get nice and melty. Our cheeseburger casserole is done. Oh, look at that. It is caramelized. That's gonna make a great dinner.
All right, I'm showing you how to make Italian beef, Chicago style. Need roast beef, maybe about 5 pounds. You got to have a good Italian roll. You need pepperoncinis, mozzarella cheese, olives, whole olives, juice and all. Beef broth, beef base. You need 1.5 cups of water for that. So, you ready to go? Let's do this. You need a nice sturdy pot. About 8 cups of water. You toss in your roast beef. I love this stuff. Once this roast beef comes to a boil, then you add in your beef base. It's gonna get to about 325 degrees. Once it starts boiling, then you add your beef base, you add your olives, and you add your pepperoncinis. We're gonna get this bun ready. You wanna split it halfway, because if you split it all the way in half, then it's gonna ooze all out the sides. You wanna hold everything in. When I was back home in Chicago, my grandma used to make it all the time. Mostly roast beef, when you buy it off the deli, it's already cooked. Only part that's not cooked is the very center. So once the center turns darker, then you can add the rest of your ingredients. Don't have your kids near this stove. They will stand there and be like, "Ma, when is it gonna be done?" Because my kids did it. When I feed the people that come into Light of Life, and I stand at the doorway by the dining hall and watch them eat, and when I see them push away from that table, yes, I did my job. So, now, it's no longer pink. You want to add your beef broth. And then you want to add a little bit of adobo, not a whole lot, but to your liking. You want your whole olives, juice and all, because it gives it flavor for the au jus. And you want to add a full jar of pepperoncinis, juice and all. Then
Hi. Wow. I'm doing okay. It's probably cold. It's probably colder here than there, is it? we are at 9. Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, so it's balmy. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yeah, we are doing same thing. They have some heaters set up for us here. We had to decide once the vortex came down if we're going to still do it or not, and we just decided that you know, those who are experiencing homelessness, they don't have an option on nights like this. The only thing that shifted was just initially I was planning on being here almost the entire time, and this time we're saying if it gets too cold, I'll go in and warm up a little bit. Looks like I lost your signal. Let me try that again. You're hoping for what? Yeah. I can hear you now.
Yeah. Oh, they're
I
bringing
see.
the phone over for me. So are you live now with your people? Yep.
Yes.
Sorry to have technical problems. So you started at, let's see, Eastern time, 4:00?
Yes.
You've been out for what? 8.5 hours, right? Same as me.
8.5 hours. Had a couple short breaks, but we almost had we were scheduling them every half hour. And once it started, it went basically nonstop, which actually helped. Kind of kept the energy going, and each person came in, kept it going. And so I was surprised, like 3 hours flew by, and then 4 hours flew by. It was like, wow, that was like really fast. So I really appreciate the individuals coming and helping the time go by.
Yeah.
What about you? How frequently were you scheduled?
Way too much. But so we just went live because we were having some problems on this end. So for the people that are watching our feed, this is Jarrell Gilliam from Light of Life Mission in Pittsburgh. And Jarrell, what was the temperature there again?
It is the last thing I checked, it was 9 degrees.
Yeah.
But the temperatures are falling, so it might be a little bit below that now. But I'm in kind of an enclosed area. I'm outside on the bench, but they have some heaters around, so they're trying to heat it up. But I could show you my my water bottle.
My goodness.
Now is ice.
So Jarrell, like I said, I don't know what the temperature is here. It's hovering above freezing, I think. People in Seattle think that's cold. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but you know the Northeast.
Yeah, I know. So, tell me about homelessness in Pittsburgh. What are you guys seeing there as the main concerns and issues?
Well, traditionally, the percentage of those experiencing homelessness in Pittsburgh has been below the national average for our size city. And so we've just kind of always enjoyed having this smaller number, very manageable. We have a lot of services that are out in the area. What happened around the pandemic and a little bit after was that some of the people who are leading on kind of our DHS side began wanting to adopt policies from other cities when it came to helping those who are experiencing homelessness. And so when they did that, these ideas of housing first started coming in, and low barrier or no barrier shelters. And so that has introduced a whole nother element that wasn't here before. And frankly, it's been some negative impact as a result of bringing in that ideology. So we've been wanting to stay good partners with everyone. We want to be part of the continuum here. But at the same time, we also know that people don't just succeed by putting them in a house. Maybe I think at Citygate we say maybe 25% of those who are experiencing homelessness, that could be an appropriate right next step. Mm-hmm. But the majority of people need some type of wraparound services to help them be successful. We had one of our conversationalists was a former addict and person homeless. And he shared as part of his story how that didn't work for him. Somebody put him in a hotel and as a part of their city initiative, and and he really regressed in that situation. And so anyway, that's kind of the challenge right now, is having this public dialogue where we can really talk about and get on the same page as what is the best strategy for moving forward.
Yeah, it's really hard.
What about you?
Yeah, I was talking to somebody earlier that said really the issues that we have, this crisis that we're in, is a result of policies.
Yeah.
When you have one person who's homeless, you might be able to say that it's all because of their individual bad choices. But with the level of homelessness that we have today, it can't be anything else but policy. You know, I mean, yes, there's individual choice, but it's a policy issue, and that we have to change, and we have to have those wraparound services and treat the whole person and walk in relationship. That's what I'm hearing over and over again on my bench.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah, in Seattle, we're number 3 in the nation for homelessness, behind LA and San Francisco. If you look at the number, like if you compare it to per capita, we would be 1. So it is a bad situation. Discovery Institute recently put out a report that showed that if nothing changes in the country with homelessness, we will double in the next 3 to 5 years in our nation.
Wow.
But
wow.
in Seattle, it'll happen in less than 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So things have to change here, you know, and
Yes.
it's all wrapped up with mental illness and addiction, and the fentanyl crisis is just unreal.
Yeah. I seem to remember when I visited there that one of the contributing factors had to do with defunding some of the mental health services. Is that still one of the key things that are going on?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
A lot of it is that we want to let people have the freedom to live wherever they want, but that's a public health crisis. That's a problem.
Yes.
You know, we can't have people camping in tents on the streets and so on.
Right.
You know, you've got to find that media, that line. And I think most people really do want to get off the street.
Right.
It's, and we don't have enough beds. We do have enough emergency beds. So I'm hearing the same thing over and over with everybody on the bench.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Well, one of the questions, Mr. Rogers was from Pittsburgh, and he talks about having neighbors, being good neighbors. And so one of the questions I ask each of our conversationalists about is what would that community look like if we were truly good neighbors? What would it look like if there was a place where everyone felt wanted, valued, loved, and had a safe, secure place to live? And what are some things we need to do to get there? And it's been great hearing the optimism that's out there by a lot of people that want to see a better response than what we have now. And I'm sure the same desires are there in Seattle.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what I'm hearing over and over. We have a new program here in Seattle that I'm really excited about. And I think that they're sharing it with a lot of other cities. And the mayor stood up what they call the CARES team. And there's a woman here in charge of the 911 system. And this CARES team goes out on calls with the police or for the police for things that maybe are not about law enforcement so much. And they've been wildly successful here. And she's just been made chief. So we have a chief of police, a chief of fire, and chief of cares. And so it's three equal departments, and it's really neat to hear her talk about how it's all about relationship, and we have to care for the individual and so on. So
that's good.
yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope that model continues to go forward, and it sounds like that's something that could be duplicated in other places.
Yeah, I hope so. It seems to be getting some real traction here. So anyway,
Good.
Anything else you want to talk about?
No, I think that one of the things that we've been trying to emphasize as well is how what we're doing is not about trying to duplicate being homeless or being on the street.
Right.
We're just having conversations on a bench, and it's nothing like the person who's dealing with the trauma and the stress of not knowing where they're going to be the next day. The value of what we're doing is really just about conversation and hoping that we're inspiring some ideas for hope for the future. And I know that you agree with the same thing out there.
I totally do. I am so excited that at 1 o'clock tomorrow, I can go home and sleep for 3 days in a warm bed. And it will take 3 days to bed.
That's right.
But yeah, I'm blessed to have that bed that I can go back to. And I know I'm safe there. I had one guy on the bench who was talking about trying to keep his stuff safe when he slept, and keeping his wallet close and all that. And I don't have to worry about any of that. We are so blessed in this country if we have a home and a vehicle and a job and food to eat, meal. And we just want to highlight the fact that some people in our country don't have that.
Yes.
What are we going to do about it? Because we're a first world country. We shouldn't have these problems.
We shouldn't. And so thank you. Well, thank you for all the work you do. I enjoyed our working together when we were in the same district. And now you're across the country here, but we're still doing the same work. So we're still connected. And just thank you for your leadership within your area and in Citygate. And man, let's keep this dialogue going.
You too, Jarrell. Thanks for what you're doing too. And say hi to your team for me. There's some really special people on your team.
Thank you. You guys have a great team as well. So I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Stay warm.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Well, that was wonderful to be able to share with Kim. She's one of the leaders in the Citygate network, and she's doing a great job out in Seattle. When I visited Seattle and Portland, their housing crisis is also driving homelessness in their area, and it is just amazing the kinds of challenges that they have. And between Seattle and Portland, those are both very stretched areas. In fact, it was when I was out there that I learned of this one camp that, around here, we will name camps after their geographic location or the street that they're on. And out there, they did the same thing, but this one camp was called the FedEx camp. And I was curious, was it near a FedEx building? And they said, no, there is a camp of FedEx workers, but they could not afford housing. And so they actually started their own encampment where they were living. And so these were people who have full-time jobs, but just the housing prices were so high that even on a good FedEx salary, they were not able to afford a small apartment. And so they created this kind of communal living camping area where they kind of looked out for each other. And so those are the kinds of things that can happen if we lose the ability to have affordable housing. So affordable housing is part of the solution that we need to be working towards, as well as transitional housing and housing for those who are experiencing homelessness. We need the whole continuum. So I'm going to be taking a break here. I don't have anyone scheduled to speak. And so what we decided to do that is in these moments here when there's not as much going on is that I'm going to take a break, be able to have the equipment rest as well here a little bit and go inside. But we're going to be playing some pre-recorded videos that continue to tell the story about homelessness, about Light of Life, about transformation and hope. Each story carries with it, I believe, a prophetic call that says that regardless of your history, it doesn't have to be your future. That hope is alive, hope is a person, and that hope is Jesus. And he can help us, he can help you. And so we're hoping that as you listen to the stories and you see the stories, that you will remember the people whose lives currently still need to be changed who are out there on a night like tonight. We also are encouraging people to be good neighbors. Check in on your neighbors, check in on the elderly and those that are around you. Just show up and be there. Sometimes the best thing we can do is have presence and just to show that you care. And so please do that. Show that love, dignity, and respect to everyone. And again, we will continue the message. I'll be checking back in periodically throughout the night, but we just want to keep the awareness going that there are options, and we live in the best city to model this. And as we continue to work together, we're going to see good things happen. So with that, let's go to some video, and we will we'll be back later on. Check in with you.
We're making sweet potato casserole. We have canned sweet potatoes or yams. We have some apple pie filling. We have some dried cranberries. This is brown sugar. This is vanilla. And this is a combination of allspice, cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg. That's it. We have clarified butter. This is a recipe that I got off of Lorenzo since I've been here, which is be 24 years next year in March. And this was handed down from Lorenzo Johnson, who was a staple. He was just a great guy, taught me a lot about cooking and recovery. This is an ode to him. We do this every year at Thanksgiving. We usually make about 40 pans. I don't mash up all the yams. You can use fresh sweet potatoes. You can boil the potatoes, peel them down. You just want to make sure that, almost like a baked potato, when you stick a fork in them, they come out clean. I put some of the whole potatoes down, and then I'll take brown sugar. I'll take a little bit of the apple pie filling, and here is the nutmeg, the cinnamon, the ginger, and the allspice. Be careful. Allspice and ginger, this stuff can all be pretty overpowering at times. You don't want to go too heavy on this stuff. I'm going to toss all that in there, the dried cranberries, and then I have some vanilla there. This I'll mush up a little bit and put over the top as a coating. So what I'll do is just spread this over the top of the whole potatoes. And then I'll kind of even it all out. And you can add pecans. I've seen a lot of people do the pecans, walnuts. Some people make like a mixture of brown sugar, maybe oatmeal or something and put on top. And then we always add a little butter, only because butter's so good for you. And then that's it. We'll put that in the oven. That'll go in for probably about 40 minutes. You'll want to bake it till it's nice and bubbly. You could even put some marshmallows on there. It's good stuff. You get all those apples mixed in with the sweet potato and the cranberries. Like I said, it's a great side dish for a holiday meal.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children that smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War. There wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I
bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide. And I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom. And all my life, I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life was unmanageable. I lived to use, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous of years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of them that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. This is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, I was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds. That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
You know, when I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, like, this is why we do what we do.
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
That the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King. One of my favorite scriptures is Philippians 4:13, that I can do all things through Christ that strengthen me. That scripture has gotten me through so much turmoil and pain being clean and sober.
Some of the trials and tribulations of our guests that come to the shelter, they're me. You know, it's actually a blessing to be able to share my experience, strength, and hope with these men.
I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful it was. But, sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction into recovery.
My daughter and I were the first clients at the Women and Children's Shelter. I formed a sisterhood with the women in the program. I'm a CCAC student now and working towards a degree in nursing. We have our own place that is safe. I've been able to repair relationships with my family, most importantly, my relationship with my daughter. There is nothing the same about my life now as it was prior to coming to the Light of Life.
The hope is that we see in the changes of the lives of the people that come to Light of Life. When they are given an opportunity to be in a Christ-centered environment where people love and care for them, healing happens. The ultimate rescue mission was Jesus coming back to earth and realizing that we were lost and He loved us. We are a community of those who have been rescued. The end game for us is to see homelessness eliminated, one life at a time. When one heart is changed, then a family can be changed. And when a family can be changed, then a community can be changed. And when a community can be changed, a city can be changed.
Forget the moment I heard you call my name, out of the grip of darkness into the light of grace, just like Lazarus. Oh, you brought me back to life. And where there was dead religion, now there is living faith. All of my hope and freedom I found in Jesus' name. Just like Lazarus, oh, you brought just like Lazarus. Oh, you brought me back to life. Oh, you brought me back to life. Oh, you brought me back to life. Yeah. Oh, you brought me back to life. And no longer I who live, but Christ in me. For I've been born again. My heart is free. The hope of heaven before me. The grave behind. Hallelujah. You brought me back to life. And no longer I who live, but Christ in me. For I've been born again. My heart is free. The hope of heaven before me. The grave behind. Hallelujah. You brought me back to life. Oh, you brought me back to life. Hey. And the enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." Oh, the enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me. Oh, yes, he did. The enemy thought he had me. Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me. But Jesus said, "You are mine." But Jesus said, "And no longer I who live, but Christ in me. For I've been born again. My heart is free. The hope of heaven before me. The grave behind. Hallelujah. You brought me back to life.
Here at Light of Life, we're about family. We're about help strengthening that family. So anything and everything that they need, we try to get them connected to help them strengthen that family so that your kids don't go down that same path. And I have seen where, some kids have turned their life around and actually came to Christ. Because at Light of Life, they learn about Jesus. The women in the program are trying to stay clean and sober from drug and alcohol. And then in the same token, they might have some other issues, whether if it's mental health or some sexual abuse. It's like a real hard situation for some of them because some of them just not used to their old behaviors and doing things the way they used to do them. So new things is like scary. It puts fear, doubt. So I try to give them strength and hope that they can do it. And I'll use myself as an example because I'm a recovering addict myself. So I try to give them examples of, how I came through certain things or what I've seen other people come through. I just try to give them strength and hope. With the old building, the current issues would be not having an elevator. If you had someone handicapped or disabled, if they weren't able to come up the steps, then that actually wouldn't even have been the program for them because there's no way to get them in there. The only other challenge is space. We would love to have more space where we, especially now with the COVID, if we had more space, we can break off into smaller groups a lot better than what we're doing now. And with the new building, what I like about the new building, we've never had a women's shelter. Never had a women's shelter. So it's going to be good about that at the new building, having a shelter. Those women can start in the shelter and work their way to Women and Children's Program or either Sister's House, whatever it may be, whatever part they fit into. In the future, we'll be able to hold more, especially with the shelter opening up. We'll be able to hold more, and going into a new building, we'll be able to broaden our program and be able to give a lot more women the care that they need to grow in their recovery.
When I had depression, it was a very lonely stage in my life. I started to not recognize myself. I started being alone every day, not going to work, not paying bills. I didn't answer calls. I didn't talk to family or friends. It's a hurtful feeling to where it grabs you in the chest and it just continues to grab you because you have no relief. It's a suffocation.
I grew up in Edgewood on the east end of Pittsburgh. It was a good Christian home. I grew up going to Sunday school and Vacation Bible School. When I was in high school, I started to drink and smoke weed on the weekends. And I realized that sometimes I didn't have control over it. And I started going to 12-step meetings in 1981.
The minute I walked from Hazelwood to Northside, it was that exact time I came to the Northside when I had nowhere to go. I was like, I'm homeless. And the only reason I'm homeless is because I walked away from everything that I had because I just couldn't take it anymore.
In the summer of 1999, I was living a good life in Hawaii. I was married, happily married, and I was diagnosed with colon cancer out of the blue. I had a tumor the size of a golf ball in my descending colon. I've had cancer in my colon, my lungs, breasts, and I've had 5 different surgeries, and I've been prescribed a lot of opiates.
The path to homelessness is different for different people. And we know that since COVID has happened, that there's been an increase in those who are dealing with depression, those who are dealing with mental health issues. And then you have those that enter into homelessness because of addiction, with the opioid crisis, which continues to set records of deaths in our county. Many people are being impacted by that crisis. And a lot of them, they entered into that addiction by getting a prescription from a doctor. They find themselves in this situation, and next thing you know, they're addicted to an opioid, and then they try to find other ways of feeding that addiction when they can't get the prescription any longer.
I started wanting more and started taking more than what was prescribed. I was still going to 12-step meetings, and I met somebody at one of my meetings who was a heroin addict, and we kind of hit it off, and I ended up doing a drug that I said I'd never do.
I got to a point in my life where I wanted to jump off a bridge at a point in my life during my homelessness. I didn't want to deal with it no more. I didn't. It sucked. Life sucked. Like, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work. I didn't have anything. I was just to the point where I'm just at this bridge and I'm just like, just take one step at a time and you could be there.
We started getting arrested, possession. I started overdosing. I had family members not talking to me. It got to the point where death was a comfortable thought to me because I did not want to keep living this way, but I was stuck.
So one of the things that Light of Life does is that, first of all, we want to hear someone's story. We want to talk to them. We want them to know that they have a safe place that cares about them. And then we want to come alongside them and refer them to places that can help them. For many of them, part of that depression has left them feeling isolated and feeling like they don't have any options. And what we want them to know is that there's a whole community that is waiting to help them and come alongside them.
I ended up getting arrested a few times. I ended up going to jail, which I was horrified. And then I realized that I needed to change my life desperately.
Light of Life, the moment I walked through that door, it was quite an adventure. I walked in that door, didn't know, have directions. I didn't have a sense of security. I didn't have any hope. I didn't have anything but the clothes on my back. And I gave them my name and they said, "We know who you are. We were just waiting for you." And when I went to the Light of Life, they told me how to get back into working. But before work, it was more of dealing with this. This was like the first 6 months right here. It was the first 6 months of dealing with who Nate was and how can we help him. And when I got in, it helped me get closer to God.
One of the exciting things I love about Light of Life is seeing the change that a person has once they come into our doors. One of the things that our alumni like to do is to look at their picture when they first came into our doors, and you can see in their eyes the darkness in their eyes, the weight of the world on their shoulders. And then just after a few months of being in the program, you see the light come back. You see their sparkle back in their eye. There's hope there again. And what you're seeing is the difference between hopelessness and hope. When a person has hope, life lights up again. And that's what Light of Life is here for, is to help people have hope again, to realize that they can love again, that life is not over, that their history is not their destiny, that the things that they've experienced in the past does not have to be their future, and there can be a new beginning if they would just dare to take that step and start again.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you that this is the day that you made. Lord, we choose to rejoice. We thank you for the day of hope. opportunity. We thank you for the Northside. We thank you for people that are here. We thank you for the families that are going to be on their way. And Lord, we pray this afternoon that you would allow us to just experience your love, your grace, your mercy, but Lord, most importantly, that we would have hope set before us as is said in scriptures. Jesus, we thank you. We welcome you in this place. Holy Spirit, have your way. Let your kingdom come, your will be done in our lives today.
My favorite thing about Day of Hope is we have the opportunity to minister, to share the gospel of good news. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And there is liberty in this park today. And we are so excited about what God is doing in the lives of the community, and our vendors, and our clients and staff all in one. We have a stage with live worship music, sharing of the gospel. We have programs. We have different vendors that's going to share about health. We have food. We have bouncy house where the kids can jump in and play, and we can see the joy on the kids' faces. We have so many different things happening here today.
Light of Life has been in existence in over 70 years. Our home is on the north side of Pittsburgh. We have a whole continuum of care that we offer to those who need help. It's not just a soup kitchen, it's not just a shelter, but we're going to the street on our outreach team. We're going to where the homeless are, to camps, but then once they come in, we have a day center, we have shelter for overnight for men and women with children, and then we have long-term programs that they can be involved with. We want to have an on-ramp for people to get help, no matter where they are in their homelessness or addiction journey.
Before I had come here, my life was very unmanageable. My choice of drug was pain pills, but it had ended up into heroin, crack, benzos, and pretty much anything I would take. I had lost my kids, I was homeless. When I got to the Light of Life, as soon as I walked in the door, one of the clients had asked me if we could pray before even speaking, and I knew right then and there that was where I was supposed to be. I had people that actually believed in me, trusted me. It helped regain faith and trust in myself. I ended up getting my 3 children back during the time at Light of Life.
I have been addicted since birth, and my mom gave me drugs at a young age. Eventually I learned, jails, institutions, and death, you end up with one or the other, and death was the last thing left, and I went for help. Being in active addiction, you don't really have people that care about you. In Light of Life, you do. If I didn't have Light of Life, I wouldn't be where I'm at now.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. and pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin until I came up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, dude, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family, and that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh, you know.
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in the house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me as an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends, and you know, then it went to 4 days a week and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just the cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future.
Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, you know, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, my mom just said, "You have a problem, something's going on, let us help you." While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, "I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better." And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. It is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, "I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room." And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, "They found Angela, she's dead." I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore. And she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids. And that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first time, but after that, she wasn't in her control.
This is a culturally driven disease that is creating a ripple effect of crime, economic depression, socioeconomic despair. This is an epidemic.
There's a struggle, it's huge. It's a big fight. And I feel like at this point, I don't know who's winning the war, but the drugs seem like they're multiplying.
It truly is a family disease. Even though one person uses, the entire family is affected. And it's painful. And no one should ever have to tell their loved one that they're not ever gonna see their mom again.
If we don't come together and attack this disease together, it's gonna consume us, okay? And I'm scared of what this world will come to.
My name's Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you.
And I said, I need you too. Then I came to Light of Life, long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, and it's some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something, because it's really not about me. We said to the new guys, the men and women who are here today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
When these people on the street come in for a meal, when they push themselves away from that table and they belly full, my job is done. I cook comfort food. I cook food that I know is gonna stick to their ribs, and I know they gonna come back the next day because they know Miss Dad's cooking. And as long as they happy, they belly full, that's all that matters. They can go back out in them streets and still do what they've been doing, trying to get by, but they know they can come here and get a decent meal. You know, not just a bowl of soup, a cup of coffee. They get a meal. It's been days we gave them porterhouse, crab legs, and jumbo shrimp. Where you gonna find a soup kitchen that do that? It's a privilege for me to cook for them. And I know they're not gonna be hungry, because I get them hearty plates. When people come in and I look at these people, I feel bad because I've been in their position. I haven't had no alcohol problems or no drug problems, but I've been homeless. I was out there in the streets. The streets had me bad. And I came to Pittsburgh because I didn't want the streets to get my kids. I applied for several jobs, and I started at a different company that's a pizza maker. From the pizza maker, I went to a kitchen, the main kitchen cook. Then I ended up at another building as the kitchen supervisor. It wasn't like that's what I wanted to do. I went to school for criminal justice, you know, so it was like, that's my thing. Because I always have cooked since I was 12 years old. So cooking, I love it. The only way I felt like that I would be able to help anybody and help myself is to be here. I know how it feels to want a good meal and to want to have somewhere safe where I can rest my head. Some of these clients in here that I do talk to, you know, if we get on a, I'm starting to cry. If we get on a deep conversation, I, you know, sometimes volunteer my past, and they'll be like, Miss Diaz, for real? Yeah, I got a life, I have a past. If God is pushing me to help other people to better themselves and want to do better, that's what I'm gonna do. This kitchen is the heart of this ministry because we feed the masses. Anybody that walks in that door, they're gonna get a meal. And I feel it's comfort in that. If they can't go nowhere else, they can come right here. Light of Life is doing everything that they can to help these people get off drugs, get them a place to stay, get off alcohol, go through all these internships and all these trainings and classes and everything else. Light of Life is the place to be, trust me when I tell you.
I was born and raised on the north side. I was an athlete in school. Played basketball, football, baseball. And when I got out, I kind of took a wrong turn. I got involved with drugs and the lifestyle and made a mess of my life. And in '94, I was introduced to recovery and I started rebuilding my life. I'm a chef by trade. Light of Life hired me as a cook. I was a part-time cook for about 2 months, maybe 3, before they brought me on the staff in a different position, community guest liaison. And I was moved into the shelter supervisor's position. And I think that's where I belong. I take care of Volley. I have a staff of 13 that oversee our meal ministry, breakfast and dinner. We oversee a 20-bed overnight shelter, as well as a 12-bed Shelter Plus program. I have guys on my staff that come with a story. I tell my story. We are able to minister to the people that are in this situation, homeless, hungry, using, and we're able to tell them how we got out of it. When I tell my guys that if a person stops drinking or using drugs, that his life will change tremendously. But if they want the true freedom that this lifestyle has to offer, you have to work with God. You have to talk to God. You have to pray with God. God has to be a part of your life, you know? I think that's the only way to achieve true freedom. When we see a person that came in that was using drugs and we see them 2 years later and they're living the American dream, that they have a God in their life and they're working every day and they've mended that relationship with their kids. That's how we can feel that we've done some help in this world.
My dad died in a car accident when I was 5, and during my primary developmental years, I was raised by my mother. She had substance abuse problems and mental health problems. She was physically abusive and neglectful. And also her side of the family that I grew up around, there was a lot of dysfunction. I was encountered by drug use at a young age. As early as grade school, I was smoking marijuana regularly. Things progressed for me as far as my substance abuse. And by the time I was in junior high, I was regularly abusing marijuana and alcohol. I would be the one organizing the party and getting a half barrel of beer and drinking every night and until I blacked out, and drinking every morning at the bus stop before going to school. By the time I went through my teenage years, I had already been in multiple psychiatric units and drug and alcohol rehabs. I decided to chase having money. I thought money was success. And, you know, so I could go full-time with my studies, I started selling some marijuana, and that progressed to, you know, large quantities of marijuana, and it was really unhealthy. And then I slipped back into using patterns again. And by the time I was in my early 20s, I was abusing cocaine quite heavily. And I stopped going to school. But also at that point, my mental health problems emerged to a much greater extent. This led to a pattern that was kind of consistent through my whole adult life, which I never got it together. I didn't understand getting a proper diagnosis for my mental health problems and getting properly medicated. I continued to abuse drugs and alcohol. I ended up homeless. I was in a tent in the woods, and I was scrounging up money to get blackout drunk on vodka every day. I had unstable mental health, and I was eating meals at the Light of Life program. And I became aware of the residential programs they had at Light of Life. And I went there and said, you know, like, I'm miserable, I'm desperate, like, this needs to stop, I can't live like this. And they let me into their residential program. But initially, in the first 6 months, I wasn't really committed to getting, to quitting drugs and alcohol. And then at about 6 months, I started getting my SSI checks, and they gave me a couple of $1,000s in back pay. And I was in a big hurry to get out of Light of Life, get my own apartment, but I didn't continue with my mental health treatment and went back to abusing drugs and alcohol. And it only took a couple of weeks till I ended up back in a psychiatric unit in quite a mess. And I requested with Light of Life that they give me another opportunity. And the second time around, I was much more committed to a dual diagnosis recovery program. I got my ducks in a row as far as trying to line up housing and income. I've got a year and a half now. I've had my own apartment. I've got 4 years drug and alcohol free. I still continue to get regular mental health treatment, individual counseling and group counseling at Mercy Behavioral Health. They actually trust me, the Light of Life program, to facilitate a group, a peer mentoring group, you know, as somebody that can serve as an example and relate to the guys. And I still have struggles, you know, and I probably always will. You know, I have some serious issues with my dual diagnosis issues. And I want to say about the Light of Life program, this program really does provide the foundation for a lot of people like me to really make a difference in their life and put their life together.
After my baseball career, I've always, since receiving Christ as a 20-year-old, at a very high point in my life, I was the youngest rostered player in the big leagues. And when I received Jesus and really understood that it wasn't my achieving something, I've just had a passion to tell that to others. And so I started a business career after my baseball career and was promoted here to Pittsburgh. I had heard about the Light of Life ministry and the integrity that they had and the passion that they had for serving those in need. And so it just so happened I was actually working with one of the people that was a sub-manager in my division, and I was working in this area and got lost over in the north side. And I remember seeing, at the old facility, I remember seeing the sign, Light of Life. I saw a little place to park, and I went in, and I spoke to a woman there that was behind the desk, the receptionist, and I just asked her, I said, I've heard a lot about your ministry, do you need volunteers? And she looked at me like, what is that, a trick question? And I said, you know, I really have a calling and really feel as though God is calling me to speak, and I would love to be able to come here and share. When I hit the parking lot here at Light of Life, the Holy Spirit just rises up within me, and I just take on a whole different paradigm. I take my eyes off of those little momentary and contemporary tasks that I have and my to-do list and all of the other cares of the day, and really allows me and enables me to just keep my eyes affixed to Him for the miraculous. And something, a way that I always think of it, and this is something that I prayed shortly after I started coming here back in 1988, that I would never speak from a high horse, that I would never preach to the men. I was always convicted and still remain convicted that I'm merely one beggar telling other beggars where I found food. And I've seen things over the years that are hard to describe and even harder to believe. How God has changed lives, and how I've seen men that have come in broken and literally cast into the dung heap. But there, God has reached down and is just doing things in their lives that you can't even imagine. His grace, His mercy, His love is for them. And I know many, many times the Holy Spirit will speak that specific word because the men here have been broken by life. And one of the things that I feel is very important is that every time that I have that opportunity to share, that I allow God to share that word of encouragement, that His love, His mercy, His grace is for you, that it's individual, it's not corporate, but it's for you. And no matter what your circumstance, no matter what your situation, God's love, God's forgiveness, and the price that He paid was just for you. The one thing that has not changed is the integrity and the extraordinary commitment that this ministry has to saving lost souls. And not just feeding a person a meal, but literally giving them, as Jesus said to those who followed Him, that they would never drink or never thirst again, that they would never hunger and they would never have to be fed again, because it was a spiritual feeding that the Holy Spirit was giving to them. And that's the one thing that has never changed in all of the years that I've been here.
I came to Light of Life 2 different times. First time I came to Light of Life from a jail cell. Second time I came from a park bench. Something I learned is that every rock bottom can go a little bit lower. Mine was definitely the park bench. My addictive behavior started long before I started using drugs. My maladaptive acceptance, coping mechanisms, all those things. I had an amazing career. I worked as an ER nurse, a flight nurse for many years. Paramedic for almost 20 years before all this happened. I was well respected professionally throughout the state. I sat on state boards. I sat on a national advisory committee for emergency nursing. I never thought addiction would happen to me. It's crazy how blinding this disease is to the addict themselves. How long we can go that we have things under control. But I had dealt with social insecurities, past social dramas that so many of us in addiction have. So when those situations presented themselves again, of course what I do was, without the intention of ever using again, within 5 minutes of being in an uncomfortable situation, I had a needle in my arm. So I remember reflectively thinking back, I was sleeping on my car and I lost my house, I lost my job, lost my family. But I still thought everything was okay. My parents are warriors. When my addiction started, they started going to support group meetings. I had a moment when I realized I'm where I need to be. My first time around at Light of Life, I wasn't doing any of the work. I was just showing up, doing the things, signing slips, that kind of thing. But this time around, I had a team leader who, for the first time we met with our one-on-one, it gave me that sense of unconditional acceptability and openness. I had the people in my corner that I needed in my corner to fight this fight. I took down walls. I had a really big wall against spirituality and God and the church and religion because I'd had some bad social experiences with them. With the healing that has come through the program, I now know that there's no judgment at that door. There's open arms, love, and acceptance. I think how hard it is to love yourself in this situation, and I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful that was. Sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction into recovery. You know, I learned through the Light of Life that with my experiences there that my life doesn't have to look like yours and yours doesn't have to look like mine for us to meet in the middle and to be part of each other's lives. And how important that is. And how important it is to be part of a community where you're not a number that you punched in, where you're not just a demographic or a grant number or a donor number, but you're part of this big family that just is part of your everyday life. And that they are just as blessed to be part of your family as you to be part of theirs. They want to be there for the good, bad, ugly. And to know that I'm not just a number, you know, I'm me, and that they know me.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, like, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, you know, we've been exploited. I think oftentimes people have experienced trauma, and when trauma is not intervened upon, it manifests itself into mental health, substance use disorder. You just sort of learn how to be dysfunctional, and to unlearn those things, you need help, and there's not much help out there. So what we're seeing now, I believe, post-COVID is just what it looks like. I think the veil has been removed in regards to the sufferings of people. The structures of the world that we live in, women and children just sort of fall at the bottom of these structures, and so they're the ones that suffer the most. No third grade little girl plans to be a prostitute. She doesn't plan to be homeless. She's not planning to hold a sign on the highways that she'll work for food. You have women who have been raped, molested. Their worldview have been disturbed since before they can even speak, some of them. They've endured things because their parents were addicted, or, you know, their neighborhood, how that is traumatizing on a person when you can't feed yourself, or you're a child and you can hear the discussions amongst the adults that there's not enough. Kids go through so much, and then we become adults, and then the expectation is to adult. But how do you adult when you don't know what to do? So those are the women we encounter. Nobody wants to be bothered with them. So that's why you see more women and children in the streets. And so I believe part of the call on my life and our staff is we stand in the gap for them. I believe the shelter is an opportunity to meet their needs immediately, and hopefully we can shift out the things that they've learned all their lives, including what they're passing down to their children. It's an honor because we've all been through it, and so we get to be here and serve in this capacity. So I have been called a survivor leader. I have survived exploitation, trafficking, horrific abuse as a child, and I believe, again, that God has
not necessarily allowed those things, but he has utilized those things. I've been clean and sober for almost 25 years. My whole experience in recovery has brought me here. That's why I sit here before you today. What brings me joy? If I can lift someone's head and they see God due north, you know, it's all about God, you know, that brings me joy. God brings me joy. Just seeing that shift in somebody. And it should never be about another person. It always has to be about their personal relationship with God. That brings me joy.
I met a friend that I grew up with who actually had been a heroin addict, and I expected to find him either in jail or dead. He said, "Hey, Bill, I need to tell you something." I said, "What?" He said, "I found Jesus." And I was like, "You found Jesus?" I didn't know Jesus was lost. He said, "No, Bill, I'm not talking about religion. There's a real Jesus, and he can change your life." He changed my life. I was in the military for 4 years during the Vietnam War. Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military. Continued with it while I was in the military, but sort of like a functional drug addict. Did my job, got by. It's more than just an addiction. There's family things, there's background, there's wounds, there's hurts. And those are the things that are so deep-rooted that you can't fix on your own. And you need someone. In my case, I needed Jesus. But I needed someone to introduce me to Jesus. I needed someone to be bold enough to tell me the truth, someone to invite me, but a place to go. He said, "Hey, there is this service. It's held on the north side at this place called the Light of Life," which I knew nothing about. Although I lived close. I grew up on Federal Street Extension, which is just up the hill from the Light of Life. So he said, "You will love it," because they got a preacher there who's really funny. And I said, "Okay, I'll go with you." But in reality, I don't want to go to church. I was going to say, "Hey, Denny, I'm glad you found Jesus. I'm glad life's working that good for you, but this Jesus business is not for me." So anyway, I go to the Light of Life, and I'm sitting in their little chapel service. There's a lot of drug addicts and people struggling with alcohol there. Even though I'm still struggling with drugs, I sort of saw myself as, I'm not that bad, but I was that bad. I was empty and I was hurting and I was lost. And the preacher's preaching, and he says this verse, that if any man gives his life to Christ, he becomes a new creation. Old things are passed away, new things come. And all of a sudden, as he was speaking, he disappeared. I mean, he was still there, but to my eyes, he was gone from the platform, and in place was a blackboard. It appeared there was this writing all over it, scribbling nonsense. And I heard a voice, and the voice said, "Bill, this is your life. It's a mess. But if you will let me, I will do this for you." And a hand appeared with an eraser, and it erased all this scribbling. And all of a sudden it was gone. And there is the speaker up there preaching again. He said, "If anyone wants Christ, to come up." And I got up on my seat. I went up to the front. And I didn't know how to pray. I said, "Jesus, I've been driving the car of my life, and I'm wrecking it. I'm going to get in the back seat, and I'm going to let you drive." And when I was done, I was set free from drugs. I'd been struggling with drugs for 7 years. I was set free. And that was 1975. And not only did he take drugs out of my life and bitterness out of my life and reunite with my father, he called me into the ministry. And I've been in the ministry for 40 years. And that was from the Light of Life, a little chapel service on the north side, to a young man who expected nothing except a boring, uncomfortable service to get out of there. And it changed my life forever.
I started drinking alcohol first. I was selling drugs. I used crack cocaine. I've been in jails. I've been in institutions. The end of the road was when I was homeless.
My drug of choice was heroin. There's no limit that you won't go to get the next one, just to be okay. I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions. That or like it's fun, because it's not fun. I mean, you don't even feel like a person.
Got on drugs pretty bad before I went in the military, continued with it during the Vietnam War.
I lost my sister in 2015 to addiction, and I've seen it ravage families. Addiction does not discriminate. Homelessness does not discriminate.
I had an amazing career. I worked for many years, paramedic for almost 20 years. Before all this happened, I never thought addiction would happen to me.
I lived in the projects. My husband, myself. I have 3 children that smoke crack cocaine. My husband smoked crack cocaine. And eventually it got out of hand.
I drove up into an apartment complex. The stickers were outdated. When they pulled me over, all they could do was impound my car. As I was walking away, the police officer found a rock of crack that I had been looking for a month and a half. And when they grabbed me, I told the officers, I know this is going to sound strange, but thank you.
After the military, I was stationed in California at the height of the Vietnam War. There wasn't a drug that came back that we couldn't get. You know, after Daddy did what he did, then Mommy lived. He shot her and then killed himself. It has an effect on you.
I was a single mother to my daughter, and I bounced from different family members' houses. I started using around the age of 18 years old.
I found my father dead. He had committed suicide, and I was already far into drug addiction by then. And chances of me getting out of that cycle after living through that were slim and none.
From using crack cocaine and just hit bottom, and all my life I didn't know how I got there, but I needed a way out.
24 years of hardcore partying, being a drinker. I had numerous jobs that I did enjoy, lost many of them due to being a non-functioning alcoholic.
I grew up in the 60s, and I was attracted to the dark lifestyle in my community and struggled for at least 35 to 40 years.
My whole adult life was basically a lot of years of struggling through addiction and mental health struggles that were going untreated. I got out of being incarcerated and had nowhere to go. I had to go to you know, a homeless advocate to even get the tent to sleep in the woods.
I started out using marijuana when I was 15. I was abused as a child, sexually abused. That was my way of numbing the pain.
When I was 13, I did marijuana. I drank just because it made me feel good and my other friends were doing it. I started selling drugs and then kind of took off from there.
My life was unmanageable. I lived to use, you know, to drink. But the most important thing, I was violent, torturing myself for numerous of years.
My childhood, basically, my mother and my brother and I, like, we lived in every battered women's shelter in this area. We've all been homeless, we've all been in jail, we've all been diagnosed with different things, you know, we've been exploited.
People who are experiencing homelessness, they need to be seen, they need to be understood. We need to take time to hear their stories and then come alongside them.
I think the desperation, waking up in a tent, not being able to bathe for a week or two. There's just that look when they hit bottom and they're just sick and tired of being sick and tired.
I think most women, by the time they get to us, they feel like this is my last shot.
We are celebrating 70 years, and one of the things that's been consistent for that 70 years is that Light of Life has needed to adapt to the needs of the community. About 5 years ago, we noticed the people that were coming out into the streets were not necessarily the same demographic of homeless that were before. The outreach team, every day they go out.
We have a lot of them that were in college. And some of the others, younger people, we don't know the trauma that they went through in their homes, or even cases of being raped.
I was a heroin addict. I've been clean 28 years. I lived in a tree shack for about 3 months. You know, this is, there's a personal investment.
How long have you been here?
Like 3 months.
Did you grow up in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Southside. My mom's in Canonsburg. Grandma's in Brookline.
How long have you been using?
Oh, 2016. Oh, yeah, I was dope, yeah.
How you feeling today?
Sick.
And how many people live here with you?
Like 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever wanted to get off permanently?
Yeah, I do, and then I get back on it.
Yeah. Have you talked to your mom recently?
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Does she miss you?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Within our county, over the last 5 years, we've lost over 400 transitional housing beds. That's very important. About 25% of the street homeless in our country, Housing First is an appropriate first step and right step for them. But for the other 75%, they need support. Even in times when we are in an overflow situation, homeless will want to be around us. And they say because they feel safe where we are. We want to make sure that all of them have a place with dignity where they can stay. We're working with community partners to discover what those solutions are. Part of our strategy is not only reaching those who are homeless, but to also prevent people from becoming homeless. The fastest growing population of homeless are women with children. When we see a woman who is about to be evicted, we want to come alongside them with rental assistance, working with their landlords, being advocates for them, because we know it's better for that mother.
You know, when I was in the throes of things, community rallied around my daughter and helped her complete high school. If it weren't for the women at Light of Life reminding me, like, this is why we do what we do.
I learned the importance of my relationship with God. I also learned my own value. I had probably zero esteem when I got there. I would have never went back to school if it wasn't for Light of Life.
That the opposite of sobriety is community? Absolutely, I'm a firm believer in that.
You know, I have my moments in life where I feel unworthy, but I know today that I am a daughter of the King. One of my favorite scriptures is Philippians 4:13, that I can do all things through Christ that strengthen me. That scripture has gotten me through so much turmoil and pain being clean and sober.
Some of the trials and tribulations of our guests that come to the shelter, they're me. You know, it's actually a blessing to be able to share my experience, strength, and hope with these men.
I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful it was. But, sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction and to recovery.
My daughter and I were the first clients at the Women and Children's Shelter. I formed a sisterhood with the women in the program. I'm a CCAC student now and working towards a degree in nursing. We have our own place that is safe. I've been able to repair relationships with my family, most importantly, my relationship with my daughter. There is nothing the same about my life now as it was prior to coming to the Light of Life.
The hope is that we see in the changes of the lives of the people that come to Light of Life. When they are given an opportunity to be in a Christ-centered environment where people love and care for them, healing happens. The ultimate rescue mission was Jesus coming back to earth and realizing that we were lost and he loved us. We are a community of those who have been rescued. The end game for us is to see homelessness eliminated, one life at a time. When one heart is changed, then a family can be changed. And when a family can be changed, then a community can be changed. And when a community can be changed, a city can be changed.
Forget the moment I heard you call my name, out of the grip of darkness into the light of grace, just like Lazarus. Oh, you brought me back to life. And where there was dead religion, now there is living faith. All of my hope and freedom I found in Jesus' name, just like Lazarus. Oh, you brought me back to life. Jesus, to fully praise you. It will take all eternity, just like Lazarus. Oh, you brought me back to life. Oh, you brought me back to life. Oh, you brought me back to life. Yeah. Oh, you brought me back to life. And no longer I who live, but Christ in me. For I've been born again. My heart is free. The hope of heaven before me. The grave behind. Hallelujah. You brought me back to life. No longer I who live, but Christ in me. For I've been born again. My heart is free. The hope of heaven before me. The grave behind. Hallelujah. You brought me back to life. Oh, you brought me back to life. Hey. And the enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." Oh, the enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me. Oh, yes, he did. The enemy thought he had me. Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said, "You are mine." The enemy thought he had but Jesus said, "You are mine." But Jesus said, "And no longer I who live, but Christ in me. For I've been born again. My heart is free. The hope of heaven before me. The grave behind. Hallelujah. You brought me back to
Here at Light of Life, we're about family. We're about help strengthening that family. So anything and everything that they need, we try to get them connected to help them strengthen that family so that their kids don't go down that same path. And I have seen where, some kids have turned their life around and actually came to Christ. Because at Light of Life, they learn about Jesus. The women in the program are trying to stay clean and sober from drug and alcohol. And then in the same token, they might have some other issues, whether it's mental health or some sexual abuse. It's like a real hard situation for some of them because some of them just not used to their old behaviors and doing things the way they used to do them. So new things is like scary. It puts fear, doubt. So I try to give them strength and hope that they can do it. And I'll use myself as an example because I'm a recovering addict myself. So I try to give them examples of, how I came through certain things or what I've seen other people come through. I just try to give them strength and hope. the old building, the current issues would be not having an elevator. If you had someone handicapped or disabled, if they weren't able to come up the steps, then that actually wouldn't even have been the program for them because there's no way to get them in there. The only other challenge is space. We would love to have more space where we, especially now with the COVID, if we had more space, we can break off into smaller groups a lot better than what we're doing now. And with the new building, what I like about the new building, we've never had a women's shelter. Never had a women's shelter. So it's going to be good about that. At the new building, having a shelter, those women can start in the shelter and work their way to Women and Children's Program or either Sister's House, whatever it may be, whatever part they fit into. In the future, we'll be able to hold more, especially with the shelter opening up. We'll be able to hold more, and going into a new building, we'll be able to broaden our program and be able to give a lot more women the care that they need to grow in their recovery.
When I had depression, it was a very lonely stage in my life. I started to not recognize myself. I started being alone every day, not going to work, not paying bills. I didn't answer calls. I didn't talk to family or friends. It's a hurtful feeling to where it grabs you in the chest and it just continues to grab you because you have no relief. It's a suffocation.
I grew up in Edgewood, in the East End of Pittsburgh. It was a good Christian home. I grew up going to Sunday school and Vacation Bible School. When I was in high school, I started to drink and smoke weed on the weekends. And I realized that sometimes I didn't have control over it. And I started going to 12-step meetings in 1981.
The minute I walked from Hazelwood to Northside, it was that exact time I came to the Northside when I had nowhere to go. I was like, I'm homeless. And the only reason I'm homeless is because I walked away from everything that I had, because I just couldn't take it anymore.
In the summer of 1999, I was living a good life in Hawaii. I was married, happily married, and I was diagnosed with colon cancer out of the blue. I had a tumor the size of a golf ball in my descending colon. I've had cancer in my colon, my lungs, breasts, and I've had 5 different surgeries, and I've been prescribed a lot of opiates.
The path to homelessness is different for different people. And we know that since COVID has happened, that there's been an increase in those who are dealing with depression, those who are dealing with mental health issues. And then you have those that enter into homelessness because of addiction, with the opioid crisis, which continues to set records of deaths in our county. Many people are being impacted by that crisis. And a lot of them, they entered into that addiction by getting a prescription from a doctor. They find themselves in this situation, and next thing you know, they're addicted to an opioid, and then they try to find other ways of feeding that addiction when they can't get the prescription any longer.
I started wanting more and started taking more than what was prescribed. I was still going to 12-step meetings, and I met somebody at one of my meetings who was a heroin addict, and we kind of hit it off, and I ended up doing a drug that I said I'd never do.
I got to a point in my life where I wanted to jump off a bridge at a point in my life during my homelessness.
I didn't want to deal with it no more. I didn't. It sucked. Life sucked. Like, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't work. I didn't have anything. I was just to the point where I'm just at this bridge and I'm just like, just take one step at a time and you could be there.
We started getting arrested, possession. I started overdosing. I had family members not talking to me. It got to the point where death was a comfortable thought to me because I did not want to keep living this way, but I was stuck.
So one of the things that Light of Life does is that, first of all, we want to hear someone's story. We want to talk to them. We want them to know that they have a safe place that cares about them. And then we want to come alongside them and refer them to places that can help them. For many of them, part of that depression has left them feeling isolated and feeling like they don't have any options. And what we want them to know is that there's a whole community that is waiting to help them and come alongside them.
I ended up getting arrested a few times. I ended up going to jail, which I was horrified. And then I realized that I needed to change my life desperately.
Light of Life, the moment I walked through that door, it was quite an adventure. I walked in that door, didn't know, have directions. I didn't have a sense of security. I didn't have any hope. I didn't have anything but the clothes on my back. And I gave them my name and they said, "We know who you are. We were just waiting for you." And when I went to the Light of Life, they told me how to get back into working. But before work, it was more of dealing with this. This was like the first 6 months right here. It was the first 6 months of dealing with who Nate was and how can we help him. And when I got in, it helped me get closer to God.
One of the exciting things I love about Light of Life is seeing the change that a person has once they come into our doors. One of the things that our alumni like to do is to look at their picture when they first came into our doors, and you can see in their eyes the darkness in their eyes, the weight of the world on their shoulders. And then just after a few months of being in the program, you see the light come back. You see their sparkle back in their eye. There's hope there again. And what you're seeing is the difference between hopelessness and hope. When a person has hope, life lights up again, and that's what Light of Life is here for, is to help people have hope again, to realize that they can love again, that life is not over, that their history is not their destiny, that the things that they've experienced in the past does not have to be their future, and there can be a new beginning if they would just dare to take that step and start again.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. So, Father, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you that this is the day that you made. Lord, we choose to rejoice. We thank you for the day of hope. opportunity. We thank you for the Northside. We thank you for people that are here. We thank you for the families that are going to be on their way. And Lord, we pray this afternoon that you would allow us to just experience your love, your grace, your mercy, but Lord, most importantly, that we would have hope set before us as is said in scriptures. Jesus, we thank you. We welcome you in this place. Holy Spirit, have your way. Let your kingdom come, your will be done in our lives today.
My favorite thing about Day of Hope is we have the opportunity to minister, to share the gospel of good news. And where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. And there is liberty in this park today. And we are so excited about what God is doing in the lives of the community, and our vendors, and our clients and staff all in one. We have a stage with live worship music, sharing of the gospel. We have programs. We have different vendors that's going to share about health. We have food. We have bouncy house where the kids can jump in and play, and we can see the joy on the kids' faces. We have so many different things happening here today.
Light of Life has been in existence in over 70 years. Our home is on the north side of Pittsburgh. We have a whole continuum of care that we offer to those who need help. It's not just a soup kitchen, it's not just a shelter, but we're going to the street on our outreach team. We're going to where the homeless are, to camps, but then once they come in, we have a day center, we have shelter for overnight for men and women with children, and then we have long-term programs that they can be involved with. We want to have an on-ramp for people to get help, no matter where they are in their homelessness or addiction journey.
Before I had come here, my life was very unmanageable. My choice of drug was pain pills, but it had ended up into heroin, crack, benzos, and pretty much anything I would take. I had lost my kids, I was homeless. When I got to the Light of Life, as soon as I walked in the door, one of the clients had asked me if we could pray before even speaking, and I knew right then and there that was where I was supposed to be. I had people that actually believed in me, trusted me. It helped regain faith and trust in myself. I ended up getting my 3 children back during the time at Light of Life.
I have been addicted since birth, and my mom gave me drugs at a young age. Eventually I learned, jails, institutions, and death, you end up with one or the other, and death was the last thing left, and I went for help. Being in active addiction, you don't really have people that care about you. In Light of Life, you do. If I didn't have Light of Life, I wouldn't be where I'm at now.
In the fall of 2017, Light of Life allowed cameras to follow Dean Robinson, a member of the newly formed outreach team, as he visited homeless camps around the city of Pittsburgh. What you will see is the stark reality of addiction and those working on the front lines of this battle.
This homelessness, along with addiction, has changed over the years. There's a much younger population of people. I've had guys sitting in my office, and I seen the look on their face, and I really do think they wanted to get clean. But it didn't happen that day. The next day they were gone. Madison Camp will be coming up on your right. That is a heroin camp. And pretty bad. You have your old diehards that just refuse to change their ways.
Nobody in the mother or wife or father or son or daughter or no one has ever even tried to help me.
Then you have the young guys that are just lost.
Yeah, I actually had an apartment and a job, but you know, I messed it up. I got back on drugs. I didn't do a lot of heroin until I came up here. I tried heroin for the first time when I first got up here. So, dude, you know, I just think about my mom. You know, I'm all the way up here, you know, got away from my family. And that's the last thing she needs to identify one of her kids. You know what I mean? In a body bag. Oh. You know?
How long have you been homeless?
9 years.
9 years. May I ask what kind of drugs you do?
Marijuana, alcohol, heroin.
I have a lot of success on the north side because that was me. I was born and raised here on the north side. I grew up in the house with my mother, my father, and my sister. They had high hopes for me. I was an athlete. Somehow, some way, I just fell into the wrong path. I would get home weekends and, you know, then it went to 4 days a week and then 5 days a week, and by then I had to have it to function. The stuff I was doing out on the street, people don't live through that stuff. And I really think I was trying to kill myself. I had to change my way of thinking. I had to change the way I do things and extend a helping hand to those that need to get back up.
I lost my apartment, my job, my electric was cut off, like everything happened all at once.
I really got into just the cycle, this is how life is. There was no thought of the future. Pittsburgh's infested with it. It's everywhere.
Now you have young guys that are mixing heroin with fentanyl and elephant tranquilizer and all this. They're you know, you don't know what you're putting in you, and it's killing people.
I have a lady I've been with for about 3 years. I love her very much. About a week ago, I did 3 bags, she did 3 bags. I woke up, looking over to see where Joyce is at, wondering why all the cops is here. And I go over, start to reach for my girlfriend, Joyce, and the officer kept pulling me away from her. She died right here, in the tent right here. I feel guilty of losing her. You should have left me dead right along with her. That's how I feel. You should have left me dead right along with her.
In 2014, PA reported 36 counties there were overdose deaths due to heroin. 1 year later, every single county had a heroin death. There's not this hypothetical, okay, it happens in an inner city, it happens in the country, it happens in the suburbs. It can happen anywhere.
People have an idea like it's a certain age or a certain gender or it's a certain socioeconomic group, but it's not. It's everybody.
Angela was always just very unique. We grew up in a very tight-knit family. We were all very loved. She got married and she has 2 children. Probably about 3 years ago, she started to have lots of different health issues. She started presenting autoimmune issues, and so she was put on prescription drugs for her pain. There were a few things that we started to notice that were sort of not really making a lot of sense. When we would be around her, she would be very up and then very down, you know, nodding off, eyes in the back of her head. She wasn't suddenly able to pay some of her bills. It got to the point where it became very clear to us that she was addicted to these prescription pills. Finally, you know, my mom just said, you have a problem, something's going on, let us help you. While she was in rehab, she met someone that she ended up having a relationship with. At one point, no longer could she get her prescription pills. And so the guy that she had been seeing, he came home and said, I couldn't get the prescription pills, but I got something better. And that's when she used for the first time. She'd never tried heroin in her life. She tried it one time and she was hooked. There were so many people in our family that thought she was going to be okay. And it got to the point where I had to just say, she's never gonna stop. And I feel like I needed to mentally prepare myself for that reality.
It's hard for people to understand that there's no way in heck with myself. Being clean 4.5 years and making a decision to use drugs again. And that's the concept of people using against their will. You know, it is powerful, it's cunning.
I was getting ready for youth group. I'm in charge of a youth group in Connellsville. And I'm in my kitchen and my stepdad shows up. So I opened the door and he looks at me and he says, I need to talk to you. You need to get the kids out of the room. And he walked me to the back of the house and all he said was, they found Angela, she's dead. I will tell you, I was very calm because I thought, she can't use again and she can't hurt herself again. I felt as though it was like a prison in her mind that she couldn't get out of, and she hated herself so much. And now she didn't have to hate herself anymore. And she didn't have to hate herself for what she did to all of us or to her kids. And that she was at peace. This really is a disease. She didn't choose this. She might have chosen to use that first time, but after that, she wasn't in her control.
This is a culturally driven disease that is creating a ripple effect of crime, economic depression, socioeconomic despair. This is an epidemic.
There's a struggle, it's huge. It's a big fight. And I feel like at this point, I don't know who's winning the war, but the drugs seem like they're multiplying.
It truly is a family disease. Even though one person uses, the entire family is affected. And it's painful. And no one should ever have to tell their loved one that they're not ever gonna see their mom again.
If we don't come together and attack this disease together, it's gonna consume us, okay? And I'm scared of what this world will come to.
My name's Joe and I'm an addict. Except for today I'm clean. Thank God.
Tonight we are celebrating men and women who have successfully graduated at the Light of Life long-term residential program.
Tonight's graduates I would describe as achievers, overcomers. There are people who had a long journey to get to the place where they are.
The last step on that journey is often tonight, it's graduation. It's when these men and women cross the finish line at their time at Light of Life. But in some ways, when they cross the finish line, it's the beginning of a whole new journey.
I remember my youngest son told me, "Mom, we need you." And I said, "I need you too." Then I came to Light of Life. long-term recovery. Today I have 3 years and 4 months clean.
Right, this is my second time back. 3 years later, and some change. I'm a better man than I was when I walked in. I'm gonna let y'all know something, because it's really not about me. I'm saying to the new guys, men and women who are here today, stick and stay, you will be up here with us.
When I started in the program, I was hanging out with the wrong people. And Ray, he guided me away from them, and I thank him to this day. I stuck it out for 2 years. I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't easy, especially when you have to hold the mirror up to yourself. But the best part about Light of Life is they hold it up with you.
Our hope is to surround our alumni after they graduate, but also to get them to come back and help the very men and women who walk through our doors going through the same things that they went through a year or two prior.
We, as the Light of Life staff, celebrate your accomplishments tonight. Congratulations.
Always call us, we're always available, we're family.
We love you, we're proud of you, and we can't wait to see what's next.
Hey, do you want to come inside?
I don't want to hear anymore. Teach me to listen. I don't want to see anymore. Give me a vision that you could move this heart to be set apart. I don't need to recognize the man in the mirror, and I don't want to trade your plan for something familiar. I can't waste a day, I can't stay the same. I wanna be different, I wanna be changed, till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different in me. And I don't wanna spend my life stuck in a pattern, and I don't wanna gain this world but lose what matters. So I'm giving up everything because I wanna be different. I wanna be changed till all of me is gone, and all that remains is a fire so bright the whole world can see that there's something different. So come and be different. Oh, I
Hey, brother, wanna come in?
We have always said it starts with a meal. People always will come to our doors for a meal, but we want to go a little bit further than that and get to know who they are, what their issues are. The one constant over the years is that, we deal with broken people. Almost everybody that comes to our doors has experienced some kind of trauma. We try to earn their respect to where we can ask them what's going on in their lives, and through those relationships, we get to know some of their story. That's where it starts. We get them in with a meal, try to engage them, let them know that Christ loves them and has something better for them. North Avenue, where the mission is now, is very small. The spaces are small and they're broken up, and we have coolers and freezers in every little cubby hole. And the biggest issue is feeding. We can fit 12 women and children in our front dining hall, and then we'll feed 20 men in our back dining hall. And so they eat in shifts. We bring the first 20 in, they sit down, eat their food, get up and go. There's not much time for guys to sit and engage each other. One of the biggest things that I'm looking forward to at Vetley, the new building, is the dining area. Well, we're almost going to triple in size. And we'll have more time, we'll have more room to engage these people. I just can't stress how much we're really looking forward to that a guy can sit down and he doesn't have to rush because there's guys outside waiting to come in and have his spot. That's part of that dignity that, we'll be able to offer them now. We couldn't do what we do without our donors, our volunteers, and they're just some of the most giving people, committed to what we do. I believe God plans for Light of Life in the future, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Their days are like surviving. When you see them in survival mode, I see people digging in the trash. I see people picking up cigarette butts off the ground. I remember one particular girl, when she came to the mission, I gave her a toothbrush and toothpaste and told her it was free, and she just started crying. She couldn't believe it was free. My name is Lloyd Massey, and I am the Community Engagement Liaison, and I've been here 15 years. What I do is I work a lot with outreach, going into the communities, to the camps, talking to the less fortunate, trying to help them along, we pray with them, talk with them, we take them hygiene kits. Some occasions they may need food, and we'll take them food, and then we just chat with them about becoming non-homeless. Like if they want to join our program at Light of Life, or they just want to, talk about life in general, how, things they've been through, how they became homeless, and how we can come alongside them to chat with them about the state that they're in. The building that we're in now, it was kind of cramped, and there was not too much space. The aisles were very narrow, and you'd be bumping everybody in the aisles there. They talk about they don't want to go in there because it's too cramped. One particular gentleman told me I'd rather just stay out under a tree. There's more space out here in the open air. So I know when they walk into that new building, they're going to be real appreciative for this space. Yes, the new building, I tell you what, where they're going to feel a lot of dignity. They're going to feel a lot of dignity, like, wow, this is for me. When the homeless person walks in that building, they're going to feel, wow, this is new for me. And that's why the building's there for them. It's not there for the staff and us. We're just servants. And the building is for them. And I just can't wait to see when they walk in there to feel the love of Jesus. It's going to be like heaven to them.
Got me feeling good. Kept the faith and praise right through it. Happiness is here at last. Let me tell you how it happened. Some took over me, got my hands and feet. I couldn't stay in my seat. Now I clearly see. So good, how good, so good, how good, really good, so good, how good, so good, really good. Said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really good. So good. How good. So good. Really good. Keep your hands a clapping and your feet a stumping. Next thing you'll be jumping, 'cause it feels so good. Feels so good, y'all. So good. How good. So good. Really good. Said I'm feeling good, yeah. Nothing can change this mood. You can have the same thing too, yeah. And let it just take over you. Here's what you gotta do to let it take over you. Clap your hands and feet. Jump right on your seat. So good. How good. So good. How good. Really good. So good. How good.
Wow, what a great day. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here to make it so special. Over 25 years in the making, this day has been just trying to find a place where we can have services for people who are experiencing homelessness and be able to serve them with dignity and respect. And then finally, we were able to locate this building. We had to redesign it, but redesign it in a way that from the moment they walk in the doors, we want people to be able to experience life transformation.
The guests that are walking through Light of Life's doors are experiencing multiple layers of trauma. And the challenge that we're facing is what to do with a guest that comes through our door with chronic mental health.
The most important thing is to realize that when the women finally reach us here, they are completely broken. They need to be built completely up from ground up.
The number of women who are homeless don't go to a shelter. Their shelter is the street, and they are, for the most part, trying to escape a life of abuse, only to find themselves in a worse situation.
The opioid pandemic that hit before the COVID pandemic was certainly affecting a great number of people here in our region. People that don't have hope or don't have the access to things, the pandemic has just made it even tougher.
When I ask a group of young people, white, black, doesn't matter, raise your hand if you know someone who's overdosed, who's died through overdose. Almost in the entire room, they all are familiar with it. It's not normal for kids to have to be so used to death.
I grew up in a well-to-do neighborhood, and I was probably like 13, and it was pot, I believe, but alcohol wasn't far behind because my father was an alcoholic. I became very independent emotionally and mentally and physically. That kind of left me feeling as though I didn't really have anybody to turn to because pretty much the people that I had turned to had always disappointed me or let me down. I remember there being a lot of chaos around me. And as I got older, that's like when the depression kicked in and the anxiety, and like a lot of people, I self-medicated. The day I overdosed, it was from heroin and there was absolutely fentanyl. The first thing I said is, what happened? Because there's paramedics and police all around me. And the one guy just said, you died, sweetheart. He said, you overdosed on heroin. And I was like, what? That's impossible. That doesn't make any sense, because I thought that I would use SMART. And the only thing I can think of is my son and how I almost left him without a mom. I told myself I wouldn't do that. I promised, I vowed myself that I would be different. And sometimes it takes plowing through a wall. That was my wall.
The face of homelessness has changed. There was this whole shift that happened when the opioid crisis happened. It changed everything about those who are on the street. We had people coming from the suburbs into the city, women and men, and then of course with children as well.
I would say about 95 to 99% of that population has an underlying traumatic event. If you look at the typical scenario for many of our patients and then just reflect back on 2020, moving into 2021 with the pandemic, as well as with racial injustice, unrest, it presents an epidemic of just multiple proportions.
When I was 4, my parents separated. I'm the youngest of 9 children. When I was 6 years old, I was abused by a man who was a friend of my uncle's, and it changed my life. I became a very sheltered child. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I didn't want to run and play like little kids do. When I was 8 years old, my older brother allowed me to take a big sip of his beer, and He also had this funny looking cigarette that had no filter on it, and he allowed me to smoke on that. And I was free at that moment to be someone different, and I liked it. I didn't become an addict that day, but it didn't take long afterwards. And I went from being a straight A student to failing 7th grade and eventually dropping out of high school. And this was all due to my addiction.
They're desperate. They're trying to survive. They're looking for the next high. They don't know what's in that bag. They don't know what's in that cap of heroin. They don't know what's in that needle. They're injecting in places that you wouldn't even think of, between their toes, in their private areas, which causes different reactions to different parts of their body. But what they do know is they're looking for something that they think is going to help them or fulfill them. And usually it's overdose or death or light of life.
In '92, I began going out with a formerly homeless guide under the bridges and into the abandoned buildings of Pittsburgh. And I got to see the city from a different angle. One of the first partners that I discovered was the Light of Life Mission. I worked with them and we started the Physicians House Call Center there in the basement, and we ran that for about 10 years. You begin to quickly realize when you begin working with the excluded folks in the city that there are others in other agencies that are like soulmates. And that fabric is then woven into the torn fabric of the street to build a community that's got new principles of respect, mutuality, grace, other things that are really important for healing.
We changed our strategy a couple of years ago and began to adopt an outreach model. We actually had staff find people under the bridges or in the communities holding up signs, letting them know that resources are available. What we realized is if we were waiting for them to come to our doors, some of them would never make it to our doors.
When we began to do our work in the new pandemic environment on the street, Light of Life reached out to us and others. We began sharing wisdom and resources at a level we'd never actually done before. The county health department and others were very helpful. But Light of Life's leadership was key to this. And we began to do testing for folks in the shelter. We created the hotel setup where you could send people who had nowhere else to go that were COVID positive. And then we began doing telehealth with Light of Life. I think it created community with providers that was really not there.
We provide primary health care, dental care, holistic health care that's freely available to anybody who needs it. We want people to know there's quality care that meets their needs in a cultural context that's familiar and available to them. Right now, Northside Christian Health Center has a grant through Allegheny County Health to reduce opioid overdoses right here on the Northside community. If it was not for Light of Life partnering with us around that particular program, it wouldn't exist.
Since the 90s, Light of Life has participated in a statewide program to take women with children who are willing to go into long-term programming after they've had about 90 days clean and put them into an apartment, help them to learn to be self-sufficient. We were getting calls every day for women with children looking for a shelter. We are so blessed to be able to offer, starting in February of this year, of women with children to be able to come in off the streets, knowing that just hours before they were sleeping in cars or they were bouncing from house to house, from couch to couch, not knowing where their next meal was going to be and not knowing who was going to come through the door next.
I had 6 months clean, and then I ended up relapsing, and it only took about 3 months for the overdose to occur. I wasn't happy. I was just kind of living day by day. I ended up at Light of Life. I got on the list, and I went into Sister's house. Light of Life was the best thing that ever happened to me. I obviously didn't have a whole lot of trust for women. I made a lot of close friends. Around that table, we told each other our deepest fears, our biggest regrets. There was no room for judgment. I felt safe there. They taught me how to be a mom. They taught me how to be a woman. They taught me so much about who I really am, who God made me to be.
In February of 2020, I was in a very bad place. I was addicted to crystal meth and homeless, doing whatever I could to get the next fix. And something spoke to me and just told me to look at you. I remember those 3 words in my head, look at you. I decided that I wanted help with my addiction. I went to a detox center. A case manager named Megan asked me what I wanted to do after I left the detox. She called the rehab and they said they had 1 bed and it was in Pittsburgh. And I said, that's God speaking to me. When I left the rehab, I had basically nowhere to go. And it was very humbling. You know, I never thought of myself as a homeless man. The homeless guy was the one that lived under the bridge and pushed a shopping cart around. But that's not always the case. And it was me, I was that homeless man. And someone suggested to me to go to the Light of Life. When I first got to the Light of Life, I sat with a gentleman named Adam. And the first thing we did when we went to his office, he said, would it be okay if I prayed for us? And no one had ever done that for me before. I remember the tears rolling down my face while I was sitting in his office. One thing I learned at the Light of Life was how to love myself. They taught me that I'm worth getting up every morning and making your bed and doing the next right thing. I have goals today that I'd never had before. I have a job that pays very well today with insurance benefits and a 401k. I have a checking and a savings account, which is really rare for me because my bank used to be a pawn shop. Today, my biggest luxury is I have a full-size bed. When I was a little boy, I had a single bed. When I was incarcerated, I had a single bed. When I was in the Navy, I had a single bed. When I was in rehab, I lived in a single bed. When I was at the Light of Life, I was in a single bed. I've taken a step forward and gotten a bigger bed. And a queen-size bed will be next, and then I'll move on to the king-size bed. And this is all because I had the courage to say I want help. And I also had the willingness to accept it.
It was not easy, and some days it's not easy still. But it's only through God and through Light of Life and through the women and the staff that I know that I'm worth life. I know that I'm worth change.
If it's a meal, if that's what you need, we have that. If it's shelter, you need overnight shelter for a day, for a week, for a month, we have that. If you need mental health assistance, then we have partners that can help with the mental health counseling. If it's drug and alcohol long-term programming, then we have something for you there. And you truly just find yourself just needing a place temporarily until you can get a job, we have a place for you there. All are welcomed. All backgrounds are welcome. This is not a place to come and be judged. It's a place to come and experience the love of Christ and the love of a community of people who are all trying to help each other to get better. And that's what Light of Life is about.
My addiction is everywhere I go. It is at work, it is at play. Addiction will attack you in your sleep. I dream sometimes about getting high. It lets me know that it's still there. There's times when I walk down the street and I will smell marijuana. And that is my addiction just letting me know I am still here whenever you want to come back. I don't have to worry about that attacking me. I have tools today, I have phone numbers today that I can use to fight back against it. If I had to let somebody know one thing about the Light of Life, it's that they care. If they didn't care, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. It's home. It really is.
Wow, what a great day. What a beautiful day. Thank you all for being here to make it so special. Over 25 years in the making, this day has been just trying to find a place where we can have services for people who are experiencing homelessness and be able to serve them with dignity and respect. And then finally, we were able to locate this building. We had to redesign it, but redesign it in a way that from the moment they walk in the doors, we want people to be able to experience life transformation. And so whether you're looking at the walls, the widths of the hallways, the height of the ceilings, the colors, everything is designed around taking somebody who is experiencing trauma, bringing them into a space that communicates that they are welcomed, that there's a place for them. I often say the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, but community. And we want those who are experiencing food and housing insecurity to know that there is a community for them. If there's anyone in our city that needs a place to come, a place where they can talk to somebody to hear their story, Light of Life is that place.
I had an addiction problem for numerous of years. Now I'm realizing like I can't live that life anymore because that lifestyle will kill me. I see people, a lot of people died in this. My own brother died, overdose. Just after that, I went back into that lifestyle, drinking and high again. This is how vicious and cunning this disease is. It'll sneak into your mind and think that you are okay, but it's not. I've been in numerous of programs before. I signed myself into a program called Clear Day. The counselor introduced me to Light of Life. In this program, it's beautiful, but it's what you make it. It set me up to prepare myself for the real world. So now, I'm working jobs, I'm maintaining, going to meetings. Light of Life teaches you and guides you to live a life a better way, just one day at a time. I have a year and 1 month clean. It feels so good waking up not craving or going to my piggy bank change, putting penny in a wrapper just to go to the liquor store just to get a drink, just to calm that high down from yesterday, you know what I'm saying? I wear this ring for a reason, and that I'm married this rest of my life. It's my purpose for me to maintain and stay strong. I use the network and people, recovery, sponsors to help me stay growing. I just want to love myself every day. If I knew then before I know now, I would never use. I can listen to the birds sing now, I can hear the beauty of life. I can see how beautiful life is. I want to, become a counselor, get my CRS. I want to give back what's really given to me. I thank God for giving me another day. I thank God for me being right here to share my story. Hoping I can save somebody else's life.
My addiction history isn't like some of the other people in that I didn't start using until I was 35. Prior to that, I had the picture perfect life that everyone would want. I had an amazing career as a healthcare provider and really loved my professional life. And unfortunately, my personal life suffered because of that. And seeking social acceptability is what took me to the use of methamphetamines. And in a matter of 9 months, I went from the picture perfect life to laying on a steel slab in a jail cell. There's nothing more demoralizing than going from being a well-respected professional to a jail cell overnight. Some of us have been molested, some of us have been raped. Some of us had parents in active addiction, family members in active addiction. Some of us have been through unspeakable things. There's a reason we climbed to the pill, the needle, the bottle. It's because we didn't want to feel anymore. My picture of someone who was in active addiction was someone living under the bridge trying to get a bag of dope in the morning so they weren't sick. That wasn't me. So I wasn't an addict. I couldn't be an addict if that was the case. And strangely enough, even when I was sleeping out of my car, losing everything in my life, I still didn't think I was an addict. Very commonly in nursing, we take care of people very well because it's much easier to take care of someone else than yourself. I came to Light of Life a year ago and stayed for a couple months. I was here, I was present, but I wasn't involved in the community. Part of that was a lot of shame about my own life. Growing up in a small rural town as an openly gay boy, not accepted by the church, was a lot of trauma. When I was here a year ago, I left, went back to my career, and I relapsed. I came to Light of Life last time from rehab. This time I came from a park bench. And the only thing I found here was love and open arms. What happens in these four walls is life-changing. It's love. There's not many places that you can come from an active addiction from a park bench and walk in the front doors and the executive director meets you and greets you and tells you that he loves you. Or the marketing director sees you at a function and comes up to you and says, hey, I'm proud of you. That's big. Every one of these staff members knows my name. Every one of these staff members prays for me. Every one of these staff members shows us love. That's the difference. We're not a number, we're not a patient, we're not a client. We're part of the family. They want to see you succeed, not only staff, but other clients. One addict helping another addict is without parallel. I don't have to worry about a single need of mine. And far beyond that, I mean, the blessings that I can't even tell you that come from the community through the Light of Life is just breathtaking.
Since being in recovery, I've learned that maybe the story was slightly different than what I had told myself over the years. I was sexually abused at the age of 13, and during that time, I wasn't able to tell anyone. I didn't have very positive role models. My mom actually left us for a brief period of time after that. I was forced to become the mother of the house, raising my two younger sisters while my dad went to work. I just was not able to articulate the feelings that I was experiencing. So my dad put me into therapy, in which I was giving large amounts of different medications. During this time, I was also given narcotics, and that was a very deep experience for me to understand that like narcotics took me outside of myself, because at that point in time, I didn't want to be in my body. Those were now what I know foundational experiences that my addiction had taken place. As we all know, that like addiction is progressive, so like it moved into other drugs. Drug of choice is heroin. Around 21, I had moved to Las Vegas, and I had become involved with prostitution out there. I was trafficked from a few different states at that point in time. I was able to get out of that situation after about a year and a half running away. Coming back to Pittsburgh, and I had a totally different identity, right? Like, we do not act the same in Pittsburgh that we did in Las Vegas. So it was quite a culture shock, even though this is where I'm from. I had got caught with prostitution charges, so I was sentenced to a 30-day program. Unfortunately, I just wasn't ready at that time. I now have 3 little girls, 7, 5, and 4. Unfortunately, through each of my pregnancies, I was on Suboxone. I had postpartum depression with my last child, and I had never experienced it before, so I didn't understand what was happening to me. I was extremely paranoid. I was not able to process thoughts and feelings. I had tried to commit suicide, and I did not feel safe to be around my children. It was a very dark, depressed, and low time in my life. I knew that I had a problem. I knew that, I had needed help. I knew that I wanted to get clean. Light of Life has been a game changer. It's been life changing. Being able to be a mother while staying clean was huge for me. You know, I was able to care for myself and care for my kids and stay clean. I now have 3 years and 2 months clean. So that is such a miracle to be able to say. I credit that to Light of Life. I credit that to the connection that I was able to have with God. That was the missing piece. I didn't have any knowledge of God. I didn't know how to connect with God. I didn't know how to pray. Now it's like I can feel the Spirit of God within me. They've helped me with housing. They've helped me become an independent woman in the sense that like I started school for psychology and like I'm in my 3rd semester. So the one thing that I think was most transformative between the Women and Children's program that really helped me connect with my children was prayer. It helped us connect on a deeper level. They've taught them, you know, in a way with love, how to thank God on a regular basis. Light of Life has been there through every step of the journey. My love for life has come back. I'm aligned with God's will. I feel God has a purpose for me today. I feel like I'm already in my purpose. I'm no longer alone on this journey and that like everything I need will truly be provided for me.
When these people on the street come in for a meal, when they push themselves away from that table and they belly full, my job is done. I cook comfort food. I cook food that I know is gonna stick to their ribs. And I know they gonna come back the next day because they know Miss Dad's cooking. And as long as they happy, they belly full, that's all that matters. They can go back out in them streets and still do what they've been doing, trying to get by, but they know they can come here and get a decent meal. You know, not just a bowl of soup, a cup of coffee. They get a meal. It's been days we gave them porterhouse, crab legs, and jumbo shrimp. Where you gonna find a soup kitchen that do that? It's a privilege for me to cook for them. And I know they're not gonna be hungry, because I get them hearty plates. When people come in and I look at these people, I feel bad because I've been in their position. I haven't had no alcohol problems or no drug problems, but I've been homeless. I was out there in the streets. The streets had me bad. And I came to Pittsburgh because I didn't want the streets to get my kids. I applied for several jobs, and I started at a different company as a pizza maker. From the pizza maker, I went to a kitchen, the main kitchen cook. Then I ended up at another building as the kitchen supervisor. It wasn't like that's what I wanted to do. I went to school for criminal justice, you know, so it was like, that's my thing. Because I always have cooked since I was 12 years old. So cooking, I love it. The only way I felt like that I would be able to help anybody and help myself is to be here. I know how it feels to want a good meal and to want to have somewhere safe where I can rest my head. Some of these clients in here that I do talk to, you know, if we get on I'm starting to cry. If we get on a deep conversation, I, you know, sometimes volunteer my past, and they'll be like, Miss Diaz, for real? Yeah, I got a life, I have a past. If God is pushing me to help other people to better themselves and want to do better, that's what I'm gonna do. This kitchen is the heart of this ministry because we feed the masses. Anybody that walks in that door, they're gonna get a meal. And I feel it's comfort in that. If they can't go nowhere else, they can come right here. Light of Life is doing everything that they can to help these people get off drugs, get them a place to stay, get off alcohol, go through all these internships and all these trainings and classes and everything else. Light of Life is the place to be, trust me when I tell you.
I was born and raised on the north side. I was an athlete in school, played basketball, football, baseball. And when I got out, I kind of took a wrong turn. I got involved with drugs and the lifestyle and made a mess of my life. And in '94, I was introduced to recovery and I started rebuilding my life. I'm a chef by trade. Light of Life hired me as a cook. I was a part-time cook for about 2 months, maybe 3, before they brought me on the staff in a different position, community guest liaison. And I was moved into the shelter supervisor's position. And I think that's where I belong. I take care of Votley. I have a staff of 13 that oversee our meal ministry, breakfast and dinner. We oversee a 20-bed overnight shelter, as well as a 12-bed Shelter Plus program. I have guys on my staff that come with a story. I tell my story. We are able to minister to the people that are in this situation, homeless, hungry, using, and we're able to tell them how we got out of it. When I tell my guys that if a person stops drinking or using drugs, then his life will change tremendously. But if they want the true freedom that this lifestyle has to offer, you have to work with God. You have to talk to God. You have to pray with God. God has to be a part of your life, you know? I think that's the only way to achieve true freedom. When we see a person that came in that was using drugs and we see them 2 years later and they're living the American dream, that they have a God in their life and they're working every day and they've mended that relationship with their kids, that's how we could feel that we've done some help in this world.
My dad died in a car accident when I was 5, and during my primary developmental years, I was raised by my mother. She had substance abuse problems and mental health problems. She was physically abusive and neglectful. And also her side of the family that I grew up around, there was a lot of dysfunction. I was encountered by drug use at a young age. As early as grade school, I was smoking marijuana regularly. Things progressed for me as far as my substance abuse. And by the time I was in junior high, I was regularly abusing marijuana and alcohol. I would be the one organizing the party and getting a half barrel of beer and drinking every night and until I blacked out, and drinking every morning at the bus stop before going to school. By the time I went through my teenage years, I had already been in multiple psychiatric units and drug and alcohol rehabs. I decided to chase having money. I thought money was success. And, you know, so I could go full time with my studies, I started selling some marijuana, and that progressed to, you know, large quantities of marijuana, and it was really unhealthy. And then I slipped back into using patterns again. And by the time I was in my early 20s, I was abusing cocaine quite heavily, and I stopped going to school. But also at that point, my mental health problems emerged to a much greater extent. This led to a pattern that was kind of consistent through my whole adult life, which I never got it together. I didn't understand getting a proper diagnosis for my mental health problems and getting properly medicated. I continued to abuse drugs and alcohol. I ended up homeless. I was in a tent in the woods, and I was scrounging up money to get blackout drunk on vodka every day. I had unstable mental health, and I was eating meals at the Light of Life program. And I became aware of the residential programs they had at Light of Life. And I went there and said, you know, like, I'm miserable, I'm desperate, like, this needs to stop, I can't live like this. And they let me into their residential program. But initially, in the first 6 months, I wasn't really committed to getting, to quitting drugs and alcohol. And then at about 6 months, I started getting my SSI checks, and they gave me a couple of $1,000s in back pay. And I was in a big hurry to get out of Light of Life, get my own apartment. But I didn't continue with my mental health treatment and went back to abusing drugs and alcohol. And it only took a couple of weeks till I ended up back in a psychiatric unit and quite a mess. And I requested with Light of Life that they give me another opportunity. And the second time around, I was much more committed to a dual diagnosis recovery program. I got my ducks in a row as far as trying to line up housing and income. I've got a year and a half now. I've had my own apartment. I've got 4 years drug and alcohol free. I still continue to get regular mental health treatment, individual counseling and group counseling at Mercy Behavioral Health. They actually trust me, the Light of Life program, to facilitate a group, a peer mentoring group, you know, as somebody that can serve as an example and relate to the guys. And I still have struggles, you know, and I probably always will. You know, I have some serious issues with my dual diagnosis issues. And I want to say about the Light of Life program, this program really does provide the foundation for a lot of people like me to really make a difference in their life and put their life together.
After my baseball career, I've always, since receiving Christ as a 20-year-old, at a very high point in my life, I was the youngest rostered player in the big leagues. And when I received Jesus and really understood that it wasn't my achieving something, I've just had a passion to tell that to others. And so I started a business career after my baseball career and was promoted here to Pittsburgh. I had heard about the Light of Life ministry and the integrity that they had and the passion that they had for serving those in need. And so it just so happened I was actually working with one of the people that was a sub-manager in my division, and I was working in this area and got lost over in the north side. And I remember seeing, at the old facility, I remember seeing the sign, Light of Life. I saw a little place to park, and I went in, and I spoke to a woman there that was behind the desk, the receptionist, and I just asked her, I said, I've heard a lot about your ministry, do you need volunteers? And she looked at me like, what is that, a trick question? And I said, you know, I really have a calling and really feel as though God is calling me to speak, and I would love to be able to come here and share. when I hit the parking lot here at Light of Life, the Holy Spirit just rises up within me. And I just take on a whole different paradigm. I take my eyes off of those little momentary and contemporary tasks that I have and my to-do list and all of the other cares of the day, and really allows me and enables me to just keep my eyes affixed to Him for the miraculous. And something, a way that I always think of it, and this is something that I prayed shortly after I started coming here back in 1988, that I would never speak from a high horse, that I would never preach to the men. I was always convicted and still remain convicted that I'm merely one beggar telling other beggars where I found food. And I've seen things over the years that are hard to describe and even harder to believe. How God has changed lives, and how I've seen men that have come in broken and literally cast into the dung heap. But there, God has reached down and is just doing things in their lives that you can't even imagine. His grace, His mercy, His love is for them. And I know many, many times the Holy Spirit will speak that specific word because the men here have been broken by life. And one of the things that I feel is very important is that every time that I have that opportunity to share, that I allow God to share that word of encouragement, that His love, His mercy, His grace is for you, that it's individual, it's not corporate, but it's for you. And no matter what your circumstance, no matter what your situation, God's love, God's forgiveness, and the price that He paid was just for you. The one thing that has not changed is the integrity and the extraordinary commitment that this ministry has to saving lost souls. And not just feeding a person a meal, but literally giving them, as Jesus said to those who followed Him, that they would never drink or never thirst again, that they would never hunger and they would never have to be fed again, because it was a spiritual feeding that the Holy Spirit was giving to them. And that's the one thing that has never changed in all of the years that I've been here.
You know, I was raised by my mother and my grandmother. It was pleasant, and then it wasn't as far as my childhood. I kind of grew up with, I would say I grew up with a lot of structure and around my family and things like that, and then I was raised around addiction. I kind of didn't know what a healthy household was supposed to be or what any healthy relationships look like. And it was really hard because I'm the oldest of 6 kids. I took on a lot of responsibility as a child. I kind of almost felt like I was an adult, you know, when I didn't have to be. I think my addiction started when I was 13. My grandmother passed away, and she was someone that I obviously looked up to because her and my mother raised me. So once she was gone, I felt like a big piece of me was gone. So I became real rebellious and promiscuous. I started experimenting with drugs, like with alcohol and pills and cocaine and stuff like that. And it kind of just escalated throughout the years. Like I felt like I was broken, like at 13. That's when things kind of got pretty serious for me. You know, I was in and out of group homes and boot camps and shelters because I had behavior issues around 17, 18. Start like being hospitalized and things like that as far as when it came to my addiction. 2014 or 15 is my first time I actually tried to get clean, but I only got clean because of consequences. I really didn't get clean because I wanted to be clean. But this time around I got clean because I want to say my mother really gave me that push, that tough love, like that got me clean. Helped me get clean, and my children. You know, I was tired of being absent. I might have been there, but mentally and emotionally and like spiritually, I wasn't there for my kids. And I was scared to die. In order to be here for my children and my family and to find myself again is what got me clean. Light of Life's taught me how to be a better mother, first and foremost to all three of my children. It's brought me closer to my family. They taught me to want to be independent, to be a strong woman, put God first, be a mother to my children, and take care of me. They taught me to find me again, and they gave me a purpose to live. They gave me a sisterhood. The Light of Life has taught me how to be more honest and open and real.
I came to Light of Life 2 different times. First time I came to Light of Life from a jail cell. Second time I came from a park bench. Something I learned is that every rock bottom can go a little bit lower. Mine was definitely the park bench. My addictive behavior started long before I started using drugs. My maladaptive acceptance, coping mechanisms, all those things. I had an amazing career. I worked as an ER nurse, flight nurse for many years. Paramedic for almost 20 years before all this happened. I was well respected professionally throughout the state. I sat on state boards. I sat on a national advisory committee for emergency nursing. I never thought addiction would happen to me. It's crazy how blinding this disease is to the addict themselves. How long will you go that we have things under control? But I had dealt with social insecurities, past social traumas that so many of us in addiction have. So when those situations presented themselves again, of course what I do was, without the intention of ever using again, within 5 minutes of being in an uncomfortable situation, I had a needle in my arm. So I remember reflectively thinking back, I was sleeping out of my car and I lost my house, I lost my job, lost my family. But I still thought everything was okay. My parents were warriors. When my addiction started, they started going to support group meetings. I had a moment when I realized I'm where I need to be. My first time around at Light of Life, I wasn't doing any of the work. I was just showing up, doing the things, signing slips, that kind of thing. But this time around, I had a team leader who, for the first time, we met with our one-on-one. It gave me that sense of unconditional acceptability and openness. I had the people in my corner that I needed in my corner to fight this fight. I took down walls. I had a really big wall against spirituality and God and the church and religion because I'd had some bad social experiences with them. With the healing that has come through the program, I now know that there's no judgment at that door. There's open arms, love, and acceptance. I think how hard it is to love yourself in this situation, and I think of how much love Light of Life provided, and what it was like to walk through those doors of that shelter and take a deep breath and sense hope and be able to breathe effortlessly. It's crazy how powerful it was. Sorry. It's an amazing experience to come through addiction and recovery. I learned through the Light of Life that with my experiences there that my life doesn't have to look like yours, and yours doesn't have to look like mine for us to meet in the middle and to be part of each other's lives. And how important that is. And how important it is to
be part of a community where you're not a number that you punched in, where you're not just a demographic or a grant number or a donor number, but you're part of this big family that just is part of your everyday life. And that they are just as blessed to be part of your family as you to be part of theirs. They want to be there for the good, bad, ugly. And to know that I'm not just a number, you know, I'm gonna go, I'm me, and that they know me.